Chapter 752. Yushu and Jing Chun walked out of Tai Shi Lu one after the other. The former had a gloomy expression, while the latter had a forbearing expression. No one spoke until they entered Kuan Ling Ju. Yushu slowed her steps and let Jing Chun walk in front. Under the furtive glances of several pairs of eyes, she followed him to the second floor. As soon as the two figures disappeared at the top of the stairs, several heads popped out from the waiting room and stretched their necks to look upstairs. Why did you come back with Yuling Darren? What were the two of them talking about upstairs? Yushu closed the door and turned around, almost bumping into Jing Chen's chest. Xiaoyu, don't be angry. Listen to me, don't explain. She gently pushed him away and walked 2 steps around him. She turned around and said, I don't blame you. I'm guessing that you didn't know beforehand. Jing Chen nodded. This morning, the emperor departed for Huazhen Garden. He and the Grand Commissioner were in the queue to see him off. After the imperial carriage left Anling City, they returned to the Celestial Commissioner. As soon as they sat down in Tai Shi Lu, the Grand Commissioner mentioned Emperor Zhao Qing's request and sent someone to Kuan Ling Ju to find Yushu. He didn't give him any room to refuse. Yushu snorted coldly. The Grand Commissioner definitely knows that you told me the secret of the Great Calamity, so he doesn't need to hide it in front of me. If the soft approach doesn't work, then use the hard approach. She dared to say that when the Grand Commissioner proposed the marriage at Tai Shi Lu, if she refused in front of him, it would break the last remaining layer of window paper. The Grand Commissioner would definitely not be polite to her. Jing Chun worriedly said, when he asked for your answer the day after tomorrow, what will you do? Yushu paced back and forth. She couldn't come up with an idea after thinking about it. Just as her mind was in a mess, Jing Chun hesitantly said, if it really doesn't work, just agree first. Just agree to it first. It'll take some time to prepare for the wedding. We can drag it out as long as we can. You make it sound so easy. Yushu mumbled. She had hidden this from Shui Rue. If she agreed to help him, what would Shui Rue think if he heard about it? Which man in this world could calmly face the news that the woman he loved was going to marry his rival in love, even if it was fake? No matter how she thought about it, no matter how she answered the question, it was best to report this to Shui Rue in advance. Are you afraid that that person will misunderstand? Jing Chen suddenly asked. Which person? Yushu was absent-minded. He didn't understand. The person you like. Jing Chen slowed down his tone. Haven't you told him about what happened between you and me? Yushu's eyes darted around. She turned her head to hide her guilty conscience. This is a matter of life and death. How could I tell him? She could only quietly apologize to Jing Chun in her heart. It wasn't that she deliberately lied to him. It was that she didn't want to expose Shui Rue. After all, Jing Chun and Shui Rue were brothers. She couldn't be sure that Jing Chun wouldn't hold a grudge after knowing the relationship between her and Shui Rue. The two brothers didn't wait for the day to recognize each other before they became enemies. Thinking about it, she felt guilty, even though she was the most innocent person. I'll go back and think of a way. You stay here, Yushu said and left in a hurry. She didn't notice Jing Chen's probing eyes behind her. Yushu left early from Kunling Bureau with her 2 inseparable followers. She worried about how to confess to Shui Rue that she was forced to marry. When she walked to the gate of the Celestial Commissioner, she saw a familiar carriage parked on the opposite street. She couldn't help but want to turn around and hide. This person really can't be nagged. She walked over with a gloomy face. The coachman, Lao Chue, quickly put down a small stool for her to step on. He opened the heavy leather curtain with one hand. Yushu stuck her head in. Half of her body was still outside the carriage. She saw the person sitting next to Shui Rue. She was so surprised that she opened her mouth wide and hurriedly went into the carriage. Jinke smiled and said, Little sister, why are you so happy to see me? In the beginning, when Shui Rue introduced Yushu to Jinke, he addressed her as his sworn sister. Jinke had always considered himself as Shui Rue's older brother, so he followed suit and addressed her as little sister. Yushu was so excited that she couldn't close her mouth. Seeing Jinke at this time was like seeing her savior. Jin Daxia, you're back so soon. She moved closer to him and said in a low voice, Is Mr. Yinya here too? It was inconvenient to mention Yin Hua's name outside, so she addressed him by his wild name. Jin Ke said with a stern face, "Don't call me master. Just call me big brother like little brother." "Yes, big brother." Yushu readily accepted his advice. She didn't care that Shui Rue had never called him that before. She asked with a shy face, "You came back alone?" Jin Ke also moved forward like she did. He pouted at Shui Rue's direction and winked at her. Godfather also came. Yushu followed his gaze and looked at Shui Rue. It was not difficult to notice that even though Shui Rue pretended to be indifferent, he was actually the same as her. He was happy for Yun Hua's timely arrival. "Where is the master? Are we going to see him now?" "Don't worry. He is staying in the south of the city. That place is not easy to find. It is also not convenient to go during the day. When it gets dark, I will send you there quietly. I guarantee that no one will know." Jin Ke patted his chest and guaranteed. Yushu nodded repeatedly. It was not convenient to move during the day. If they were followed, it would be harmful to Yunhua. Shui Rue said to her. Jin Ke came back this morning. He first walked around Baochang Street and found that there were more than 10 spies lying in ambush around your house. They surrounded the inside and outside of your house. There are people watching your every move. Don't let your guard down. When it gets dark, change into clothes that are easy to walk in and wait in your room. You don't have to do anything. Jin Ke will bring you out. Yushu was secretly shocked, but she also knew why there were so many spies in front of her house. The three of them carefully confirmed tonight's action. Shui Rue sent Yushu home and left. In the end, Yushu couldn't tell him that she had already started to prepare to risk her life for Jingchun. Shui Rue also couldn't tell her about Shui Lingnan's arrangements. The two of them carefully explored their future. They both hoped that, after they saw Yun Hua tonight, everything would be explained. At night, Yushu had dinner early. She sent away the maidservants in the house and stated that she was going to perform divination tonight. No one was allowed to disturb her. Only Imberk was left outside to keep watch. After closing the door, Yushu rummaged through the wardrobe and found a set of dark-colored cotton-padded clothes and trousers. Then, she tied her long hair on top of her head. She put on a gray leather hat and a pair of cotton shoes with 1,000 layers of soles. After she was ready, she sat by the bed and waited. At about 7 o'clock, she stared at the candlelight on the table. Suddenly, she heard an owl's cry outside the window behind the house. She immediately stood up and opened the window. It was dark outside. Suddenly, a hand came out and grabbed the windowsill with a few fingers. Fortunately, Yushu was brave. She wasn't frightened by him. The terrain behind the house was low. The window was about 6 or 7 feet above the ground. Jin Ke jumped in lightly. He was dressed in night clothes. He was wrapped tightly from head to toe. Only his eyes were exposed, shining brightly. He glanced at what Yushu was wearing. His eyes curved, and he handed her a bag. A low voice came from behind the mask. "Wrap yourself outside. Don't make a sound." Yushu thought she was wearing the same nocturnal clothes as him, but when she opened the bundle, she found a large black cloak. She didn't ask much and put on as he said. Jin Ke nodded and jumped out of the window. "Little sister, jump down. Don't be afraid. You won't fall." Yushu used her hands and feet to climb up the window. She looked at the dark ground, swallowed her saliva, and jumped down. She didn't expect a pair of hands to grab her knees. Before her feet could touch the ground, she was carried on someone's shoulder. Her vision blurred, and she flew up. She almost didn't cry out. The wind whistled in her ears, and the light and shadow flowed backward. Jin Ke was like a flying arrow, carrying her effortlessly on the roofs and walls. Before Yushu could recover, she was brought out of the mansion by him. After running for a while, they stopped at an unfamiliar alley. Only then did he put her down on the ground. He helped the dizzy and blurry Yushu into the sedan that had been prepared a long time ago. He and Gue Lu, one in front and one behind, quickly carried her away. After an hour, Yushu met up with Shui Rue in a simple and crude inn in the south of the city. She'd vomited on the way, and her countenance was ghastly pale. Jin Ke followed her with an apologetic face and explained to Shui Rue in a low voice, "I ran a little too fast." Yushu let Shui Rue help her sit down. She waved her hand and said, "It's not your fault. I ate too much for dinner." There were only 3 of them in the room, and Gue Lu was outside. Shui Rui poured hot water for her and said, "Mr. Yinye is nearby. You can rest for a while before we go." Yushu took a few sips of hot tea to warm her stomach. She shook her head and said, "No, I'm fine. Let's go." She really couldn't wait. Shui Rui had no choice but to take out a disguise from the lacquer box on the tea table. He raised her chin and added a few pockmarks on her face. He also drew 2 thick eyebrows for her. Yushu touched her face. She didn't know what he had done to her, but when she saw that he only stuck 2 mustaches on his lips and still looked elegant, she felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" Jinka laughed dryly. Shui Rui didn't answer. He straightened her fur hat and pulled her up, saying, "You'll know when we get there." The 3 of them came out from the back door and separated into 2 groups. When they reached the street, Jinka disappeared in a flash. It was already midnight. There were few pedestrians on the road. Most of the shops on the street were closed. Only one tavern was still lit. In a daze, Yushu followed Shui Rui and walked for a while, turning left and right. Suddenly, she heard the sound of music from afar. She didn't know how many street corners they had turned, but the scene suddenly changed. She was intoxicated by the fragrance of colorful flowers. Oh my, there was a brothel hidden in this place. "Io, young master, come to our sky-fragrant courtyard. Sir, please come in and have a drink to warm your body. How about I sing a song for you?" The street was so narrow that not even a carriage could enter, but there was a group of enchanting women squeezing in front of their doors and giggling. Colorful handkerchiefs fluttered in the air, dazzling Yushu's eyes. If she wasn't careful, she would almost be pulled in. Shui Rui pulled her back imperceptibly, and with a cold expression, he waved away a few prostitutes that were blocking his path. Not only did he not make anyone afraid, there was instead a young woman who giggled in a silly manner. She stared fixedly at Shui Rui's rarely seen handsome face and winked at him. "Big brother, you're so strong." Then she reached out to touch Shui Rui's chest. Her long, hooked nails in Yushu's eyes looked like the claws of a white-boned spirit. Her eyes lit up. She didn't wait for Shui Rui to dodge. She slapped the claws away and squeezed in front of him. She pushed him with her hands. No matter if she touched the girl's chest or shoulder, she only cared about moving forward. She slapped left and right, and she didn't know how many hands she hit. She opened a path for Shui Rui. Along the way, she didn't let any seductress touch him. Shui Rui looked at her and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that she was about to go too far, he hurriedly grabbed her and whispered, "We're here." Yushu stopped and looked up. There was a horizontal board hanging on the door of the brothel. The board had the words "Red Flower House" written on it. It was very vulgar. The prostitutes at the door quickly stuck to them like flies. This time, Shui Rui didn't push them away. Instead, he pulled Yushu inside. He called the brothel keeper and threw a silver ingot to her. "I heard that you have a Miss Chanchian here." The brothel keeper quickly put the ingot into her sleeve. Her expression was awkward. "I'm here to look for Chanchian. Coincidentally, she's not feeling well today. She hasn't received any customers for the whole day. How about we change someone else? How about letting Yin Yin serve you?" Shui Rui took out another ingot. He waved it in front of her. The brothel keeper's expression immediately changed. "Oh, look at my memory. Chanchian wasn't feeling well yesterday, but she's fine today. Please come upstairs. This servant will call her out to meet the customers." The 2 of them followed her upstairs. The stairs were narrow and could only accommodate 1 person. Yushu walked at the back. When the brothel keeper wasn't paying attention, she pinched his waist. Shui Rui was in pain. He turned around and looked at her. Yushu glared at him. "What Chanchian and Yin Yin? Where the hell is this place?" Shui Rui's eyes were innocent. He paused for a moment and leaned over to her ear. He whispered, "You'll know when you see her." Yushu let him go. They followed the brothel keeper to a room at the top of the 2nd floor. The brothel keeper knocked on the door and said, "Chanchian, there's a guest here. Hurry up and get dressed." After a while, a sweet voice came from inside. "Mom, wait for me to put on my clothes." A layer of goosebumps appeared on Yushu's body when she heard the voice, and she waited patiently outside the door. During this period of time, she stole a few glances at Shui Rue, and she noticed that his chin was tightly clenched, so she knew that he wasn't completely looking forward to their next meeting. She could completely understand that this time was different from the last time. When they met Yunhua at the return residence, Shui Rue didn't know that Yunhua was his father at all. This time, however, it was a real meeting between father and son. No matter who it was, if they had never seen their biological father since they were young, they would definitely feel at a loss when they suddenly had to meet their biological father after 20 years. Not long after, footsteps could be heard from the other side of the door. It sounded like someone was dragging their shoes to open the door. Creak. The door opened a gap, but the person inside did not come out. Instead, he dragged his feet and went inside again. The brothel keeper smiled at them apologetically and pushed the door open. "Sir, please go in. Qian is waiting." As she spoke, she pulled Yushu. "Little brother, follow me downstairs to listen to some music. Don't stay here and hinder your young master." It turned out that the brothel keeper treated Yushu as a servant. Before her face darkened, Shui Rue separated the brothel keeper and sent her away with a few words. He then pulled Yushu into the room and closed the door from the inside. Yushu stepped on his foot indignantly and took the lead to walk in. When she raised her head, she was stunned. The room was not big. There were 2 partitions inside and outside. A layer of gauze hung on the wall, and 2 screens blocked the door. There was a low couch on the opposite side of the room, and it was covered with a rose-red mattress. A person was sitting cross-legged on the mattress. He was wearing a red coat and a fluffy shawl. His hair was tied up, with red hairpins and jade rings. His face was pretty, but he had a pair of slanted eyes. No matter how she looked at him, he looked familiar. You aren't you that who?" The person rolled his eyes and flung the shawl off his shoulders. "Zhao Xiaozhu. I'm Zhao Xiaozhu. What kind of memory do you have?" Yushu suddenly understood. Wasn't this brothel girl called Qian the boy they met in Xian? "So you're a girl." "Ba. Zhao Xiaozhu grumbled unhappily. "Who's a girl? I'm a man. I guarantee you're the real deal." Yushu clicked her tongue in wonder. She stared at him and said, "Really? I can't tell at all." Zhao Xiaozhu glared at her. "Same here. I couldn't tell you were a girl the first time I saw you." The 2 of them started bickering the moment they met. Shui stood at the side. He was much more at ease than when he entered the room. He looked around, and his gaze finally fell on a door in the inner room. As if in response to his gaze, the door was gently pulled open from the inside. The bead curtain was moved, and a black marten coat came into view. First was a pair of brand new boots, then a pearl belt, and finally a pair of amorous peach blossom eyes. His whole person walked out of the darkness. There was suddenly no sound in the room. Yushu's words were stuck in her throat. She looked at the man who suddenly appeared. Her mind was a little slow. Yinhua was dressed much more neatly than the last time they met. His hair was no longer disheveled, and he was no longer dressed in linen clothes and cloth shoes. He looked very spirited. If it were not for the white hair at his temples that revealed his age, he would have mesmerized many young girls. Yushu guessed that he probably changed his clothes to give a good impression to Shui Rue. She turned to look at Shui Rue and then compared him to Yinhua. She had to admit that although the father and son did not look alike if they stood together, based on their temperament alone, no one would deny that they were father and son. "You're here." Yinhua nodded gently at Shui Rue. There was an indescribable heat in his eyes. Yushu blinked and suddenly reacted. She looked at him in surprise. You can speak?" Although Yinhua's voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears, and one could not even hear what he said if they did not pay attention, he did make a sound. He was not a mute like she previously thought. Shui Rue frowned. Yinhua stared at him intently. Zhao Xiaozhu was afraid that they would misunderstand, so he quickly explained on Yinhua's behalf. Foster father's throat is indeed burned. It's not that he can't speak, it's that he can't speak. I haven't heard him speak for many years. Who knew that he would ignore all of you the moment he saw you? As he spoke, he turned around to support Yinhua. He wanted to help him sit down and rebuked him in a low voice, don't make a sound. You'll cough up blood again later. I'll go and prepare a pen and paper. Yinhua gently pushed Zhao Xiaozhu's arm away. He shook his head and refused to support. He took a step forward and stood in front of Shui Rui. He met Shui Rui's deep gaze and smiled. He said slowly and stubbornly, "Shi Ning, this is the name your mother gave you. She hoped that you would live up to your name and live a peaceful life." Chapter 753. Yin Mufeng's original name was Lu Yin. He was from Yang. He and his first wife, Han Ling, were childhood friends. Han Ling's father was a scholar. He failed many times, so he opened a private school to teach and educate people. Because Han Ling's mother died early, he raised his daughter alone. When Han Ling was 5 years old, the neighbors moved and a pair of master and disciple moved in. They called themselves the Jianghu. The little disciple was Lu Yin. He was only 3 years older than Han Ling. The master and disciple made a living by selling fortunes on Wanxiang Street. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years passed. Lu Yin and Han Ling grew up together. Gradually, they developed an extraordinary friendship. However, Lu Yin's master's whereabouts were uncertain. He often traveled outside for a year and a half. Han Ling's father originally looked down on Lu Yin, who had no parents. However, because he was ill in his later years, he was afraid that one day he would pass away and no one would take care of his beloved daughter. Seeing that Lu Yin sincerely wanted to marry him, he entrusted Han Ling to him and arranged the marriage for the two. In the 11th year of Bao Tai, in the 7th month, Lu Yin and Han Ling got married. In the autumn of the same year, Lu Yin went to the capital to attend the Dian examination. He changed his name to Changzhou's Yin Mufeng. After he left, Han Ling found out that she was pregnant. She happily asked someone to send a letter to the capital to share this good news with her husband. However, she didn't know that there was no Lu Yin in Anling City. There was only Yunhua, who was appointed as the princess's husband by the emperor. You must have heard what happened next. After they met, Yunhua insisted on using his hoarse and deep voice to personally narrate to Shui Rui the story of how he and Madame Han got to know each other 20 years ago. He didn't describe the deep relationship he had with Madame Han in detail, nor did he repent of his mistakes in front of Shui Rui. But from the perspective of a bystander, Yushu was able to sense his reminiscence and guilt towards Madame Han. It wasn't only because he'd let her down, but most importantly, it was because he truly and deeply loved this wife of his who'd been close friends with him since they were young. So he revealed his true feelings. Yushu looked at Shui Rui. Shui Rui was listening to Yunhua attentively from the beginning to the end. He paid attention to every single word that Shui Rui said, and he did not pretend to be indifferent because of his prejudice against Yunhua. After a short moment of being absent-minded, Shui Rui recovered his initial calm, and he stared fixedly at Yunhua as he said, "After returning to the capital from Xian, Shu told me about the agreement between you and her. At that time, I guessed my identity. Later, I sent people to Yang County to investigate and finally confirmed that I was the person you wanted her to find. Now that she brought me to you, shouldn't you fulfill the agreement and take out the Book of Mystic Fairies' 6 Wrens?" There was a hint of sadness in Yunhua's eyes. When he heard this, his expression did not change. Instead, he turned to look at Yushu and said slowly, "I should thank you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to see me." It was obviously words of gratitude, but Yushu felt a little awkward when she heard it. She always felt that Yunhua was a little pitiful. She tried to speak for a long time, but she still could not divert Shui Rui's attention. What followed was not a plot of a father and son reuniting and crying, but a transaction with a clear price tag. Objectively speaking, Yinhua was indeed a bastard who abandoned his wife and son, but no one knew better than Yushu that his original intention was to complete his master's order, but because of it, he lost the second half of his life. He caused the death of 2 women who loved him deeply. He was more distressed than anyone else when he lost his own flesh and blood. Zhao Xiaozhu could not help but interrupt. "Second brother, don't blame foster father for not looking for you all these years. He knew that you'd become the young master of the Prime Minister's residence, so he did not dare to meet you." The imperial court has been sending people to hunt him down. We can't stay anywhere for long. If it weren't for eldest brother coming out of isolated cultivation last year and achieving great mastery in martial arts, we would still be in hiding." Shui Rue was unmoved. He said, "Let's talk about these things later. What we need now is the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens." Yushu knew that she could not betray her teammate at this critical juncture. No matter how much she sympathized with Yunhua, she could not forget the important matter at hand. So, she quickly echoed, "Yes, we need to take a look at the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens first." Zhao Xiaozhu's expression became anxious. He wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Yunhua. Yunhua extended his hand and handed it to him. Zhao Xiaozhu gloomily helped him sit down on the low couch. Then, he turned around and went into the house. Yushu originally thought that he had gone to get the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens, but she did not expect him to slam the door from the inside and not come out again. She looked strangely at the tightly shut door and turned around to ask Yunhua, "What was he doing inside?" Without waiting for Yunhua to answer, Zhao Xiaozhu's voice came from the house. "Didn't you guys want to see that annoying heavenly book? My eldest brother and I have sworn that we will never take a look at that damn thing in our lifetime. If you guys want to see it, go ahead and see it yourselves." Humph. When Yushu heard him shouting, she was surprised at first. Then, she was afraid that his voice was too loud and would attract people over. She quickly moved closer to the door and said, Don't shout. What if someone hears you?" "Hear what?" "My eldest brother is squatting on the roof. Whoever dares to eavesdrop on us will be courting death." Only then did Yushu feel relieved. She walked back to Shui Rue's side and said to Yunhua, "So, the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens is with you?" Yunhua nodded and gestured for Shui Rue to come forward. He then said to Yushu, "Little girl, turn around first. Wait for me to call you before you turn around." This time, Yushu was clever. She immediately guessed that Yunhua kept the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens close to his body. It was inevitable that he would have to undress to retrieve it. So, she obediently turned around and did not look at it. Just after she turned around, Yunhua took off his warm fur coat and untied his belt. After the layers of his clothes were unbuttoned, a circle of bright red bamboo slips could be seen wrapped around his waist. The color was as if it was dyed with blood, and it made people's hearts palpitate. However, what shocked Shui even more were the scars on Yunhua's body that looked like alopecia areata. The ugly brownish-red scars occupied his entire chest. How'd you do this?" Yunhua turned around and asked Shui Rue to untie the nylon rope that bound the bamboo slips from his back. He said casually, "In order to steal it, I set a fire in the Celestial Commissioner's office. When I escaped, I protected it on my chest." When Shui Rue's hand touched the circle of bamboo slips, he was surprised to find that it was not made of bamboo, but of hard iron bars. It was conceivable that Yunhua had hidden it on his chest, but he was severely burned by it. Once again, he felt shocked, and his fingers trembled slightly. When he was in the Supreme Court, he had seen a lot of torture. He knew that the punishment of being burned could make a person feel worse than death. Even a 7-foot-tall man with bronze muscles and bones of iron would kneel and beg. In order to obtain the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens, Yunhua could even endure the pain of being burned. How precious was this legendary head of the 6 artifacts that founded the nation? Shui Rue silently helped him take down the heavy iron book. He held it and stood to the side. He watched Yunhua slowly put on his clothes. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a circle of cotton cloth wrapped around Yunhua's waist. Yunhua's pale skin was exposed at the corner. He could not help but ask, "Have you always been carrying it on you?" Yunhua lowered his head and fastened his belt. When he heard this, he said, "I take it off when I take a bath." He paused and suddenly realized something. He raised his head and happened to see Shui Rue's worried gaze. He instantly smiled and said to him, Chapter 754. Yushu turned around and listened to the conversation between the father and son. She didn't know what Shui Rue had seen and what the Book of Mystery Maiden looked like. She was extremely curious in her heart, and there were a few times when she couldn't help but want to turn around, yet she was afraid that she would see something she shouldn't see. Right when she was about to make a move, she heard Shui Rue calling her. "Shu, come here." Yushu felt as if she had been pardoned. She turned her head and saw Shui Rue holding a dazzling red light in his hand. Yinhua had put on his clothes and was sitting behind him. He was pouring tea and drinking water. Is this the Book of Mystery Women? Her eyes stared straight ahead. She quickly stepped forward and held up a corner of the red light in Shui Rue's hand. She was suddenly shocked. It was so heavy. Yinhua explained unhurriedly. This thing is neither iron nor copper. It is a rare crystal stone. It cannot be melted by fire or melted by water. It is as hard as a rock. I flipped through ancient books and did not find anything similar, so I took the liberty of naming it Mysterious Crystal Stone. The Book of Mystery Women is made up of 81 mysterious crystals. Each mysterious crystal stone is about 5 inches and 7 centimeters long and 2 and 8 centimeters wide. 36 words are engraved on the front. The whole book has a total of 2,916 words. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Yushu had already moved closer to take a look. She saw a few blurry pictures engraved on one side of the crystal book, and the other side was engraved with densely packed small words. She read 2 lines and felt that her eyes were filled with books from heaven. She could not understand what was written on it at all. This is seal script. When Shui Rue saw the look of utter despair on her face, he recalled that she was illiterate. He suddenly smiled. I told you to practice your calligraphy more often, but you didn't listen. You can't even recognize the seal script. As he spoke, he gently took the crystal book and placed it on the long table in front of Yinhua. He unfolded the book and looked at the text first. Yushu leaned over, craned her neck, and asked, "What is written on it?" In her eyes, the seal script of the Pre-Qin dynasty was no different from scribbling. There was not even a punctuation mark. It would be strange if she could understand it. Shui Rue furrowed his eyebrows and shook his head hesitantly. The words written here are not organized. They are messy and disorderly. I can't understand them either. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yunhua together with Yushu and waited for his answer. Of course you won't understand it if you look at it like this. This is not an article to begin with. Yinhua reached out and pinched a corner of the crystal book. She flipped it over and pushed it in front of Shui Rue and Yushu. She pointed at the picture engraved on the back and explained to them. I just said that there are nearly 3,000 seal writing engraved on the front, and there are 2 diagrams on the back. One is called The Essentials of Governing a State, and it is an instruction left to the descendants of the royal family of a dynasty by our ancestors. The other is called The Divine Lesson of the Tai Gu, and it is a peerless technique for interpreting the seal writing from the heavenly book of seal writing. It is taught and mastered by the celestial commissioner of each generation. Regardless of natural or man-made disasters, or past and future events, they were all taught by this technique. How do you know where the so-called 300 years of peace and prosperity of Da and dynasty came from? It came from the book of mystic fairy in front of you. Yushu and Shui Rue looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. Yunhua said so much in one breath, and his voice became hoarse. Even those who heard him could not bear it. When Shui Rue saw that the teacup in front of him was empty, he quickly raised the pot and refilled it for him. He stopped him from continuing. You rest for a while. I will look at it first. If there is anything I don't understand, I will ask you. Yinhua nodded and kept his mouth shut. He turned around and quietly looked at Shui Rue's eyes, recalling his wife. Yushu took the initiative to move a chair for Shui Rue and a candlestick over. She let him sit down and read it carefully. She sat next to him, but she could not understand seal writing, so she could only study other things. The entire book was formed by stringing slender crystals together. The thin crystal pieces were not transparent at all. The 2 diagrams on the reverse side of the book seemed to be carved after the crystal book was strung together. Every stroke was connected very naturally. Yinhua said that the glazed crystal was very hard. So, The person who could carve and draw on it either had a divine weapon or was an expert with extremely profound inner energy. Looking at the diagrams again, the first part was mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars. The second part was a human body. The depiction was very detailed from head to toe. Every bone was clearly distinguishable, and different parts were marked one by one. The most eye-catching thing was that at the bottom of this human body, 4 words were carved neatly. They were faintly emitting a bloody light. If one stared at them for a long time, one would feel uncomfortable. It was rare that Yushu could recognize 3 of these 4 words. They were heaven, fate, and bone. She could not help but point at the 4 words and ask Shui Rue, "What is written here? What is heaven's fate and bone?" Shui Rue had already finished reading the essentials of governing a state, but he still could not calm down the stormy waves in his heart. When he heard her question, his gaze fell and stopped at her finger. His throat shrank, and he said hoarsely, "Heaven's fate Tai Gu. Heaven's fate Tai Gu." Yushu's eyes brightened. She was excited to see it. She said, "Then this will be the divine lesson of Tai Gu." There was no teacher in the world who could not be tempted in the face of a unique skill, and she was no exception. This heaven's fate Tai Gu was probably like the Yao coin used in the art of hexagram diagrams and the tortoise plate used in divination. They were all tools for divination. She turned her head to seek confirmation from Shui Rue, but she saw that his eyes were full of haze. She was stunned for a moment and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Yunhua's voice suddenly interrupted. "Don't you want to know the real way to break fate?" Shui Rue's figure stiffened. Yunhua glanced at Shui Rue and sighed in his heart. Yet he didn't hesitate in the slightest to tell Yushu. If the person who found the fate breaker is a man, then according to logic he should be killed. Because fate breakers are born together, and killing one will reveal another. Only by killing a man can one find a woman. And the reason why the Great Calamity wants to find the Fate Breaker is because only the Great Calamity and the Fate Breaker can give birth to the Heaven's Fate Tai Gu. Yushu slowly widened her eyes. Her head was buzzing, and Yunhua's last sentence echoed in her mind. In other words, the real purpose of the Great Enlightenment Point for me to marry Jingchun and have children is to obtain the Heaven's Fate Tai Gu. She felt a sour feeling in her stomach, and she had the urge to go crazy. The truth was more dangerous than she had imagined. Emperor Zhao Qing and the Great Enlightenment Point actually had the idea to turn her own flesh and blood into a tool for divination. Don't be afraid. Shui Rue did not care that Yunhua was in front of him. He held her cold hands tightly and silently conveyed his determination to advance and retreat together with her. Yushu's eyes were red, and she said in a trembling voice, "They can forget about it." Women were born with maternal instincts. Even if the Fate Breaker needed her to be crushed into ashes, it was not as hateful as laying a hand on her future child. Even if she had to die, she would not let them succeed. She was entrusted by Taoist Qing Zheng to come to the capital city to find the Book of Mystery Fairies' 6 Rens and destroy it. It was only at this moment that she had a strong desire from the bottom of her heart to destroy it. Yushu raised her head and said to Yunhua with a sullen face, "Without the Heaven's Fate Tai Gu, the Book of Mystery Fairies' 6 Rens is almost useless. Why do you have to hide from place to place with it? Why don't you give it to me and let me find a way to destroy it?" Yunhua shook her head. She was not convinced by her words. "Who said that it is useless? As long as it is with me, Zhu Muzhao and that incapable emperor will not be able to rest in peace. They can't get the Book of Mystery Fairies' 6 Rens. Even if they have the Heaven's Fate Tai Gu, what can they do?" Yushu pointed out the doubtful point in an unusually calm manner. "There are only 3,000 seal characters and 2 pictures on it. You only need to copy it. What is the use of it?" Yunhua shook his head again. "If you want to use the divine lesson of the Tai Gu for divination, you must use the seal characters on the crystal. It is useless to copy it. If you don't believe me, you can ask your big brother and let him see what is written on it." He pointed at a line of words on the picture. Shui Rue lowered his head and looked at it. His expression changed a few times. He helplessly told Yu Shu. He did not lie to you. The divine lesson of the Tai Gu is very powerful. With the Heaven's Fate Tai Gu, you can only use the seal characters on the crystal to pry into the secrets of heaven. Yushu's expression was unsightly as she struggled free of Shui Rui's palm and pressed down on the heavenly book on the table. And then she stared straight at Yun Hua as she said overbearingly, "Why aren't you willing to destroy it? Could it be that you want to seize the heavens will grand bone after obtaining the sixth rune book of the goddess of mystery? You told me privately before you returned to the residence that you came to the capital city under the orders of your master. Didn't your master ask you to destroy the book of mystery fairy immediately after you found it?" Yun Hua's pupils contracted. Suddenly, his expression changed and became fierce. "What did you say?" He was very sure that during the private conversation he had with her when he returned to the residence, he did not mention anything about destroying the book to her from the beginning to the end. He had also never revealed a single word to anyone else. Yushu did not back down. She stared at him and repeated word by word. "I said, didn't your master ask you to destroy it?" Yun Hua looked at her in bewilderment. "Who exactly are you?" Yushu held her breath. She had to let it out. She forcefully pulled out the ring on her index finger and raised it in front of Yun Hua's eyes. "You don't recognize me, but you should recognize this token. This was personally given to me by my master. To tell you the truth, I am the same as you. I follow my master's orders to come to the capital city to destroy the book of Mystery Fairy." Yun Hua stood up abruptly and snatched the ring from her hand. After carefully examining it, he said in disbelief, This is the seven-star child. The black ring that Taoist Qing Zheng gave to Yushu before they parted was the same as Yun Hua's Zhuge Eye. It was made from the stars of the seven-star ruler, one of the 6 founding tools. Yushu had used this to determine Yun Hua's origin. Yun Hua quickly removed the sachet from his waist and fumbled for a jade pendant. He forcefully knocked it on the table and crushed it. He picked up one of the round balls and compared it to Yushu's black ring. His eyes gradually became moist, and his hands trembled slightly. "It's the seven-star child. It's my master. It's my master." Yushu did not expect him to be so excited. Her anger disappeared, and she looked at Shui Rui helplessly. She regretted provoking him so much. Shui Rui shook his head at her and signaled her to wait. He had already heard Yushu confess her purpose of coming to the capital city. He also knew that she and Yun Hua were from the same master. Because of this, he could rest assured and boldly bring Yushu to see Yun Hua. Speaking of which, it was a little ridiculous. He had always been on guard against Yun Hua. Compared to his biological father, who had suddenly appeared after 20 years, he would naturally stand on Yushu's side. He would worry about her worries and worry about her. Yun Hua experienced a momentary loss of composure. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. He handed the ring and the small black ball to Yushu and said bitterly, "I see. No wonder I couldn't predict your future. I just thought that you broke your destiny. The destiny of a person is unpredictable, but I didn't expect you to have this thing on you." Yushu did not know what to say. The way Yun Hua looked at her at this moment was much gentler. His attitude was not much different from his attitude towards Shui Rui. She could not release the anger that she had just accumulated, so she suppressed it. At the same time, she discovered a strange thing. "Why do you have a Zhuge Eye on you?" That was not right. She could clearly predict Yun Hua's life and death. She voiced her doubt and heard Yun Hua say, "I have 2 7 stars, and one is divided into 2. I don't always wear the one on my hand. Sometimes I give it to Ajin and Xiao Zhu to protect themselves. So, it is not surprising that you can predict my future." Yushu suddenly understood. How is master? Yun Hua could not help but ask Taoist Qing Zheng. Well, he is in good health. He can still eat, drink, and sleep at his age. Yushu felt that she should explain more clearly about her apprenticeship, so she told him the whole story. "I became a disciple of my master in the spring and summer of last year. He didn't tell me his real name and called himself Taoist Qing Zheng. He didn't tell me where the mountain gate was. I didn't have a good aptitude. Fortunately, I was enlightened by my master and learned the art of 6 lines and the 8 spells of life and death. After only 100 days, my master entrusted me with an important task. He said that he swore that he would never step into Enling City again and ordered me to go to the capital. Shui Rui sat quietly at the side and did not interrupt. Yushu had her own ideas. He only needed to wait and see. Yinhua listened and nodded repeatedly. The art of 6 lines and 8 gates of life and death are both master skills. It seems that you're undoubtedly my junior sister. Yushu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that he would have doubts, and it would be difficult to speak. Now, she did not have to be overcautious and say whatever she wanted to say. Master once mentioned in front of me that I have a senior brother. He is talented and extremely smart, and he is very filial. Mr. Yinhua, I dare to call you senior brother. May I ask why you disobeyed Master's order? You obviously found the Book of Fantasy Fairy, but you are not willing to destroy it. Yinhua's face was full of helplessness. It's not that I don't want to destroy it, but I can't. Yushu frowned. Why? I just said that the glazed crystal is as hard as a rock. It cannot be melted by fire or melted by water. I am not exaggerating. I have tried my best, but I could not destroy it at all. I could only hide it from the imperial court. If you don't believe me, you can test on the spot. This reason sounded simple, but it made people feel helpless. Yushu suddenly understood Yunhua's difficulties. Such a treasure that could not be destroyed and could not be used could only be carefully kept close to his body. Was it not a source of trouble that could not be gotten rid of? I have misunderstood you. She was a little ashamed. Before this, she had been criticizing Yunhua and suspected that he had sinister intentions. However, Shui Rui looked thoughtfully at the picture on the back of the glazed crystal. He read it line by line. Chapter 755. Then how did Taoist Qingzheng learn about the Book of Fantasy Maiden's 6 Rens, and why did he want to destroy it? There were too many suspicious points about Taoist Qingzheng, but what people cared about the most was his identity. Why did he have such a strong obsession with the Book of Fairy Woman's 6 Rens? In order to destroy it, he didn't hesitate to put his 2 disciples in danger. They were both disciples, but Yushu knew almost nothing about Taoist Qingzheng. They had been together for less than 3 months, but Yunhua was different. He and Qingzheng had been together day and night, and they were like father and son. He must know more than she did. Didn't Master tell you about his origin? Yinhua did not answer Shui Rui's question directly, but asked Yushu. No. Yushu keenly heard some clues from Yunhua's tone, so she tentatively said, I think he must have an extraordinary origin. Senior brother, can you tell me about it? Yunhua shook his head and said, If you have the chance to meet Master again, you can ask him in person. This was a disguised rejection. Yushu was unwilling, but she also knew that she could not pry anything out of Yunhua's mouth, so she secretly kicked Shui Rui with the tip of her foot. When it came to a battle of intelligence, the main force should be on the field. Shui Rui understood and immediately said, You are not willing to say, but we can guess. To be able to get access to the secrets of the Book of Fantasy Women. If he was not a high official in the Celestial Commissioner, he must be a member of the royal family. Taoist Qingzheng can teach such an outstanding disciple like you, so he must be the former. I heard Shu describe that Taoist Qingzheng is at least 80 years old, but he has sharp ears and eyes, and he is still strong in old age. It is impossible for such an immortal-like person to be unknown in the past. According to his age, it reminds me of a person. Yushu listened attentively and almost blurted out, Who is it? Fortunately, she shut her mouth in time and did not drag Shui Rui down. Who? Yinhua was quite cooperative. 60 years ago, the famous Qingyang Yitzi. Yunhua's eyes flickered, but the slight strangeness was caught by Yushu. She was happy and continued, Yes, Master claimed to be Taoist Qingzheng, which is only one word different from Qingyang Yitzi. If it is not a coincidence, then he is Qingyang Yitzi. The title of Ez was bestowed by the emperor of the dynasty. It usually had 2 characters. The first character was the surname, and the second character was a good metaphor. For example, 100 years ago, the Xiajiang aristocratic family in the south had the surname Xia, and the Wunchen aristocratic family in the north had the surname Wen. Qingyang Yizi himself had the surname Qing, which was a rare surname. It was entirely possible that Taoist Qing Zheng and Qingyang Yizi were the same person. Ha! Yinhua suddenly laughed. It sounded like a cough that was squeezed out of his throat. If it were not for the smile on his face, Yushu would not have been able to tell that it was a laugh. "That's what you say," he said, refusing to admit it. Yushu didn't want this kind of ambiguous answer. She got angry and stretched her neck forward. She put her hands on the table and put them in front of his face. She said straightforwardly, "Senior brother, don't beat around the bush with me. We are now grasshoppers tied on a rope. If something happens, no one can escape. Is it interesting to hide it from us?" There was a smile in Yunhua's eyes. She did not move at all. "No matter who my master is, I admit that you are my junior sister. Our goal is to destroy the book, and that is enough. I told you last time that it's not a good thing for young people to be too curious." Yushu retreated angrily. She snorted in her heart. "Even if you don't admit it, I know that the old Taoist Qing Zheng is Qingyang Yizi." Shui Rui refilled Yinhua's cup of tea. He no longer cared about the identity of the Taoist Qing Zheng. He changed the topic. "There is something I don't understand. Taoist Qing Zheng asked you to destroy the Book of Fantasy Goddesses, but didn't he teach you how to destroy it? Or did he not know that the glazed crystal is an indestructible item, so he didn't tell you? He didn't believe that there was really something indestructible in this world. Everything had its weakness. There must be a specific way to destroy it." Yinhua stopped smiling and looked deeply at Shui Rui. He felt a little proud, but also a little sad. This was his and Han Ling's child, his flesh and blood that he had been looking forward to for 20 years. In a place that he couldn't see, he had already grown into an outstanding young man. He was smart, bold, and careful. He had inherited all the advantages of the couple. "Yes, my master did tell me the way to destroy it." "What?" Yushu raised her voice. She was confused by their words. Just now, Yinhua said that he tried to destroy the glazed crystal with fire and knives, but he could not destroy it. Why did he say that he had a way now? Receiving her questioning gaze, Yinhua sighed. "It's not as simple as you think. To tell you the truth, to destroy the Book of Fantasy Goddesses, you must use another of the 6 founding devices." Yushu's thoughts changed rapidly. She went through the 6 devices in her mind. Shui Rui lowered his head and quickly searched for the few lines of words on the essentials of governing a state. The two of them shouted in unison, "Chunjun sword? Chunjun sword?" Yinhua nodded. "That's right. It's the Chunjun sword." Yushu looked at Shui Rui. She saw him moving his fingers on the glazed crystal and muttering, "The finger and palm of the world is the Book of Fantasy Goddesses. The Big Dipper is the 7-star ruler. The perfect wisdom is the Tai Ching cauldron. The stone Rui scepter is the stone Rui scepter. The Fushi plate that can suppress mountains and rivers is the Chunjun sword that can destroy everything." So that's how it is. This is the power of the 6 founding devices. It's really shocking. Yushu listened attentively, thinking that the 6 founding tools mentioned in the essentials of governing a country had been matched by him one by one. This was also the first time she had heard the names of the 6 founding tools. She felt her blood rushing to her head, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. Yunhua saw that the two of them had lost their composure, but he was not surprised. It was his first time seeing the records on it, and the impact he received was not any weaker than theirs. Thinking back to the time when Emperor Anwu was the proud son of heaven of his generation, he led an army of millions, and he had the 6 founding devices in his hands. How monstrous was his momentum! The origins of the 6 founding devices are extraordinary, and they cannot be easily determined. Rumor has it that the Chunjun sword was buried in the Imperial Mausoleum, along with Empress Ningxin. Back then, I tried my best, but I still could not sneak into the Imperial Mausoleum. Later, I stole the Book of Mystic Fairy and escaped from the capital. I tried many ways, but I could not destroy it. Only then did I confirm that the Chunjun sword was the only one that could be used. However, the Imperial Mausoleum is full of traps. Even though Ah Jin's martial arts were excellent, he was trapped in the bewitching array once and almost lost his life. Yushu thought to herself, Oh my, you're already very awesome to be able to steal one of the 6 founding devices, but you are still thinking of another one. So, we have to get the Chunjun sword no matter what. Shui Rui muttered to himself. The Imperial Mausoleum of Dongshan is indeed heavily guarded. There are thousands of Imperial guards guarding the perimeter alone, and they rotate day and night. There are traps everywhere in the mausoleum. If we want to sneak in and escape unscathed, we can only do so if we have the ability to fly. However, there are many people and things to do on the sacred ancestor sacrificial day every year, so we can give it a try. Yinhua nodded and said, I think so too. Previously, Jin sneaked into the Imperial Mausoleum during the Divine Ancestor Sacrifice Day, but unfortunately, he did not find anything. Shui Rui frowned. There is still half a year before the next ancestral worship. I am afraid that the Emperor is seriously ill and cannot wait to die for Jingchun. Hearing the other son's name, Yunhua's expression changed, and he said hesitantly, I predict that the world will be in chaos, and the Lone Star evil spirit will rise in the north. I expect that Prince of Dongjing has his own army and will rebel in the future. In order to stabilize the country, he must borrow the Book of Mystic Fairy. Zhu Muzhao is a person who will do anything to achieve his goal. Even if he cannot catch me, he will still take the Tai Bone of Destiny first. When the father and son reached the same point, their expressions became serious. At this moment, Yushu weakly interrupted, Well, I know where the Chun Jun sword is. 2 pairs of eyes swept over her, and Yushu hurriedly confessed, Jing Chun told me that the Chun Jun sword is no longer in the Imperial Mausoleum. It is said that many years ago, a rebellious prince appeared in the Dun royal family. He broke into the forbidden area of the Imperial Mausoleum on the day of ancestral worship and stole the Chun Jun sword. Then, the prince ran to the mountain to become a Taoist priest. Before he died, he offered the Chun Jun sword to his sect. Oh, it is Jing Chen's sect. Not long ago, Jing Chen's junior sister from the same sect brought the Chun Jun sword to Titian. It seems that the current emperor promised the leader of the Jingyi sect some conditions before they were willing to return the sword to its original owner. So, the Chun Jun sword should be in the hands of the Titian now. She glanced at Shui Rui and added, It's something that happened before you disappeared. I didn't have time to tell you about it before you disappeared. After that, you returned to the capital, and I forgot about this matter at the back of my mind. In fact, when Jing Chun told her about this matter, she did not take it to heart. Now that she thought about it, she only hated herself for not having foresight. If she had known that the Chun Jun sword was so useful, she would have snatched it from Shui Yun's hands. Yinhua could not help but smile bitterly. This is the will of the heavens. I got the Book of Fantasy Fairy, but the Chun Jun sword is in the hands of Zhu Muzhao. Yushu had heard him call the Titian by his name more than once. It was not difficult to guess that there must have been a grudge between them in the past. The image of the Titian in her mind changed again and again. When she first met him, she was shocked by him. Now, she did not have the slightest good impression of him. Shui Rui thought about it and said to himself, Taking the Chun Jun sword from Titian is much easier than taking risks in the Imperial Mausoleum. Yushu said with a bitter face, It's not easy. Who knows where Titian hid the sword? What if he secretly sent the sword back to the Imperial Mausoleum? Shui Rui's eyes glowed, and he said with certainty, He won't. Why not? Because he wants to use the Chun Jun sword to lure me to show up. It was Yunhua who answered her. The father and son obviously had a tacit understanding. She did not want to admit that her brain was not enough, so she did not continue to ask why. She held her chin and thought for a moment. Her eyes lit up, and she said hurriedly, He knew that you weren't dead, so he definitely wouldn't allow them to use Jing Chen's child as a tool. He's your biological grandson, and only by destroying the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Rens would he be able to end all of this. That's why he deliberately revealed to Jing Chun that the Chun Jun sword was in his hands. It was all for your ears. Chapter 756. There was silence in the room. Yinhua and Shui Rui were deep in thought, while Yushu was sorting out her messy thoughts. She had seen the Book of Mystic Fairies' 6 Rens, as she wished. Not only did she know the truth behind the destruction of fate, but she also received Yin Hua's acknowledgement. Both sides were united, and they had such a strong alliance. It should have been worth celebrating, but she could not relax at all. It seemed that as long as they destroyed the Book of Mystic Fairies' 6 Rens, everything would end, but it was easier said than done. First of all, it was an impossible task to seize the Chun Jun sword from the Great Tipping Point. Seize it by force? Every time the Tito Master went out, he would be surrounded by people. Groups of people would protect him so tightly that he would not be able to escape. Yushu had heard from Jing Shan that the Tito Master was protected in secret by the 4 great protectors, and all of their martial arts were not inferior to his. Yinhua only had Jing Ke. Even if Jing Chun joined them, it would be impossible for them to break through the encirclement at the foot of the capital and capture the Tito Master. Outwit, in terms of scheming and shrewdness, Yinhua could fight against the Great Tipping Point, but the Great Tipping Point controlled the entire Celestial Commissioner, and he had a great country behind him. Yinhua brought a few useless soldiers with him. What could he use to fight against the Great Tipping Point? The disparity in strength was too great. Once the two sides fought head-on, Yushu's side would only be killed in seconds. However, other than seizing the Chun Jun sword, they seemed to have no other way to go. The Emperor and the Great Tipping Point were determined to get the Destiny Tai Bone. Even Yunhua, who had the Book of Mystic Fairies' 6 Rens, was like a turtle in a jar in the eyes of the Great Tipping Point. He could not escape at all. What was worse was that the Great Tipping Point had already given an ultimatum to Yushu. The day after tomorrow, her marriage with Jing Chun will be put on the agenda. If Yushu had the idea of pretending to marry Jing Chun to buy time, after she met Yinhua and knew where the Destiny Tai Bone came from, she completely dispelled this absurd idea. She could not sit still and wait for death. Yushu's gaze fell on the Book of Fairy Woman's 6 Rens. The scarlet crystal shone faintly under the candlelight. The wisps of red light hovered in her mind and gradually formed an idea. Senior, you stole the Book of Mystic Fairy from the previous Great Tipping Point, right? Yushu suddenly said. Yinhua did not understand, but he still nodded and said, the former great advisor was Zhu Muzhao's father. As far as I know, he died not long after the current emperor succeeded the throne. In other words, the former tipping point, Tai Tipping Hua Zhu Tipping Point has. Yinhua was stunned. Yushu looked at his expression and felt anxious. She quickly said, what's wrong? Didn't the key techniques of governing a state that only the imperial astronomer and the emperor himself have the authority to read this heavenly book? When you stole it, the current emperor wasn't the emperor yet. Now, the great revelation isn't the great revelation. How could they have seen the book of Xian and Yu with their own eyes? Hearing this, Shui Rue revealed a strange expression. This is only natural. Yinhua thought about it and affirmed her statement. Yushu's eyes lit up again with a cunning look. Then I have an idea. After all, Yinhua did not spend much time with her, so he could not understand it for a while. However, when Shui Rue saw her expression, he guessed most of it correctly. He immediately said, are you trying to forge a copy of the Book of Fantasy Fairies' 6 Rens? That's right. Yushu touched the Xian crystal and told them her thoughts. The Emperor and the Grand Tiany's understanding of the Book of Xian and Yu is probably not as good as you, Senior Brother Yinhua. At most, the former Emperor and the former Grand Tiany have described it to them, but no matter how detailed it is not as good as seeing it with your own eyes. The only thing that can prove the authenticity of the Book of Xian and Yu is the Destiny Grand Bone. Am I right? Shui Rue nodded in agreement. Go on. Yinhua wanted to hear what she had in mind. To obtain the Destiny Grand Bone is not something that can be done overnight. Even if the Grand Tiandi has the Book of Xian and Yu now, it will be difficult for him to distinguish the authenticity in a short time. But if he has the Book of Xian and Yu, he will definitely not take the risk of leaving the Chun Jun sword in an unsafe place. If I were the Grand Tiandi, I would immediately send the Chun Jun sword back to the Imperial Mausoleum in the eastern suburbs and bury it in the forbidden area so that it will never see the light of day. Didn't he want to use the Chun Jun sword to lure you out? We will follow his wishes and give him a fake book of Xian and Yu. The next step will be easy. We only need to arrange for people to intercept the Chun Jun sword on the way to the Imperial Mausoleum. When Yu Shu said this, it was as if victory was in her hands. What do you think? Shuirui thought about it seriously and nodded slowly. I think it is feasible. If the Grand Tianyi wants to send people to send the Chun Jun sword back to the Imperial Mausoleum, they will not attract attention with great fanfare. They will not send many people. When the time comes, let Jin Ku and Gue Lu and Gue Qi go together and ambush them halfway. We will not be afraid that they will not be able to intercept them. It is feasible, but what are you going to use to forge the book of Xian and Yu? Yin Hua said with a serious expression. Zhu Muzhao is cautious and cunning. Ordinary tricks will not be able to fool him. Moreover, he has already suspected that you have a relationship with me. He will definitely be on guard against the 7-star suns that you have on you. He will not rely too much on the great insight technique. It will be really difficult for you to deceive him. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. She did not retreat, but instead, her fighting spirit was aroused. I dare not say anything else, but when it comes to deceiving people, no one is better than me. As long as you are willing to take the risk, I guarantee that he will be fooled. Shuirui shook his head and could not help but laugh. Other than her, he had never seen anyone who was so thick-skinned as to regard lying as a skill. Yinhua looked at Shuirui and smiled. You young people are not afraid. So what do I have to be afraid of? As long as I can get the Chun Jun sword and destroy the book of Xian and Yu, my wish will be fulfilled. I will have no regrets even if I die. Shuirui heard this and frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Well, let's plan it well now. Yu Shu rubbed her palms together. She could not wait to go all out. Although she had an idea, her thinking was not thorough enough. With Yin Hua and Shuirui to make up for her shortcomings, she was very confident that this plan would succeed. She would have the book of Xian and Yu and the Chun Jun sword at the same time. At that time, the Grand Tianyi would not be able to do anything to her. The three of them talked for the whole night. Before dawn, Shuirui left with Yu Shu. Before they left, Yu Shu asked Yinhua a question. If he did not break his destiny, what would happen to Jing Chen? Yinhua answered, Jing Chen is also my son. As his father, how can I harm him? The group of old Taoists from Dragon Tiger Mountain will not have to worry about their lives. The so-called destiny is just a shackle that they put on Jing Chen to restrain his behavior and morality. It is just convenient for them to manipulate him. Hearing such an answer, she could finally put down one of her worries. She would no longer feel guilty for not being able to help Jing Chen break his destiny. To be honest, even if Jing Chen could not break his destiny, and the group of old Taoists from Dragon Tiger Mountain died, Yu Shu would not sacrifice herself and let her child be skinned and torn apart. As for the rise and fall of the world, whether the Dan dynasty would be destroyed or not, it would depend on the destiny. If there was really no book of Xian and Yu and the destiny Taigu, the Dan dynasty would be destroyed. It could only be said that the destiny of this dynasty was exhausted. What did it have to do with her? This world wasn't her world after all. Yu Shu was sent back by Jin Ko before dawn. This night of rushing back and forth had tormented her. She fell asleep as soon as she touched the pillow. She had no energy to think about anything else. In the morning, Mbiki called outside. Yu Shu could not open her eyes. She simply wrapped the quilt around her head and slept until noon. When she woke up, she heard that Jing Chen was waiting for her in the front yard. He had been sitting there for 2 hours. Yu Shu did not stay in bed. She also had something to say to Jing Chen. After washing up, she went to the front yard. Jing Chen did not see her when he went to the Celestial Commissioner in the morning. He was worried that something had happened to her, so he came to find her. When he saw her, she did not look well. He only thought that she was worried about giving an answer tomorrow. The guilt in his heart was written all over his face. When Yu Shu saw his expression, she felt tired. She could finally be free today. Come with me. She took him to Yongcheng Garden. The two walked side by side on the long veranda. On both sides there were birds and flowers. The mottled shadows of the trees made people unconsciously relax. She told him as if she was chatting. I saw Yunhua. Jing Chun suddenly stopped. When? Why didn't I know? It was last night. He sent someone to visit my mansion at night and took me to see him. Yushu only picked the key points and said, he showed me the book of Xian Nyu. Now I know the real way to break the destiny. I did lie to you. It is not that everything will be fine if I get married and have children with you. Jing Chun did not have time to think about why it was such a coincidence. She met Yunhua on the same night that the book of Xian Nyu forced him to marry her. His attention was all on what she was going to say next. The book of Xian Nyu has two sides. The front side is engraved with the seal characters. The back side is engraved with two pictures. One is the essentials of governing a state, which is the instructions that Emperor Anwu and Empress Ningzhen left for future generations. The other is the divine lesson of Tai Gu, which is a unique skill. If you learn this skill, you can interpret the seal characters of the book of Xian Nyu and Empress Ningzhen. However, to use this skill, you must have the Tai Gu of destiny for divination. Yushu said coldly, the so-called method of breaking the destiny is to let the great calamity of Anwu and the woman of destiny give birth to a child together. They will skin the child and break the bones to make the Tai Gu of destiny. At first, Jing Chun could not believe it. Then he felt angry. On the one hand, he was deceived by the book of Xian. What was more difficult for him to accept was that the truth was so cruel. It's absurd to need such outrageous methods to ensure the prosperity of the country and the peace of the people. Jing Chun had always had a mild temper. It was rare for Yushu to see him so angry, but she had to make some things clear. This is how the 300 years of peace and prosperity of Anwu were maintained. Every time a new great calamity of Anwu was born, the old Tai Gu of destiny would lose its effect. The Celestial Commissioner grasped the book of Xian Nyu and assisted the Emperor to govern the world. If it were not for Yunhua stealing it 20 years ago, the book of Xian Nyu would have arranged for you to find the person who broke the destiny, kill the man, and marry the woman, and take the Tai Gu of destiny. They can forget about it. Jing Chun said coldly, if this is the way to break the destiny, then it is fine even if it is not broken. Yushu nodded. We all think so. That is why we want to destroy the book of Xian Nyu, no matter who is in charge of the world. Jing Chun, I will give you half a day to think about which side you want to stand on. Jing Chun turned to look at her. His eyes shone brightly like a treasured sword that was unsheathed. It was frightening. In an instant, Yushu seemed to see the awe-inspiring and righteous white-robed Taoist priest again, pure as ever. Chapter 757. This time, Jing Chun did not hesitate between the righteousness of his country and his personal gains and losses. Instead, he resolutely expressed his position. This was completely within Yushu's expectations. Selfishness was a type of human nature. In the past decade, Jing Chun had been taught by the Taoist priests on Longhu Mountain to be selfless. If he had not met Yushu, he would have sacrificed his life for others. Yushu was someone who was used to being the center of everything. She would never sacrifice herself for the greater good. Thus, when faced with the fate of the great and calamity and the person who destroyed his life, the two of them parted ways and almost became enemies. Yushu did not want to one day be enemies with Jing Chun. She knew that it was difficult to change a person's deep-rooted beliefs, so she had been subtly influencing Jing Chun since a long time ago. Rome was not built in a day. As early as when she had settled the past with him in the courtyard in the south of the city, a seed of doubt had been planted in his heart. He no longer trusted Emperor Zhaoqing, the Great Enlightenment, and even his sect. Later, as the lies were exposed and they dug out the truth again and again, Jing Chun was disappointed again and again. His Taoist heart kept on wavering until today, when it finally exploded. The origin of the great destiny bone was like the straw that broke the camel's back. How many people in this world could be so cruel as to hand over their own flesh and blood to be slaughtered by others? Furthermore, it was Jing Chun, a man with a righteous spirit that seeped into his bones. If he was really willing to destroy his humanity for the so-called righteousness of his country, then he would truly be cold-blooded and heartless. Yushu's expression involuntarily softened. She looked at him with relief and said, "Don't worry. I've confirmed it with your father. The old Taoist priests on Longhu Mountain are just bluffing you. Even if you don't destroy your life, they won't die from the Ketu star disaster. At most, the people close to you will be a bit unlucky. You will never be able to leave the longevity oration in this life." After Jing Chun returned to the capital, Emperor Zhaoqing sent someone to the eastern suburbs of the imperial mausoleum to bring back the longevity oration. This was the oration that Empress Ningxin had written on the day of Emperor Anwu's coronation on Mount Tai. It had been stored in the imperial mausoleum for 100 years. When it was unearthed, it would bring auspiciousness everywhere and was also a great treasure. Think about it carefully. There's clearly such a treasure that can suppress the Ketu star's evil aura on your body, but the Emperor has delayed taking it out. Instead, he had you endure more than a decade of loneliness on the mountain. Why? Isn't it to temper your temperament, so that you will listen to their arrangements? Once the lie was exposed, those minor details that he had not cared about in the past could also discover the truth. Jing Chun had suffered a lot because of the Ketu star. He had always been careful not to come into contact with others, lest he bring bad luck to others. However, those people were at ease manipulating his life and manipulating his fate. It was really hateful. Hearing this, Jing Chun was not too surprised. These days, he had seen through too many deceptions, and this was not one more. He would only be more determined to resist Emperor Zhaoqing and Titian. How can we destroy the book of Xian Nu Lu Run? Jing Chun asked. It is not in my father's hands. Is he not willing? It's not that simple. Yushu made a long story short. I don't know what material the book of Xian Nu is made of. It is invulnerable and does not fear water or fire. To completely destroy it, we can only use the Chun Jun sword, which is also one of the 6 founding weapons. Chun Jun sword? Jing Chun was surprised. But the Chun Jun sword is now in Titian's hands. Yushu nodded with an ugly expression. Yes, I didn't think that we need to use a sword to destroy the book. Why do you think Titian let you see Shui Yun return the Chun Jun sword? He wanted to use you to spread the news to Yun Hua and lure him to show up. Jing Chun was as smart as her. He understood after thinking for a while, and a little anger appeared between his eyebrows. Fortunately, Titian claimed that he wanted him to see the true face of the Jingyi sect. He did not expect that this was another deception in use. Yushu said seriously, to destroy the book of Xian Nu Lu Run is to go against the entire imperial court. But if we don't destroy it, there will be endless troubles in the future. So we have to seize the Chun Jun sword from Titian. With the book of Xian Nu Lu Run, we are not afraid of them, even if we fall out with them. As long as the book of Xian Nu Lu Run and the Chun Jun sword were in their hands, they would have the initiative. Seize the sword? Jing Chun frowned. It's easier said than done. It's not easy, but it's not impossible. We can do this. Yushu told Jing Chun the plan they discussed last night. Jing Chun had some doubts after listening. Isn't this too risky? Yushu said, if we don't take risks, how can we make the Titian believe us? Only when he believes that he has the real book of Xian Nu Lu Run will he send the Chun Jun sword back to the Imperial Mausoleum. Then we can take advantage of it. Jing Chun was not good at strategy. He couldn't think of a better way, so he was persuaded by her. When you see the Titian tomorrow, you must remember to cooperate with me. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Yushu repeatedly told him. After confirming that there was no mistake, she looked up at the sun and exhaled. It's getting late. You should go back now. I have to go out later. The most important thing now is to forge a fake book of Xian Nu Lu Ren. Yushu went out to the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce and found Pei Jing. Xiaoyu, you are such a busy person. Why do you have time to come to my place today? Pei Jing smiled when he saw her. Yushu was his fortune boy. Since he had the crystal business of Jubao House, he had gained a firm foothold in the Chamber of Commerce of Enling City and made a name for himself. In addition, he had Yushu as his niece. Ordinary officials and nobles had to respect him. He had gained both fame and fortune. Of course I have business to see, uncle. Yushu hadn't seen Pei Jing for some time, but she didn't treat him as an outsider. She immediately explained the purpose of her visit. I remember last time you said that you have a lot of water essence raw materials coming from the south. The crystal jewelry pendants that were produced were always profitable. Pei Jing had long opened up the raw stone import channel. He no longer did small business, but started to make large transactions. Pei Jing knew that she was useful. He said, "Other than the ones that have not been polished, the rest is enough." "Why? Do you want to make something big?" How could Yushu tell him the truth? She pretended, "I have been studying geomancy recently and figured out a trick to change feng shui. I want to try it with crystal stones. If you have a lot, give me 20 caddies of red and white." Pei Jing said generously, "I have 40 caddies. I will ask someone to send it to you tomorrow." Yushu hurriedly said, "If uncle is not busy now, take me to get it. I happen to be free today. I have to go to Master Su's place and ask him to figure out a pattern for me." The end of the year was approaching. Pei Jing was not idle. However, it was rare for Yushu to look for him. How could he not agree? The raw water essence was stored in his house. He told the accountant and went home with Yushu to get it. Yushu smoothly got 20 caddies of raw stones without any carving and went to find Old Man Su. Old Man Su had a unique skill in making jade. Because he took the crystal carving job in the treasure house, he had been earning money for the past few months. Several apprentices that he had brought up since childhood all benefited from it. The old man was old, so he didn't do it easily. Today, when Yushu asked him for help, he agreed without hesitation. "Please grind these 2 colored crystals into strips for me. Each strip is 5 inches and 7 fen long and 2 and 8 fen wide. I want 90 of each with a hole in the middle. It's best if you do it yourself and polish it more carefully." Yushu described it and asked Old Man Su how many days it would take to finish it. Old Man Su was curious and said, "It's easy to grind the strips. I can grind more than 10 of them a day. But why do you need so many stone strips?" Yushu used the excuse of fooling Pei Jing to brush him off. "Can you get a few more people to work on it? I need it in 3 days. You can put aside the carvings in the treasure house. I have told uncle to finish mine first." Old Man Su agreed. Yushu gave him an ingot of gold on the spot and didn't allow him to refuse. "I will pick it up in 3 days. Please work hard and be sure to do it well." She had calculated that it would take 3 days for Old Man Su to finish polishing it. It would take 2 days for Shui Rue to find someone to engrave it. Then it would be put in the Fengqi pond for 7 days. At most, it would take half a month to create a fake book of fairy unwavering. After Wanji Tower was closed, she moved the Feng Shui pond on the balcony to the back garden of her house. Except for Pei Jing and Old Man Su, few people knew the huge difference between the water essence stone before and after it was cultivated. The uncarved water essence was the color of chaos. The longer it was placed in the Feng Shui pond, the more crystal clear it became, and the more magical it was. At first, Yushu only found that the white crystal could calm the mind and nourish the brain. The yellow crystal could bring wealth, and the purple crystal could ward off evil spirits. Later, she gradually found other changes. For example, the crystal after nourishment was hard, and the red crystal could not melt in high temperature. Compared to the popular topaz and the popular white crystal, the seemingly useless and opaque red crystal did not have much of a market for it. But when these two characteristics were put together, they seemed to be specially used for counterfeiting. Yushu thought it was God's will. Otherwise, where could she find a material similar to the black crystal to forge a book of fairy Nyu Lurin that even De Tiao couldn't find a flaw? The water-refined stone itself was not afraid of high temperature. After nourishing it for 7 days, it would become similar to the color of the black crystal. At that time, it could not be split by a knife or burned by fire. Even if De Tiao held it in his hand, it would be difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Yushu was probably born bold. Thinking of deceiving a person like De Tiao and fighting with him, she was not timid or afraid. Instead, she was eager to try. After saying goodbye to Old Man Su, Yushu returned to her house, but there was an uninvited guest waiting for her. The carriage stopped at the gate, and the gatekeeper ran out to lead the horse. Yushu didn't wait for Lu Zhong to put down the footstool and jumped down. Just as she took a step, she heard a soft and weak shout behind her. "Miss you. I'm waiting for you." Yushu turned around and saw a sedan chair parked across the street. The cold wind was blowing, and the two sedan bearers' faces were pale from the cold. A head poked out of the window of the sedan chair and was looking at her eagerly. It was Shui Yun. Yushu pretended not to see her and turned to leave. She didn't care why Shui Yun came to find her. She didn't have the time to deal with her awe. "Miss you, wait." Shui Yun didn't care about the wind and shouted. She was expelled by the Celestial Commissioner and couldn't go in to look for Yushu. She came to Yushu's house twice, but the gatekeeper didn't let her in at all. No matter if she moved out of the princess's estate or Mount Longhu, she would be closed at the door. It wasn't easy to wait for Yushu, so she couldn't let her leave like this. "I'm here to apologize to you. I have something important to talk to you about." Yushu didn't stop walking. She rolled up her sleeves and went through the door. No matter how much Shui Yun shouted behind her, she didn't look back and left her a heartless back view. As soon as Yushu went in, she asked someone to close the door and didn't forget to tell the gatekeeper. "Ignore her. Don't open the door again. Let her howl." Chapter 758. On the day of the reply, Yushu went to the Celestial Commissioner's office as usual. She wandered around the Kunling Bureau and did not wait for anyone to invite her. She went to report at Tai Shi Lu on her own initiative. The doorman did not need to announce her arrival and let her in. Jing Chun had arrived earlier than her and was standing on the 9-turn bridge waiting for her. Seeing that she had arrived, he did not say anything. The two exchanged glances and walked into the building one after the other. There were more than 10 chairs lined up on both sides of the spacious hall. In the winter, the chairs were covered with thick leather. Junior Eunuch Run sat on one of the chairs and was reporting to the head supervisor about the New Year's Eve sacrifice. When he saw Yushu and Jing Chun come in, he did not have any intention of stopping and only sped up to finish his report. At the end, Zhu Muzhao said, "Good, let's arrange it like this. His Majesty is not in the capital, so all the celebrations will be simple. Only the sacrifice ceremony cannot go wrong. Watch carefully." Only then did Ren Qiming rise to leave. When he passed by Yushu and Jing Chun, he did not even look at them. It was as if he did not care at all what they were here for. "You two are here." Zhu Muzhao indicated for them to sit down. With an amiable expression, he looked at Yushu and said, "Have you asked your family? Do they agree to your marriage with Jing Chen?" Don't look at the head supervisor's good expression. Yushu believed that if she dared to say no, he would immediately turn hostile. She took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in her heart. She gathered her courage and said, "They did not ask. I went back and thought about it. This marriage is not going to happen. Thank you for your good intentions, but I am not willing to marry Jing Chun." Zhu Muzhao's smile disappeared instantly. He looked at her coldly and said, "Tell me, why are you not willing?" That cold gaze made one's scalp numb. Yushu threw caution to the wind and was not afraid of him. She said in a hard tone, "A marriage between a man and a woman is a marriage between two surnames. It has to be consensual. If I am not willing, then I am not willing. There is nothing to say. I hope Zhu Muzhao will not force me." Zhu Muzhao turned to Jing Chun and asked, "What do you think? Even if she doesn't want to, don't tell me you don't want to." Jing Chun lowered his head. "Yes, I don't want to." Yesterday, Yushu had repeatedly reminded him not to open his mouth today. If Zhu Muzhao asked him, he should either lower his head or keep his mouth shut. It seems that the two of you have discussed this in private. Zhu Muzhao looked back and forth between the two of them and slowly said, "Jing Chun, what did I tell you earlier? Didn't you tell her? If she doesn't marry you, only death awaits her." He was going to break through the last layer of window paper so soon. Yushu's heart was beating fast. Without waiting for Jing Chen's response, she suddenly stood up and stared at the table. She didn't know where she got the courage from, but she said aggressively, "To tell you the truth, Jing Chen has already told me everything. He is the great calamity, and I am the fate breaker. He said that I must marry him in order to break his fate solve his heaven's curse, and save the world. What kind of bullshit *T logic is this? It is simply a joke. It had been many years since someone dared to speak to him in such a tone. Zhu Mujiao's expression did not change, and he still said coldly, "Since you know everything, then all the more I cannot let you live. I will ask you one last time, do you want to live or die?" Yushu sneered and said, "You don't have to scare me. If you could kill me, you would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Do you think that I am the same as Jing Chun, believing whatever you say?" The two female students from Taisher Shu Garden who died for no reason were killed because they were close to Jing Chun. Do you dare to say that they were not mistakenly killed by the Fatebreaker? Who knows how many rebels and traitors are hiding in Ling City? If I marry Jing Chun, then it will be a dead end. Zhu Mujiao frowned slightly. Listening to her words, it seemed that it was because she was afraid of death that she was not willing to marry Jing Chun. "I can guarantee that you will be safe and will not fall into the hands of others." "Then I will not agree," Yushu said quickly. "Marrying Jing Chun will only bring harm and no benefit to me. After his Fatebreaker, I will become a useless person. Moreover, I know so many secrets. Who can guarantee that you will not turn against me and kill me to silence me?" Zhu Mujiao revealed a pondering expression. His expression couldn't help but soften. "So you are worried about this. There is no harm in telling you. You guessed correctly, I will not kill you. Not now, and even more not in the future. If you don't believe me, I can ask His Majesty to bestow a death exemption certificate to you. Even if you commit a grave mistake in the future, even if you leak the matter of the great calamity, no one will hold you accountable." Yushu pursed her lips and looked to the side. She struggled for a moment and said in a deep voice, "I just said that I don't agree because I don't believe your words. No matter if it is Anne's calamity or a Fatebreaker, it is only your side of the story. If you want me to believe you, unless what? Unless you are willing to let me see the legendary book of mystery made in Lu Run with my own eyes." Yushu controlled the expression on her face. She had the 7 stars, so the great enlightenment technique was useless against her. She was not afraid that he could see through her lies. In fact, she and Shuirue both believed that the grand tipping point would not be able to predict that Yunhua would spread out the book of fantasy women's 6 rens and show it to them. At most, he would guess that they had met Yunhua in private. What she had to do now was to use all her skills to mislead him and make him believe the words that came out of her mouth, regardless of whether they were true or false. If she asked to see the book of mystery made in Lu Run, the great enlightenment technique would not be able to take it out, so he would refuse. "No." Zhu Mujiao shook his head and said, "The book of mystery made in Lu Run can only be read by the emperor and the previous great enlightenment techniques. Not only you, but also Jing Chun is not qualified to see it." Yushu was waiting for him to say this. She sneered, "You can't show it to us? I'm afraid you can't take it out." Zhu Mujiao narrowed his eyes. "What did you say?" "I said you can't take it out." Yushu sneered and said, "Because the book of mystery made in Lu Run was stolen 20 years ago." Zhu Mujiao's face darkened. "You have indeed seen Yunhua." It was not a question, but a confirmation. "That's right." Yushu was not afraid of his cold face. She took 2 steps forward and said confidently, "For months ago, I went to Enchanting with Jing Chun to pay respects to Princess Liue. It was at that time that we met Yunhua's son. He saw through my identity as the person who broke fate and had a private conversation with me. He told me that the book of mystery made in Lu Run was in his hands. I asked him about the method of breaking fate and whether I had to marry Jing Chun. He said that you were lying to us. So, I made an agreement with him. As long as I helped him do one thing, he would let me see the book of mystery made in Lu Run. Tell me, who should I believe?" She said so much nonsense just now. She wanted him to think that she still did not know that the real method of breaking fate was to obtain the destiny's bones. Zhu Mujiao did not move. He looked at her condescendingly. Indeed, the book of mystery made in Lu Run was stolen by Yunhua. The imperial court has always been looking for his whereabouts. If you know where he is hiding, I can also make an agreement with you. As long as you recover the book of mystery made in Lu Run, I will let you see it with your own eyes." At the end of his words, he looked at Jing Chun and said without any scruples, "Yunhua committed a great crime back then. But Jing Chun, as the calamity of Encounty, can make up for his mistake. A son will pay his father's debt. I guarantee that His Majesty will not pursue Yunhua's crime and spare his life." Was he trying to instigate a rebellion? Yushu secretly frowned. She also looked at Jing Chun, but when she saw that he lowered his head and did not speak, looking unmoved, she immediately felt relieved. "Are you asking me to betray Yunhua Ez?" She turned her head and sneered at him. "Although I am not a gentleman, I am not a two-faced villain. Yunhua is in your hands, and you have the final say on whether he will be killed or tortured. Don't talk to me about these empty words. If you want me to willingly sacrifice my life for Jing Chun, I can, but you have to wait until I see the Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren first." When she said this, the Tidian would definitely take the opportunity to ask what agreement she had with Yunhua. What does Yunhua want you to do for him? Everything was going according to Yushu's script. She controlled her emotions very well and lowered her voice so that the Tidian would not hear her excitement. "Yunhua Ez wants me to help him find out the whereabouts of an item." "Oh, what is it?" "The 6 founding weapons, Chun Jun sword." When he heard this, Zhu Muzhao finally focused his attention on Yushu again. He stared at her silently, and his misty eyes suddenly became clear. In an instant, it was as if 2 sharp blades had shot out and pierced through all lies. "Did Yunhua ask you to come here and cheat me of the Chun Jun sword?" Yushu's heart instantly jumped to her throat. She was so nervous that sweat broke out on her back, but her mouth was sharper than ever. "Yunhua? No, it was Jing Chun who told me that the Chun Jun sword is with you. When lying in front of a smart person, the last thing you needed was to defend yourself. The more you said, the more suspicious he would be." "Do you know why Yunhua wants the Chun Jun sword?" Zhu Muzhao asked. Yushu shook her head and shut her mouth. "You don't know," Zhu Muzhao muttered and closed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. The pressure on Yushu was immediately reduced, and she quietly exhaled. Just now, she almost exposed herself. The Tiao should really go to the Supreme Court to be an inquisitor. He could guarantee that there was no case in this world that he could not solve. With just a glare from his eyes, he could scare the prisoner into wetting his pants. She licked her lips and looked at the Tiao's reaction. She made up her mind. She used Yunhua as a bait to coax him to take out the Chun Jun sword. No matter how much he believed in her, he had to take the bait. Just like how the Tiao used the Chun Jun sword as a bait, even if Yunhua was afraid, he would still face the difficulty. Zhu Muzhao did not think for too long. When he opened his eyes again, he made a decision. "I can't lend you the Chun Jun sword. Each of the 6 founding weapons is a national treasure. It must not fall into the hands of a desperado. But I can order someone to make a fake sword for you based on a real one. You can use it to trade with Yunhua. After you read the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens, you can decide whose words you want to believe." Yushu pretended to hesitate, but in her heart, she was happy. It was a success. She would not use this trick to cheat the real Chun Jun sword from the Tiao. Instead, she would try to lure him to snatch the fake Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens. But it's a fake sword. What if he finds out about it? She had to put on a show. Yushu did not get carried away. Jing Chun has seen the real Chun Jun sword. When a fake one is made, you can show it to him. If even he can't tell the difference between the real one and the fake one, Yunhua won't be able to. Chapter 759. When Yushu walked out of Taishi Tower, a cold wind blew against her face. She stopped and looked up. The sky was full of flying catkins that were falling with the wind. The 9 zigzag bridge was dyed silver. It was snowing. Snow. Jing Chen walked to her side. A paper umbrella appeared in his hand, and he opened it above her head. Yushu exhaled a cloud of white mist. Her nervous mood suddenly relaxed. She tightened the collar around her neck. "Let's go." 2 lines of footprints appeared on the 9 zigzag bridge. They spread and disappeared in the snow. The sound of the wind covered the human voice. "When we get the fake Chun Jun sword, we're going to see my father, right?" "Yes." We're going to lure Titian to send people to capture Yun Hua and deliver the fake book of Xian Nyu to him. What if? What if my father is caught by them? What should we do? There's no what if. If you don't believe me, you should believe in Yun Hua Ez. 20 years ago, he could escape unscathed. 20 years later, no one could do anything to him. This was a big risk. Not only Yun Hua, but also her, Shui Rui, and Jing Chun. Their enemy was the imperial power of Da, and that had stood for 300 years. They could only succeed, not fail. After Titian took the bait, Yushu didn't go to see Shui Rui on purpose. From the moment she laid all her cards on the table with Titian, every single one of her actions could possibly affect their plans. In order to ensure that she didn't give herself away, she couldn't make any actions that would cause a misunderstanding. She stayed in Kunling Bureau until the afternoon, as usual, to deal with the business that piled up a while ago. Although the emperor went to Huajin Garden to recuperate and Kunling stopped, there was no peace in the bureau. Once the news of Emperor Zhao Qing's serious illness spread, the officials' families had to worry about their children's marriages. They were afraid that Emperor Zhao Qing would suddenly die. 3 years of mourning would delay the wedding, so the number of marriage letters waiting to be examined in Kunling Bureau doubled overnight. They were all squeezed together. There were only so many people in the Kunling Bureau, and there was always a first-come, first-served rule. We didn't want to set the wedding date before the beginning of spring. Therefore, it was necessary to open the back door with gifts. Yushu's mind was not on this matter. Moreover, the people who sent gifts to her residence had never stopped, so she did not care about it. However, even if she did not care, it did not mean that others did not care. There was something wrong with Wen Shaoan today. He was in a daze for half of the afternoon. Yushu noticed it early in the morning, but she didn't point it out. It was not until the snow stopped and she was ready to go home that she put down her brush and asked him, "I say, what are you thinking about in such a daze? Could it be that you've fallen for some girl and are lovesick?" Wen Shaoan blushed when he heard her teasing, "Don't make fun of me. I'm not thinking about that." Since Yushu asked, he had nothing to hide, so he told her everything. "Yesterday, someone sent gifts to the place where I live. He said that it was a gift for the new year. There was a large amount of cloth and fur. However, I am just a small official, so how can I accept a gift for the new year? This morning, when I came to the bureau, Sied Darren gave me 2 silver notes, which were 200 taels. He did not allow me to refuse, so he took a few marriage certificates to be approved and asked me to put them on the top for you to see first. Only then did I understand that it was a bribe. Different from the Book of the Universe, the last procedure of the official marriage certificate was the seal of Yushu. If she didn't approve it, no one could bypass her. Therefore, Wen Shaoan, who was the closest to her, became the most popular. Yushu nodded. Seeing Wen Shaoan's confused face, she asked, "Did you accept the bribe and help him?" Wen Shaoan shook his head quickly. "I didn't dare to put the marriage certificates on your table. I will return the silver notes to him later." Yushu smiled and stood up to take the cloak on the hanger. She asked Lu Hong to come in to pack up and said to Wen Shaoan, "It's too late today. Put the marriage certificates on the table tomorrow morning, and I will approve them for you." "Ah." Wen Shaoan was stunned. "What? If someone gives you money in the future, you should keep it first. Remember to tell me. If I ask you to take it, you can take it boldly. The new year is coming. You should save some money and buy some sweaters. Just take it as a benefit from me." Yushu fastened her belt and walked out, leaving Wen Shaoan standing there in a daze. After a long time, he came back to his senses and slowly showed a happy expression. It should be known that as an 8th-ranked official, his monthly salary was only a few dozen taels. What could he do in the capital? It wasn't even enough for a meal. Since he came to the capital, he didn't save anything. He usually used whatever money he had. If the Celestial Commissioner didn't give him 2 sets of official robes every quarter, it would be difficult for him to find clothes to wear when he went out. Wen Shaoan had a strong self-esteem. If Yushu subsidized him in private, he would be embarrassed to accept it. But it was different if someone showed filial piety to him. Although it was a bribe, it was not a bad thing that violated the law. He could get more income with a little effort. Since he got Yushu's approval, he was happy to do it. When Yushu returned to the mansion, she called Zhou Hu after dinner. After asking, she found out that there were more people coming to give gifts these days. But because there was a rule in the mansion that strangers were not allowed to enter and gifts were not accepted on New Year's Day, those who gave gifts were closed at the door. Zhou Hu was smart. When he saw Yushu asked, he took the initiative and said, "My lord, it's the end of the year. There are several groups of people coming to give gifts every day. It's not a good idea to always stop them. Can we open the door to accept gifts?" It was the 20th of the 12th lunar month. In a few days, it would be the new year. She didn't hear that there were many people who closed the door to send gifts. Only Yushu was a maverick and didn't like to interact with others. Yushu said, "No hurry. Let's wait for 2 more days. We will open the door on the day of the sacrifice. You should be strict and don't let the doorman let in all the fragrant and smelly gifts. Tomorrow, I will ask Exener to make a list. You should take a look at it. Don't let any famous family in. If something goes wrong, I will hold you responsible." Zhou Hu promised. After he left, Zhao Hui sent someone to invite her. It was also about the New Year's gifts. Yushu couldn't be idle during the day. After Zhao Hui arranged everything, she called her to look at the list of gifts. The He family originally didn't have many relatives or friends in Jing, but He Fangji's medical shop had been open for almost a year. He needed to make some friends, and social interactions couldn't be avoided. On Yushu's side, there were several superiors that needed to be filial too, not including Jing Chun. There were 4 or 5 darin above her. It was fine if she neglected it usually, but this New Year's gifts must be given. Luckily, she was rich and imposing now. It was not difficult to prepare a few generous gifts. In addition, there were a few peers that she was on good terms with. Whether it was Xian Lu or Xia Jiangmin, Xian Fu had to give an extra gift. Jing Wang Fu also had to give an extra gift. In addition, there were also the scholars that taught her at Taisha Shu Garden, Fang Zijing and Sima Kuei. Finally, there were those that had to be given even if they were unwilling, such as Ning Wang Fu. Half a month ago, she had handed the money to Zhao Hui and appointed Lin to come over to help her. She had already made a list of gifts and was fully prepared. Just on Yushu's end, she had spent more than 5,000 taels. This didn't even include the ones that she had pulled out from her little storeroom. Zhao Hui's heart ached for her. It's fortunate that you have some income elsewhere. Otherwise, where would you find the money to send gifts? Your annual salary is only 1,800 taels. Usually, you have to eat and drink. Yushu comforted her. It's all money to spend, so you can't be stingy. It's fortunate that I have a place to send gifts. You don't know how many people fight to send gifts but can't find a way. You smile. In a few days, when the doors of our family open, there will be even more people coming to send gifts. At that time, you could take a look. You could choose the good ones first. Zhao Hui couldn't hold back her smile. She lightly patted her and said in annoyance, "How can I be greedy for your things?" She brushed it off and started to talk about the new clothes for the beginning of spring. "Last time, you didn't choose the furs that your Juju sent over. So I took the liberty to leave 2 pieces of fox fur for you to make a blanket. One is fiery red and the other is silver gray. It's good to match the clothes. As for the remaining pieces of dyed fur, I personally sewed a jacket for you. It can be worn when the weather is warmer. After a few days, you must try it on. If it doesn't fit, there is still time to change it." The blanket was similar to a shawl. It was short and did not have sleeves. The front and back of the shawl were made with pearls. It was fastened in front of the chest with gemstones or jade rings. It was made with fur to keep warm and show off the waist. All the madams and young ladies in the capital loved to wear it this way. If it didn't have 2 pieces of fur, they would be embarrassed to go out and meet guests. After talking about clothes, she moved on to jewelry. "You don't like to wear those bits and pieces, so I didn't buy more. Last month, eldest young master Shui sent over 2 boxes of pearls and gemstones. I saw that the color was very good, so I asked your Jujio to find a goldsmith to make 2 sets of jewelry for you. One set is pearl and the other is jade. The design is simple and elegant. Don't outwear them and leave them to collect dust." As she said this, she asked a maidservant to enter the room and bring out 2 similar lacquer boxes. She handed them to her with both hands. Yushu was puzzled. She pulled them out and looked at them. Her eyes were filled with flowing colors. The jade was translucent and the pearls were colorful. With one look, she knew that they were rare and good things. When did my eldest brother send these? Why didn't I know? Zhao Hui was also stunned. She then patted her forehead. I was so busy that I forgot to tell you. Just a month ago, there was a rumor in the capital that eldest young Master Shui went to avoid trouble. Later, he didn't come back, but not long after he came back, he sent someone to send them here. I still remember what the errand boy looked like. He had big eyes and looked cunning. Shui Rui asked someone to send the box directly to Zhao Hui. He said that it was a gift to show filial respect to Zhao Hui, an elder. But after he left, Zhao Hui opened the box and took a look. She immediately guessed that he was just being polite. Those pink beads that were as thick as a thumb, silver beads, and colorful gemstone pendants were not meant for an elderly woman like her. It was probably because Shui Rui and Yushu acted so well in front of others that Zhao Hui did not suspect that the two of them had an affair. She only thought of them as sworn siblings. I'll keep the rest for you first. Zhao Hui glared at her. It's useless for you to keep them. When spring comes, I'll think of some other designs for you. You can slowly save up for your dowry. Chapter 760. The 23rd day of the 12th lunar month was the Little New Year's Eve. Every year, the kitchen god would be worshipped at this time. The government would do it the first day, and the common people would do it the next day. It was said that the kitchen god was a deity assigned by the Jade Emperor to manage the common people's cooking stoves. He knew every household's problems like the back of his hand. To prevent the kitchen god from reporting them to the heavens, the common people would make offerings to cover his mouth. There would be a sacrifice in the palace that morning. As a court official, Yushu had to be there. She got up early in the morning and put on her court clothes. Before she left, she was stopped by Zhao Hui, who was preparing to offer the kitchen god. Zhao Hui stuffed a mouthful of kitchen god sweets in her mouth, mumbled something, and gave her a small bag of pastries. Go home and eat after the court. Don't run around. We're sending the kitchen god today, so we don't want to visit other people's houses. Oh, I got it. Yushu's throat turned red from the sweetness. Zhao Hui prepared everything and asked Shinani to give her a bowl of tea to rinse her mouth. Only then did she let her go. Yushu went to the front yard and got on the sedan chair. Not far away, she saw the door of Shinani's house open. There was a crowd outside the door. She guessed that they were all here to send the New Year's Eve, so she didn't go through the front door to avoid being blocked. As usual, the Celestial Commissioner presided over the sacrifice in the palace. This year it was better. The auspicious time was 9:15. It was almost noon, so they didn't have to arrive so early. However, Yushu heard that last year, it started early in the morning. All the civil and military officials had to enter the palace at 7 in the morning. It was even harder than the morning court. There was a long queue in front of the Meridian Gate. The snow on the palace road was swept clean, but the ground was still wet and slippery. It was easy for the horse carriages to slip, so everyone took the sedan chair out. It was cold, but it was safe. Yushu sympathized with the hard life of the sedan chair bearers. She gave each of them 2 extra cotton-padded jackets to change into. Even the leather hats, scarves, and handguards were made of solid cotton. She dared to say that among the dozens of sedan chairs, her sedan chair bearers were the thickest. While waiting for the palace gate to open, she sat inside, wrapped in a cotton mattress and drowsily dozing off. Suddenly, she heard a cough coming from outside and immediately woke up. She lifted the curtain and looked outside, only to see a tin-covered sedan chair parked beside her. Shui Rui's face was revealed, and he was only 5 feet away from her. This was the first time the two of them met after meeting Yanhua that night. Even though Yushu had thousands of things to say to him, she could only blink at him, grin, and give him a secret signal. Day, you day, year, you yin year, yin year, you yin you year after year. As for the details, it was not convenient for him to say them now, so he gave her a look of approval and changed the subject. You must be very busy these days. Yushu said, don't mention it. I have to approve dozens of marriage contracts every day. My hands are numb just from stamping them. In the past, she could approve dozens of contracts every day. Now she had to work for 3 days. How could she not be tired? Of course, she could take it easy. But Emperor Zhao Qing was dying. Every family was in a hurry to have their wedding. If she dawdled, wouldn't she be hated? It was better to work harder. At the end of the year, Shui Rui became idle instead. He would not send the unjust and false cases in the local areas to the capital during the new year. He would go to the Supreme Court to take attendance every day. He would read books, drink tea, and handle his personal affairs in passing. The two talked for a while. The procession in front slowly moved. The palace gate opened. This year, Ning Wang replaced Emperor Zhao Qing to ascend the Temple of Heaven. This was a great honor. The princes standing below the stage were envious. They wanted to replace him. The prayer was recited by the Grand Preceptor. It was very long. Yushu didn't understand it, but she knew the main idea was to pray for good weather and peace for the people of Dan. The civil and military officials participated together. First, they burned incense, beat drums, and rang bells. Then they sacrificed cattle and sheep. Finally, they bowed 3 times and 9 kowtows to the heavens, the earth, and the gods. For a whole 2 hours, they stood there in the cold and couldn't move. It was suffocating. Yushu felt her face was stiff. She finally waited for the Grand Preceptor to announce the end of the ceremony. She was about to give a sigh of relief when she saw Ning Wang walk out to speak. She silently cursed his family in her heart. Fortunately, light snow suddenly floated down from the sky. Ning Wang didn't have time to give a long speech. The ceremony ended, and everyone could leave the palace. A small portion of the officials stayed behind to curry favor with Ning Wang. Yushu slipped away. Of course, Shui Rui left with her. Yushu covered her face with her hand and said, "Let's find a place to sit for a while." Before they left, Zhao Hui had reminded her that if they didn't visit today, it wouldn't be good to bring Shui Rui home, much less his home. She couldn't resist complaining in a small voice. "AI, it's a pity that you rented Wang Ji Lu to someone else. It's hard to find a place to talk now." Shui Rui patted the snowflakes on her shoulder and indicated for her to walk faster. "Just come with me." Yushu thought that he was going to take her somewhere good. The two left the palace and sat on the sedan. They circled around the northern part of the city and actually came to Bai Ma Street. They entered through a small alley and stopped at the back courtyard of Wang Ji Lu. Before the sedan stopped, she came out. She looked with shock at Shui Rui knocking on the back door and beckoning her in. The one who opened the door was also a familiar face. It was Ah Xiang, who had been sweeping the floor of the restaurant. Yushu finally recovered. She pointed at Shui Rui, angry and laughing. She said, "Fine, you lied to me. Wang Ji Lu wasn't rented out at all." "When did I lie to you?" Shui Rui turned his head to smile at her. Bathed in the fluffy snow, he asked, "Ah Shu, can Big Brother give Wang Ji Lu to you?" Yushu had a bewildered expression on her face. She didn't understand at first, but Shui Rui took a step forward and held her hand. He didn't explain and only said, "I'll take you there to have a look." He then pulled her along as they passed through the hall under the drooping flower gate and arrived at the front building. As soon as she entered the door, Yushu widened her eyes, thinking that she had gone to the wrong place. The tables, chairs, and benches in the hall downstairs were all gone. The 4 walls were painted with huge murals. In the east, there was an azure dragon roaring and thundering. In the west, there was a white tiger riding the wind and breaking the waves. In the north, there was a black tortoise swallowing the clouds and spitting out rain. In the south, there was a vermilion bird flashing with lightning and fire. On the ground in the center of the hall, there was another yin and yang picture. Yushu can see the mystery behind this, so there's nothing she doesn't understand. She calms down her palpitations and looks around. She sees the 100 Treasures pavilions on both sides of the road. The black wood is shiny, and even the roof beams and pillars have been repainted. There's a pile of rosewood tables and armchairs in the corner. All that's left is to put some goods on the 100 Treasure shelves, invite a few teachers to sit, and hire a few workers. The surprise is yet to come. Shui Rui takes her up to the second floor. There are a few private rooms on the second floor. They're used as living rooms. The rest of the rooms are combined into a library. There are more than 20 bookshelves, and 70% of the library is filled with books. Some are old, and some are new. Yushu flips through a few books. The content is all about the Yi Dao. Some are transcripts, some are original books. But the paper is not something that can be bought on the street. After a rough calculation, there were at least 6,000 to 7,000 books here, if not more than 10,000. At first glance, it didn't sound very impressive, but one must know that these books were related to the Yi Shui, without any impurities or exaggerations. This was a considerable number. A family of Yi Shui that had been passed down for 6 generations probably had this number of books. Yo, are you giving me a great exchange pavilion? She turns around and looks at him with a dry mouth. Shui Rue raises his eyebrows and says proudly, I said that I will build a great exchange pavilion for you. The Wangji Tower is big enough. With some slight changes, it can be used for other purposes. Some of these books are copied by me earlier, some are from other places, and some are from my family's collection. The reason why the aristocratic families have a foothold is because of their heritage. What you lack can only be made up for in this aspect. Yushu had always regarded Shui Rue as a steady man who was neither arrogant nor hot-tempered, and was mature and experienced. However, she never thought that he would do such a foolish thing that only a young boy who had his first awakening of love would do. Damn it, she didn't find it funny at all. Instead, it was like the candy that Zhao Hui stuffed into her mouth in the morning. She really doesn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. She puts the books back on the shelf and walks up to him to hold his hand. She says softly, I also want to open a great exchange pavilion, but I don't have enough experience. I have the place, but I am a loner. How can I be called an aristocratic family? If I can't be called an aristocratic family, how can I open a great exchange pavilion? Who said you're a loner? Shui Rue pulled her into his arms and lightly tapped her forehead with his index finger. Have you forgotten? I sent people to your hometown to investigate and found out that there was a master who served in the imperial astronomer for several generations in your Yu family. Counting up to you, you're exactly the 6th generation, which has been passed down for 6 generations. You're also an official in the imperial astronomer and a 5th-ranked imperial female. You can enter and leave the imperial court and meet the emperor, so why can't you be considered an aristocratic family? Yushu is dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Even if I can be called an aristocratic family, where can I find 2 masters to oversee it? Shui Rue laughs. Do you still need to look for one? There is already one. Don't tell me you think that just because he is sloppy, you think that his 2 rankings are fake. Xi and Lao Wu. Yushu exclaims. How did she forget about him? Then what about one more? There is no need. You are a female fortune teller who ranks 3rd in the 2 rankings. You are 1 level higher than a E-Master. Do you still need to find someone else? But I am in the Celestial Commissioner's office. How can I oversee a great exchange pavilion? Do you think that there are more than 10 E-Masters in the capital every day? Shui Rue retorts. Yushu finally understands. The conditions of a great exchange pavilion may sound impressive, but in reality, it is full of loopholes. With Shui Rue's words, he really did not want to give her a great exchange pavilion on a whim. Shui Rue sees that she is tempted and adds fuel to the fire. Look at the aristocratic families from the 12 prefectures in Enling City. There are still a few families that have people in the Celestial Commissioner's office, but they are still able to stand strong. Why? It is because they all have a great exchange pavilion. They are good at business, changing their names, and standing among the commoners. They are not in the court, but their names are there. You have an undeserved reputation and a weak foundation. That is why there are always people who have ideas about you. The Ji family is like this, the Yin family is like this, and Ning Wang is also like this. In the future, there will be more people who covet your talent and reputation. You have to plan early to protect yourself. Listening to the Jun's words, Yushu is suddenly enlightened. She did not understand the deeper meaning of his last sentence. The business of crystal stones cannot always be under the name of the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce. You should have heard of the saying, a tall tree attracts the wind. Your Jujio has such a profitable business in his hands. Sooner or later, people will be jealous and plot against him. The waters of the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce are deep. He is just a piece of floating ice. When the day comes that you cannot protect him, it will be the day that he loses everything. If you're willing to listen to me, quickly take back the business of crystal stones. When you open a great exchange pavilion, you can invite your Jujio over to manage the business. This is the best of both worlds. Chapter 761. Yesterday, when a U residence opened its main doors, piles and piles of New Year's gifts were continuously moved in. Zhou Hu, who was in charge of the front yard, received so many gifts that his hands were tired. In the evening, he closed the door and refused to see any guests. When he went to the accountant's office to count, there were more than 200 bolts of various colors of cloth, spices, and medicinal herbs were all weighed by weight. Countless porcelain and jade wares, antique calligraphy and paintings, and many other strange and interesting things. It was as if they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to enter Yushu's eyes. After receiving the filial piety from others, Yushu was not careless in her work. The second day of the sacrificial kitchen was a dust-sweeping day. The celestial commissioner went up and down to rest, but she didn't slack off. Early in the morning, she went to the official's office and took Wen Xiao and to count all the marriage contracts that had piled up before the new year. She worked overtime to record them and try to send them out before the new year. Wen Xiao and didn't have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction when he was pulled over on a day that was supposed to be a day of rest. Instead, he was full of energy. With Yushu's tacit approval, he received a lot of red packets in the past few days. If this continued, he wouldn't need to rent a house to live in anymore. Next year, he would be able to buy a smaller courtyard. From morning to night, Yushu packed her things and left when the sky turned dark. On the way, she sent Wen Xiao into the vicinity of the human training hall. Then, she took the spies that were secretly following her around Qianyuan Street and found the most expensive restaurant. She ordered a table of food and wine, and then sent an imperial bodyguard to invite Pei Jing. The Taiheng Chamber of Commerce wasn't far from here. As soon as the dishes were served, Pei Jing arrived. They sat in a private room on the upper floor. After closing the door, Lu Hong and Su Qing stood guard outside. Yushu got up and waited for Pei Jing to sit down. She first picked up a cup of wine and offered it to him. Ever since we came to the capital, our family has been under the care of Jujio. Xiaoxiu and I don't have many relatives in this world. Other than godfather and godmother, we only recognize you as Jujio. These words came from the bottom of her heart. Pei Jing had once lent her a helping hand when she was insignificant. When she had offended the Ji family in Yang City, she had no choice but to leave her hometown and go to the capital. It was also Pei Jing who had arranged a path for her, allowing her and little Xiao to follow the caravan to the capital. Although there had been an accident on the way, she still remembered this favor in her heart. Later, when she turned her life around, Pei Jing did not deliberately take advantage of her. Instead, he helped her a lot and always treated her and her brother as his juniors. Whether it was hypocritical or sincere, Yushu could see it clearly. That was why she was willing to give him half of the profits of the crystal business. It was not only to repay him, but also because she trusted him. We are family. There is no need to say such things. Pei Jing smiled as he took the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. He beckoned her to sit down. He did not move his chopsticks, but asked leisurely, "You have set up a banquet to invite me so formally. You must have something important to discuss with me. I won't guess what it is, just say it." It was said that ginger was spicier with age. Yushu didn't know how to start. His question gave her a way out. She took the chance to speak of the idea of temporarily stopping the crystal business. Right now, Ning Wang is in power and the limelight is too tight. I have offended Ning Wang Yi before, and not long ago, I had a feud with the Yin family. I am afraid that someone will secretly play tricks and ruin our business. Why don't we stop for a while and observe the situation? Pei Jing's response was unexpected. He did not hesitate or doubt, and simply nodded his head in agreement. This business really does attract jealousy. The treasure house has been visited by thieves more than once. Because the losses weren't large, I didn't mention it to you. As for Master Su, someone found him and was willing to pay a high price to buy the raw materials from him. They had him inquire about the source of the materials from me. Luckily, Master Su is an honest person and told me everything. The Taihung Chamber of Commerce was not an iron board. 2 days ago, at the tea party of the Dong family, there were several stewards who had come together to accuse him of currying favor and breaking the rules of the trade. They insisted that he stop selling, or else they would take out the process of growing crystal. They were willing to pay money to buy it. He didn't even blush when he said this. Pei Jing would rather not do this business than let them take advantage of him. I thought that we have made a lot of money, and now it's time to stop. Since you have this intention, then I will stop the business of Jubiozai tomorrow. When Master Su has finished the batch of materials on hand and sold the goods with the deposit, we will no longer flow out. I will calculate the profits later and give them to you together with all of them. Pei Jing was able to take and let go so easily. What else could you Shu say? She toasted him again. Pei Jing picked up the chopsticks and said to her, "You don't know that there are people who specially line up in our treasure house to get the crystals and sell them at a high price. When we run out of stock, those who have the crystals in their hands can wait for a period of time before selling them. The price can be multiplied several times. You shouldn't think it was a pestle. The crystals we sell will slowly lose their effectiveness after 3 months. If they don't send them to me for maintenance, they won't be able to keep them for more than a few days. They are really greedy and will lose money." Pei Jing nodded and said, "This has been explained on the day of the business. If someone is not careful, they can't blame us." After talking about business in the restaurant, after a meal, Yushu and Pei Jing separated and went straight to Old Man Su's workshop. She took away the polished 200 crystal strips and paid him an ingot of gold. She wore thick clothes in the winter. She wrapped the box of more than 10 kilograms in her cloak. It was dark outside, so it was impossible to see what she was holding in her arms from a distance. As soon as she went out, she got into the carriage, covered the curtain, and then turned on the light to check. Old Man Su's craftsmanship was top-notch. The 200 crystal strips were polished neatly and of uniform length. The unnourished red crystals looked gray and somewhat similar to agate stones, but they were very different from the finished products sold by the treasure house. No one could tell that they were the same thing. The white crystal was to deceive people. According to the arrangement of the book of Xian and Weiyu, 81 red crystals were enough, and the extra was to prevent mistakes in carving. When she returned to the mansion, she moved the 100 red crystals into a sandalwood box without anyone else's help and locked it. Early the next morning, she called Zhou Hu. "Send the New Year's gifts to Prime Minister Xue's residence personally. Take my invitation and say good things to everyone you meet. I will reward you when you come back." Zhou Hu was promoted to the chief steward of the Yu's residence, so he didn't care about giving gifts to others. However, it was different for Yushu. Sending gifts to the Prime Minister's residence was giving him face. "Don't worry, Mississippi." Zhou Hu followed Exant, and brought 2 servants to carry the New Year's gifts to the carriage. On the same day, they were sent to the Xue's residence. No one knew that there were deadly things hidden in the gifts. When Xue Lingnan saw the list of gifts that the Yu residents had sent over, he sent someone to find Xue Rui. He threw the list of gifts at his feet and said, "Last time, you promised her well, but in the end, you dragged it out for a few days. You didn't intend to let her testify against Prince Ning at all, right?" Xue Rui bent down to pick it up and glanced at it. Seeing that there were ordinary things on it, he immediately understood. Facing the old man's accusation, he bowed his head and admitted his mistake. For such a big matter, grandson thought it was too risky. Framing the royal family is a serious crime. If the matter failed, she would have to pay with her life. "Grandfather, please let her go and find another way." Hearing him change his words, Xue Lingnan laughed angrily. "Good, you've grown up. You even dare to disobey this old man's words. A woman outside, compared to the entire Xue family, can't you tell which is more important?" Xue Rui bowed his head and didn't say anything. Xue Lingnan saw that he couldn't persuade him, so he didn't waste any more effort. He waved his hand and said, "Leave. You don't need to concern yourself with this matter anymore. You just need to remember who raised you all these years, who provided you with wealth and glory. Don't become an ingrate in the end and waste my son's life for you." Humph. Shuerue was a person who could endure and give in. These years, he was ordered to come and go by Shui Lingnan, despite the resentment in his heart. Except for that one time, 3 years ago, he never talked back to the old man. Today, he suffered the same kind of humiliation and respectfully took his leave. 3 years ago, he ran away from home in search of his birth. Now that he knew who his birth parents were, he returned to the Shui family in order to repay the kindness of raising him. All he wanted was to have a clear conscience. Shuerue thought about the gift list he saw earlier. When he returned to the courtyard, he called Hadako over and quietly reminded him. After dinner, a locked mahogany box was quietly placed on his desk. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. This year's banquet had been canceled, but Ning Wang Fu had set up another banquet and sent out invitations. Yushu had been invited and had to go even if she didn't want to. It was a good thing it was a lunch banquet and wouldn't affect the family's reunion dinner. Speaking of Ning Wang, Yushu couldn't help but admire him. Ever since the great advisor had announced the imperial edict, Ning Wang had one foot in the Eastern Palace, but he hadn't done anything out of line. Faced with some opposition in court, he had tolerated it and didn't eliminate dissidents just because he had power. He was very patient. Take today's banquet, for example. He didn't take the chance to hold in the palace, but retreated to Ning Wang Fu. This move of retreating to advance had calmed a lot of trouble. Didn't you see that even the major advisor had come personally to support him? The banquet was uneventful. On the surface, everyone seemed to be happy, and everything was tranquil. Yushu sat in a corner and tried to reduce her presence. She had divined the night before and knew that something would happen today. She had come to watch the show, within expectations and beyond expectations. Just as everyone was eating and drinking to their heart's content, Ning Wang was proud of his success and was raising his cup to thank the guests. A wine cup was suddenly thrown from the banquet and smashed in front of Ning Wang's table. The shards flew and everyone was shocked. In the dark, a few death warriors quickly moved in front of Ning Wang to protect him. At the same time, a figure strode out from the crowd of guests. When Yushu saw who this person was, she paused. She hadn't thought that it would be him. She saw this person, dressed in a green robe and a jade belt, had a scholarly air. His steps were swaying and he looked drunk. He pointed at Ning Wang and scolded, "You heartless person, cruel and unscrupulous thing, killing your brothers and sisters, forming a clique for personal gain, and you have the face to dream of the throne." Lu Hao's expression changed dramatically. He slammed his hand on the table and said angrily, "Kong Qi, how dare you? Come, take him down and shut his mouth." But his hands and feet were not as fast as his mouth. Kong Qi did not dodge. Without waiting for people to come close, he scolded loudly again. "Back then, you schemed to kill the 10th princess. If he becomes the emperor, will he kill all your brothers and sisters, you bastard?" Before he could finish, he was pressed to the ground and his mouth was covered. Kong Qi struggled with all his might and made whimpering sounds, looking as though he wanted to fight to the death with Ning Wang. Lu Hao wanted to have someone kill him on the spot, but he could not do so under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He could only say with a cold expression, "Such a spoilsport on such a good day. Kong Qi, no matter who ordered you to slander me, you have committed the crime of disrespect. Guards, take him away first and try him again later." He avoided the important and focused on the trivial, try to cover up this incident. But the person behind the scenes would not let him do as he wished. "Wait." The judicial office official, Guo Huaiyan, stood out and said with a solemn expression, "If I didn't hear wrong, did he just mention the death of the 10th princess? This is a matter of life and death. Wang Yi, please hand this person over to the judicial office." Facing this person who had come out of nowhere, Lu Hao's face was ashen. He said, "No, this person slandered Ben Wang first. It is clear that someone is behind this. This concerns Ben Wang's innocence. Ben Wang must interrogate him personally." Seeing this, everyone became suspicious. How could the death of the 10th princess be related to Ning Wang? Wasn't it rumored that it was a young miss of the Shui family who caused it? What was going on with Guo Huaiyan? Wasn't the judicial office always in the middle? Why did he suddenly stand against Ning Wang? Huang Xiong's words are reasonable, but if this person stays in your fu, if he is killed, it will be blamed on you. At that time, even if you jump into the Yellow River, you won't be able to clear your name. This time, it was Lu Tan who spoke. On the surface, he was thinking for Ning Wang, but anyone with ears could hear the meaning behind his words. At this point, Prime Minister Yin, who had been pretending to be deaf and mute, finally spoke. The Wang Fu is heavily guarded. How can it not be guarded against a single person? Your Highness Jing Wang is exaggerating. Seeing that the two sides were in a deadlock and no one was willing to give in, Grand Tidian, who was sitting on a VIP seat, suddenly stood up and walked to Kong Qi. He lowered his head and glanced at him, then turned back to Lu Hao and Guo Huaiyan. Why don't you hand the person over to me, the Celestial Commissioner? After tonight, tomorrow's trial, Ning Wang and Guo Darren can rest assured. What else could Lu Hao say? He couldn't keep the person. If he didn't hand him over to the Celestial Commissioner, he could only hand him over to the judicial office. So he agreed. Guo Huaiyan also nodded and sat back down. Zhu Mujiao waved his hand, and people followed the guards of the Wang Fu to take Kong Qi away. He then bid farewell. With this, no one was in the mood to stay. Ning Wang forced a smile as he sent off the officials and didn't return to the banquet. Yushu saw that the excitement had died down and secretly exchanged glances with Shui Rue. They left Ning Wang Fu one after the other and met up outside the door. The two of them sat in a carriage and let the driver slowly drive back. With this kind of mess, if they talked about it, the spies in the dark would treat it as normal. Today's events were all arranged by Prime Minister Shui. Yushu sighed in admiration. I didn't think that your grandfather didn't come today, but ordered Guo Darren around. I think that other than him, no one else would dare to oppose Ning Wang. In terms of rank, the official of the judicial office, Guo Huaiyan, was not as high as the elders of the court, but in terms of reputation and power, he didn't lose to a first-rank official. Before today, Yushu and the others had assumed that Guo Huaiyan was a neutral party. Who would have known that he would stand on the side of the Shui family? Shui Rue sighed. Yushu looked strangely at him. Why aren't you happy? Ning Wang is going to be unlucky this time. I think that he won't be able to hold the position of regent for long. As she spoke, she suddenly realized, you aren't worried that Kong Qi will expose the affair between him and 10th Princess and ruin 10th Princess' reputation? She glared at him and said icily, you really are infatuated. If 10th Princess knew in the underworld, she would be so moved she would die again. It wasn't that she wanted to argue with a dead person, but the things that 10th Princess had done when she was alive disgusted her. And this woman was Shui Rue's first love. She couldn't tolerate it. Shui Rue heard that her words were becoming more and more ridiculous and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, Don't speak nonsense. I wasn't thinking of such things. Then why are you sighing? I'm sighing that grandfather is forcing Ning Wang like this. Even if the matter succeeds, the result may not be good. Chapter 762. As Kong Qi was taken away by the Grand Supervisor, Lu Hao was unable to stop him. He managed to maintain his composure as he saw off the officials that had come to support him. Turning around, his face darkened. He kicked the death warrior that was kneeling on the ground and begging for forgiveness. Trash! You can't even stop a single person. In reality, the Wang Fu's death warriors couldn't be blamed for being a beat too slow. In today's occasion, their priority was to protect the safety of their mistress. Who would have thought that someone would jump out of nowhere and not to assassinate, but to curse? Wang Yi did not give the order. The people present were all officials of the court. They couldn't just kill someone they saw appear. It wasn't just them that didn't react. Even Lu Hao himself didn't expect this sudden event. In these years, Kong Qi had been obedient to him and obedient. He had thought that he had subdued the other long ago. He hadn't thought that Kong Qi would suddenly betray him, and even more so, that the Chief Justice of the Judicial Office, Guo Huaiyan, would get involved. Old thief Shui, Ben Wang won't attack you, but let you stab Ben Wang first. Lu Hao used his brain and guessed who was behind Kong Qi. If it wasn't the Empress, then it could only be the Shui family. Seeing Lu Hao's displeased expression, the strategist standing to the side spoke up, "Your Highness, Kong Qi is spouting nonsense today, and everyone here has heard it. If we don't clarify it as soon as possible, I'm afraid it will attract criticism. If word gets out, Ben Wang is upright and upright. What is there to be afraid of? Kong Qi was bribed by someone to slander me, but there is no proof. It is just slander. How many people would easily believe it?" Even though he said so, Lu Hao had other concerns. He wasn't afraid that Kong Qi would report him because he was sure that he had done everything cleanly in the past. Even if people were suspicious, they wouldn't be able to find proof. What he was afraid of was the Grand Supervisor personally questioning him. In front of the Great Hole Illumination technique, the truth would be revealed. The crux was that after the Grand Supervisor knew the truth, whose side would he stand on? Lu Hao returned to the Hoyuan with a heavy heart. He dismissed the maid that Ning Wang Fei had sent to greet him and went to the small yard in the western corner of the garden. On the 30th day of the Lunar New Year, the prince's mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and the ground was full of firecrackers. Only this corner was deserted, and there was only a pair of couplets outside the door to welcome the spring festival. There was a fire burning in the room. 2 maidservants were sitting on a small stool doing needlework. A beautiful, fair-skinned woman was lying on the kong, holding a book in her hand. She was wearing a plain cotton dress, and from head to toe, not a single hairpin or ring could be seen. Her simple appearance was out of place in this painted room. By now, everyone in Ning Wang Fu knew that this Ru Wei foreign was Wang Ye's new favorite. Because she had given birth to the eldest son and had worked hard, even Ning Wang Fei didn't dare to be harsh on her. But no one knew that she had another identity. She was actually the once famous hideous great E-Master, Ji Xingxuan. Lu Hao came in from outside. The Yahuan hurriedly stood and bowed. Ji Xingxuan calmly put down the book and straightened her body. As she looked for shoes to wear, she asked in a gentle voice, "At this time, Yi, why aren't you receiving guests in front? Why have you come in Nujia's place?" Lu Hao waved his hand for the Yahuan to leave. With a cold face, he walked next to her and sat down. At this time, Ji Xingxuan was still slowly putting on shoes. He frowned and said, "Just sit." Without a servant in front of her, Ji Xingxuan was too lazy to put on an act. She put her legs back on the kong and pulled over a brocade blanket to cover herself. She looked coldly at Lu Hao and asked, "What happened that made Wang Yi come to find me in such a hurry?" Lu Hao narrated what had happened at the banquet. From the moment she had become Ru Wei foreign, he had treated this woman as a helper. He knew that her scheming and shrewdness didn't lose to any man. She was also a genuine Grady master. So when he encountered something troublesome, he was always willing to come to her place to sit. Even if she couldn't come up with a plan, if she accidentally said 1 or 2 words, she would be able to enlighten him. This was the principle of a bystander seeing more clearly. This time was no exception. After listening to his narration, Ji Xingxuan's words hit his heart. Wang Yi is worried about the great E-Master's great insight technique. You're afraid that if he finds out that you caused the sudden death of the 10th princess, he will deal with the matter impartially. Once the great E-Master stood on the opposite side of Lu Hao, then not only would Lu Hao not be able to keep his position as regent, but he would also be unable to recover from this setback. Correct, Lu Hao didn't deny it. The Shui family is like a grasshopper after autumn. They won't be able to jump for more than a few days. With Guo Huaiyan, Ben Wang isn't afraid of them. Only the Grady Master, Ben Wang, can't lose his support if he wants to legitimately enter the Eastern Palace. The great E-Master of the Celestial Commissioner held the most power in his hands. It wasn't in rewarding and punishing the members of the imperial family, but in the matter of choosing a successor. No matter who became emperor in the future, he could veto it with 1 vote. Hearing Lu Hao's confession, Ji Xingxuan smiled faintly and said in a very confident tone, "Wang Yi, do not worry. Even if the great Master knows that the 10th princess death is related to you, he won't oppose you. On the contrary, he will protect you. Oh, Lu Hao looked at her in confusion and looked like he was all ears. I can tell Wang Yi why, but you have to promise me one thing. Ji Xingxuan took the opportunity to make a request. You want to talk about conditions again? Lu Hao wasn't angry and said generously, as long as what you say makes sense, Ben Wang will promise you. Receiving the promise, Ji Xingxuan's body leaned forward slightly, and she lowered her voice to say, I have told Wang Yi that the crown prince has always been chosen by the book of mystery woman Lu Run. You must not understand why the emperor has been so slow in making a decision. That is because the book of mystery woman was lost 20 years ago. Lu Hao was shocked. He had guessed many things before, but he didn't expect the problem to be this. Ji Xingxuan continued. That is why the emperor has been so slow in making a decision, and appointing you as the regent of the country is only an expedient measure. It is because other than you, there is no one else among the princes who can take charge of the country. If you are kicked out of this position, no matter which prince is the regent, they will become someone else's puppet. The great master is a pure courtier. He will not watch as the imperial power is lost. Compared to the grand plan of the country, whether Wang Yi killed the 10th princess or not is an insignificant matter. Ji Xingxuan's analysis was thorough. Lu Hao's eyes flickered and his expression changed. One moment he was smiling, the next moment he was frowning. After a long while, he calmed down and clapped his hands. So that is the case. According to what you said, the great master will protect Ben Wang. Ji Xingxuan continued. Even so, Wang, you must not be careless. The great master will not make things difficult for you, but the Shui family will not let this matter go. I believe that apart from Kong Qi, they must have other tricks up their sleeves. Lu Hao sneered. As long as the great master does not make things difficult for me, I have ways to deal with the Shui family. What does Wang Yi have in mind? Ji Xingxuan asked curiously. Lu Hao was in high spirits, so he didn't hide anything and told her in detail. A while ago, Imperial Father assigned me an errand to investigate who was responsible for Jing Qin's mishap on the way back to the capital. Since there weren't any clues, the task was put on hold. Not long ago, the palace issued an order for a wanted criminal to be posted on the Imperial Bulletin, and a chief steward of the Shui family was captured. Afterwards, I found out that it was Jing Qin who entered the palace to present a portrait. It was said that when he was kidnapped, he had seen this person. Only then did I conclude that Jing Qin's danger was related to the Shui family. Didn't you say that Jing Qin is the so-called calamity? His fate is closely related to our dynasty. When something happens to him, the world will be in chaos. At that time, the traitors will have an opportunity to take advantage of it. There is no doubt that the Shui family has the intention to rebel. Since Shui Lingnan wants to settle old scores with me, there is no need for me to be polite with him. He can let Kong Qi accuse me of killing my brother. Why can't I let others accuse him of treason? At that time, he can't even protect himself. How can he accuse me? Lu Hao has long thought of using this matter to destroy the Shui family. However, he is worried that if he acts too aggressively, the High Commissioner will intervene. Without the support of the High Commissioner, he will not be able to hold his position as the regent. But now that he no longer had this layer of scruples, he could go all out and do it. Your Highness is brave and resourceful. There is no need to worry about failure. Ji Xingxuan sincerely praised. Lu Hao looked at her fair and flawless face. He was so close to her that he could smell the faint, cold fragrance on her body. An idea came to his mind. He lifted her chin and said in a loud voice, "Just now, I promised you one thing. What do you want?" Ji Xingxuan does not avoid his frivolous action. She lowers her eyebrows and says, "I want to go out for a while. I ask for your permission." As soon as she finishes speaking, she feels a pain in her chin. In front of her, Lu Hao's eyes are cold. He pinches her chin and whispers, "Let me guess. You want to go out to find your omniscient master?" Ji Xingxuan frowns and bears the pain. "I have been cooped up in this residence for too long. I want to go out for a walk. If your Highness doesn't believe me, you can send someone to follow me." Lu Hao raised his eyebrows. The Ji Xingxuan that this prince knows is indeed not a woman who is content with the inner courtyard, yet you are willing to bind yourself for the sake of this child. This prince really wants to know who the biological father of this child is, to be able to make you so determined to continue the family line for him. Ji Xingxuan tightens her lips and remains silent. Lu Hao sneered and let go of her. He got up and walked out. Let's see when you want to go out. Send someone to inform this prince. This is agreeing to her request. Ji Xingxuan looks at his back disappearing behind screen. She lightly rubbed her chin. There wasn't any distress left on her face. Her expression was frighteningly calm. The scorn at the corner of her mouth was especially clear. How would you know? This child is my last hope. The events that happened at Ning Wang Fu's noon banquet seemed to fly into the palace. Rue Empress received the news before nightfall. She immediately smashed her beloved mutton fat jade cup. Then she sat silently in her bedroom for an hour until the sky darkened. Zheng Shanggong reminded her multiple times that it was time before she called someone in to help her change clothes. Set up the carriage to Zhong Shui Palace. On New Year's Eve, there was no banquet in the palace, but the New Year's Eve dinner still had to be eaten. However, the emperor wasn't present. The Feiping preferred to eat their own, so Rue Empress didn't call everyone to her Perching Wu Palace. The empress arrived. Zhong Shui Palace had just set up the banquet. Noble consort Shui didn't go out to welcome her. She waited until Rue Empress entered the hall before calling a palace maid to help her up. No need to be so courteous. Mimi, sit down. Rue Empress looked at noble consort Shui's haggard appearance. Her emotions were complicated. On one hand, she was jealous that this woman had once been pampered, but on the other hand, she felt that she was in the same boat as her. Noble consort Shui sat down with her big belly. She smiled slightly at Rue Empress and said, "This year's New Year's Eve is unreasonably quiet. Does Jie feel lonely and came to find me as a companion?" Without responding, Rue Empress walked to the side of the table. She waved her sleeve and said to the attendants in the hall, "All of you leave first." Half of the people didn't move. At first, they didn't move. Seeing noble consort Shui wave her hand, they retreated. Very quickly, only Rue Empress and noble consort Shui were left in the empty hall. They looked at each other. Rue Empress was the first to speak. Her eyes were slightly red, as though she was trying to suppress her temper. "Shui, Bin Gong wants you to tell me the truth. Who killed my Yao?" Noble consort Shui's maiden name was He. He was crimson red. It had been a long time since anyone called her by this name. Noble consort Shui dazed. She raised her head to look at Rue Empress, the smile at the corner of her lips gradually cooling. "Who killed the 10th princess?" "Empress, you shouldn't ask me. You should ask yourself." Ning Wang's hands and feet were clean, but Rue Empress' own daughter, how could she not know? As long as she investigated, she would definitely find clues. But even if Rue Empress guessed who the culprit was, she wouldn't say it. 3 years ago, Rue Empress had used the death of the 10th princess to viciously suppress her and taste the sweetness. In these 3 years, Rue Empress had also used the death of the 10th princess to step on her head step by step. Now, she had come to denounce her and put on such a sorrowful and angry expression. Who was she showing it to? Rue Empress' back froze. She could read the disdain in the eyes of the woman in front of her, but she couldn't get angry. Because she wasn't confident, because she was guilty. "Empress, you really don't know?" Noble consort Shui sneered. Even though the 10th princess was deep in the palace, she had an affair with a foreign official. Long before my nephew, she had made a promise to marry him. Who knew that the man had purposefully seduced her. But in order to escape the marriage arranged by the emperor, she listened to someone else's evil plan and jumped into the lake from Sea View Tower, framing my little niece. Who would have thought that the heavens would scheme against her? In the end, she died, harming others and harming herself. The hall was brightly lit, illuminating Rue Empress' face as white as paper. "Don't say any more. Didn't you want to ask?" "Empress, guess. Does the emperor know what I just said?" I guessed that he knew. Was there anything in the palace that could be hidden from the emperor? But he clearly knows who killed your precious daughter, but he still didn't punish the culprit and still doted on her. Even when he was gravely ill, he let that cruel and unscrupulous thing take on the position of regent. Doesn't this mean that the emperor doesn't even care about you, the empress? Shut up. Oh, right, there's also the fifth prince who died early. That was the emperor's son. He died so mysteriously. Even now, the murderer hasn't been found. It's so pitiful. I told you to shut up. Rue Empress stared viciously at noble consort Shui. The grace and magnanimity she had in front of others had completely disappeared. It looked like if she said one more word, she would fight her to the death. Noble consort Shui smiled and added one last stab without fear. I heard that Xu Fei went to you a few days ago to ask for the Eastern Palace seal. She said that Ning Wang should be moved in to make it easier for Ning Wang to manage the court. Did the Empress agree? Rue Empress' anger reached its peak. Her palms were scratched, her eyes burning red. After a few breaths, she closed her eyes tightly in front of noble consort Shui. Blood slowly returned to her face. In a flash, she suddenly opened her eyes and stared at noble consort Shui. In a raspy voice, she said, "Bin Gong, and you will work together and chase Ning Wang out of Jing." Chapter 763. On the first day of the 88th New Year, the new year had a new atmosphere. Last night, the whole family stayed up all night and didn't feel tired. Early in the morning, Yu Shu brought Yu Xiaoxiu to kowtow to the elders of the family. After eating breakfast, Pei Jing brought his foreign and daughter over. In an instant, the house was filled with children and grandchildren. As the only old person in the two families, he Lao Tai-Dai gave out red packets one after another. Even though she lost money, she was smiling like a flower. The sound of firecrackers in celebration of the Spring Festival did not stop. From time to time, people would come to pay their New Year greetings. Most of them came for Yu Shu, but there were also He Fangji's friends and neighbors. What was worth mentioning was that Jing Wang Fu also sent a steward over to say auspicious words. Along the way, there was also a painting personally written by Jing Wang that he gifted to Yu Shu. After they left, Pei Jing and He Fangji discussed, "I didn't think that His Highness Jing Wang would be so amiable and approachable. He really doesn't seem like the lofty and aloof person that the rumors say." Yu Shu didn't think so in her heart. Originally, she was also intimidated by Lu Tan's reticence. It was only until Shui Rue's mishap that she realized that Lu Tan was a fickle and heartless person. Now, he was only putting on an act because she had the value of befriending him. The entire morning was spent welcoming and sending off guests. Even though Yu Shu only said a few polite words, she still felt tired. It was almost noon when the person she had been waiting for finally came. Yesterday, after the banquet at Ning Wang Fu, Shui Rue had told her that he would come today. Actually, according to reason, she should have gone to the Shui Fu to pay her New Year greetings to Prime Minister Shui. Due to various reasons, it was changed to Shui Rue, who came to find her. Hearing the servant's report, Yu Shu got up and went out to greet them. From afar, she saw Shui Rue dressed in new clothes and a new hat. He had an imposing appearance and two attendants behind him, carrying something as he walked over from the direction of the main door. Shui Rue noticed her as well, and a smile couldn't help but hang on his face. He arrived before her before stopping, and then slightly raised his head to size up the slender and elegant beauty that stood on the staircase. She wore a silver white satin jacket that was pinned at the waist, and a long skirt that reached her feet was embroidered with a circle of silver red lotus flowers that were on the verge of blooming, and it complemented the fiery red fox pelt on her shoulder, causing her complexion to be bright and beautiful, and her appearance to be moving. What made him even more happy was that although she didn't wear many pieces of jewelry, the hairpins and earrings were all carefully selected by him. Most men have this kind of vanity, hoping that their loved ones' clothes, food, shelter, and transportation wouldn't be handled by others, and he was no exception. The two of them stood at the door of the living room and exchanged affections. If Ifanji hadn't called out to them, They wouldn't have felt cold even if they stood there for 2 hours. Your nephew wishes the two uncles a happy new year. I wish the whole family happiness and prosperity. The moment Shui entered the room, he bowed to greet Hifangji. Hifangji accepted it calmly, but it was Pei Jing who waved his hand and stood up to avoid it. In terms of seniority, Shui was a junior, but no matter what, he was still an official of the imperial court. Even if he and Yu Shu were in the same city, Pei Jing knew that he was just a businessman, so he could not afford to have Shui greet him. Seeing this scene, although Shui felt helpless, he didn't rush to greet them. He didn't want his future father-in-law and uncle-in-law to see any clues. After sitting in the living room for a while, Yu Shu found an excuse to take Shui to see old Tai Tai, he and Zhao Hui. Before the two of them left, they finally had a chance to be alone. It was a pity that they didn't talk about romance, but important political news. What you said to me yesterday, I only understood after I went home and thought about it. Yu Shu lowered her voice and said, the great emperor suggested that Kong Qi be taken away. As long as he questioned her, he would be able to tell the truth and know that the 10th princess had died in Ning Wang's trap. But he may not be impartial. Without the Book of Xian Nu and the mandate of Heaven and Tai Gu, the emperor cannot choose an heir. So he has to support Ning Wang. Once Ning Wang is convicted of murdering his siblings, the position of the regent will have to be replaced. Seeing Ning Wang's misfortune, she only cared about gloating. Shui concluded that Ning Wang's fall was not necessarily a good thing. She herself didn't know anything about politics, but under his influence, she gradually learned how to examine the situation of the court. It is exactly so. Shui walked shoulder to shoulder with her. He held her hand with one hand and gathered her slender fingers into his sleeve. Amongst all the imperial princes, only Ning Wang is capable of holding his own. The others have to rely on their relatives. Since ancient times until now, the greatest taboo of imperial power is to fall into the hands of outsiders. So not only will the great advisor not expose Ning Wang's crimes, for the sake of the overall situation, he will even protect Ning Wang. Yu Shu frowned. Even if it is Da Tiao, he can't confuse black and white. If the evidence is conclusive and Ning Wang is convicted, what will happen? If it really reaches that step, just look at who will have the power in the end. That person will be the real culprit who tried to kill you. Maybe it will be my grandfather, or maybe it will be someone else. Shui words were shocking. Yu Shu suddenly stopped walking and looked in bewilderment at him. From the time he had disappeared until now, the two of them had avoided this question. She suspected that Jing Qin's danger and the murders in Taisher Library were all secretly orchestrated by Shui Lingnan, but she had never asked Shui for proof, afraid that it would make things difficult for him. Facing his sudden confession, she didn't know what to do. Shui tightened his grip on her hand, his eyes unwavering. You don't want to make things difficult for me, but I can't pretend to be deaf and mute. I didn't tell you before because I couldn't tell right from wrong. But I know that the culprit behind the scenes has been plotting for a long time to take the throne. You and I are powerless to interfere in the case of Ning Wang. We only need to keep our eyes open and watch. Whether he is loyal or not, there will be a conclusion. Yu Shu's emotions fluctuated. Even if she had doubts, she could only hide them in her heart. If Shui Lingnan was the culprit behind the scenes, what would Shui do? She didn't care if she took revenge or not. After all, she was living well. Seeing that the Shui family had raised Shui, she could let bygones be bygones. But if Shui Lingnan was really a traitor, then could it be that Shui had to become a traitor in order to repay his kindness? Shui could see that she was thinking nonsense again. He gently pinched her palm and said in a low voice, right now, the most important thing for us is to get the Chun Jun sword. If they had the Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Run and the Chun Jun sword, they would no longer be fish on the chopping block. On the first day of the first month, Guo Huaiyan went to the Celestial Commissioner to ask for him. The Grand Commissioner did not release him and gave a very legitimate reason. Kong Qi reported the Qin Wang, which was beyond the jurisdiction of the judicial office. It had to be reported to the emperor first and then investigated. These words were passed to Ning Wang Fu in the inner palace, but there were different reactions. Ning Wang was more and more convinced that the Grand Commissioner wanted to protect him. But if he thought he could rest easy like this, then he was very wrong. The next day, an imperial decree was sent to the Grand Tidian. The Empress ordered the imperial astronomer and the Supreme Court to investigate the case of the 10th princess's murder 3 years ago. They had to find out the truth and bring the murderer to justice. Emperor Zhao Qing was recuperating in Huazhen Garden. In Jing, the Empress' decree was the most important. Even if the Grand Commissioner could not disobey the decree, he could only open the case for investigation. When Ning Wang heard the news, he immediately knew that the Empress and noble consort Shui were working together to bring him down. Even though he hated them, he did not sit and wait for death. That night, he visited the Celestial Commissioner and had a secret talk with the Grand Commissioner. The content was not known to others. On the 3rd day of the 1st month, Kong Qi was officially handed over to the judicial office to be imprisoned. At most 3 days later, the evidence would be gathered and the trial could begin. There were no airtight walls in this world. Also, there were people purposefully spreading the news. In less than 3 days, the rumors that Ning Wang had schemed to kill the 10th princess and then shifted the blame to the Shui family, causing Empress Rui and noble consort Shui to turn against each other spread through the court. At the same time, a memorial was sent from the north to the capital at top speed. A battle filled with the smoke of gunpowder had quietly begun. On the 2nd day after the judicial office opened the case, Yu Shu and Jing Chan met with the Grand Commissioner at Taishi Tower. The Chun Jun sword had finally been forged. You come and see if it's real or fake. Zhu Muzhao had a long and narrow sword case in front of him. He indicated for Jing Chun to come forward and open it. Yu Shu didn't move from her spot but stretched her neck to look. She saw Jing Chun take out a bronze short sword. The blade was black and shiny, the patterns on the hilt indistinct. It appeared to be very old. At first glance, it looked very intimidating. But she knew that the Grand Commissioner would not bring the real sword in front of them. This was definitely a fake. Jing Chun weighted his hand and lightly tapped on the blade. He turned it over and over to examine it. He exclaimed in shock, "This sword is exactly the same as the one I saw that day. It's a fake?" Zhu Muzhao smiled faintly. There are so many skilled craftsmen in the world. It's not strange to pass off a fake as the real one. Not just the Chun Jun sword. Even the book of Xian Nu Lu Run can be forged. Yu Shu's eyelids twitched. She thought that he didn't say this casually. In order to dispel his doubts, she said, "The 6 weapons of founding dynasty are extraordinary. Ordinary people can't tell the real from the fake. I think the Grand Commissioner must have a way to tell." Zhu Muzhao looked at her and nodded in agreement. Yu Shu frowned and said, "I don't know if Yanhua Ez also knows how to tell. What if he recognizes that the Chun Jun sword is fake and refuses to give me the book of Xian Nu Lu Ren?" "Don't worry. Even if he can tell the real from the fake, it will be after you read the book of Xian Nu Lu Run." Zhu Muzhao was calm and composed. The words that came out of his mouth were always easily convincing. Yu Shu sneered and thought, "Of course you can make me feel at ease. You brought this fake sword to trick me into looking for Yunhua, so that you can follow the clues and capture Yanhua. Then, the book of Xian Nu Lu Run will be in your hands, and the next step will be to obtain Destiny's tie bone. Put away the fake sword and bring it to Yunhua as soon as possible." Zhu Muzhao said solemnly, "When you read the book of Xian Nu Lu Run, you will know who is lying to you. At that time, I will want you to sacrifice your life for Jingqin. If you continue to make excuses, I will not be lenient." He did not ask how Yu Shu could get in touch with Yanhua, nor did he ask when she was going to see Yanhua. It looked like he was purely trying to gain Yu Shu's trust so that she would obediently marry Jing Chun. However, Yu Shu knew that once she walked out of the door with this fake sword, she would face an unprecedented test. She took the heavy sword case from Jing Chen's hands and hugged it in her arms. She nodded at the Grand Commissioner and left. Jing Chun followed closely behind her. Chapter 764. Jing Chun sent Yu Shu home, and the two of them talked about the next arrangements. The forged book of Mystery Fairy's 6 Wrens has been sent to Yunhua. We will meet at the Rising Cloud Temple outside the city. The 7th day of the Lunar New Year is Human Victory Day. During the day, the temple will be overcrowded with pilgrims. It will be convenient for us to act. The 7th day of the Lunar New Year. Isn't that the day after tomorrow? Isn't it a little too hasty? Jing Chun had a worried expression. Why is it hasty? We have to finish it quickly. Yu Shu sat cross-legged on the horizontal couch. She held the heavy fake sword with both hands. She touched it left and right and muttered, "Does the Chun Jun sword look like this? It doesn't look special. Even the blade is blunt. It is far from the treasured swords that can cut through iron like mud. Can it really destroy the book of Mystery Fairy?" Jing Chen's attention was diverted by her. He looked at the arm-length short sword in her hand and said, "Since my father said it, it can't be wrong. On the other hand, the book of Mystic Maiden that you forged using crystal stones, is it really as invulnerable as the real deal? Are you still worried about me?" Yu Shu put the fake sword back into the box and looked up at him. "On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, we will go out in the afternoon. Before sunset, we will rush to the Rising Cloud Temple and meet Yunhua. The Great Tipping Point will definitely send someone to follow us. Once they make a move, no matter what happens, don't worry about me. Don't let them catch Yunhua." This was a series of plans. The Great Tipping Point would give her a fake sword to lure Yunhua to show up. They would team up and put on a show. They would send the fake book of Mystery Fairy to the Great Tipping Point and coax him to give away the real Chun Jun sword. They would then rob him halfway. After Jing Chun left, Yu Shu divined another 2 divinations for peace of mind. The first one asked for success or failure, and the second one asked for good or ill fortune. The results were ambiguous. Even though she used the Tihu incense, it was not thorough enough. It seemed that there were too many variables, so the future was uncertain. Yu Shu was not nervous because of this. Even if there was only a 10% chance of winning the sword, she would not retreat. Coincidentally, on the 7th day of the new year, the trial for the murder of the 10th princess would begin. The court was set up in the Celestial Commissioner's office, presided over by the great Tito Zhumu Zhao and the Supreme Court's Chancellor Guohuayan. Supervising the trial were the Duke of Jing, the Count of Zhongyong, and the Prince of Xi'an. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Prime Minister Shui and Prime Minister Yin did not appear that day. Because the person involved was Ning Wang, and it was related to the dignity of the imperial family. Other than the relevant personnel, no one was allowed to be present. As one of the witnesses, Shui Rui and Shui Jinshuan were invited to the court to testify. On the other hand, Yu Shu was at home, refusing to see any guests and getting ready. When Zhao Hui heard that she was going to the Xinyun Taoist temple to offer incense in the afternoon, she wanted to go with her. However, Yu Shu's words made her change her mind. "There are too many people going out of the city today. The road is crowded. If Mother wants to go, after a few days when we are free, we can hire an extra carriage and let Godfather take the old lady's family to go with us." Zhao Hui then took out 20 taels of silver for her to buy more incense, candles, and fruits to worship. When Yu Shu came out of the upper room, she went to Xiaoxiu's place. It was the new year, so the medical house was temporarily closed. It would only reopen after the 15th. He Fangji went out to visit friends, so Yu Xiaoxiu had a long holiday. He had gone out with Hu Tian to play for the past 2 days. Because his clothes were burned by the firecrackers, he was scolded by He Fangji with a stern face last night. So today, he stayed at home and studied pharmacology. Yu Shu quietly entered the door and saw Yu Xiaoxiu sitting in front of the desk. His 2 hands were holding a handwritten scroll. His eyes were closed, his little face was tense, and his back was straight. Listening to his smooth writing, although there were pauses, there were no stumbles. It could be seen that he was very hardworking. Bai Ran was copying something on the other side of the desk. When she saw her come in, she put down the brush and called out, "Mississippi." Only then did Yu Xiaoxiu open his eyes. "Jia, why didn't you go out to play today?" Yu Shu asked knowingly. Yu Xiaoxiu embarrassedly scratched his head and whispered, I played enough. I haven't memorized the book yet. Yushu smiled and gently knocked on his forehead. Then she walked around the room with her hands behind her back. She didn't find what she was looking for, so she asked, "Where's Kim Bao? Didn't I tell you not to let it out when it's cold?" Since she entered the court as an official, she had no time to take care of the little yellow mouse, so she gave it to Yu Xiaoxiu to take care of. She was not a caring person, so she usually didn't think about this little thing. Kim Bao was smart enough to recognize people, and it almost became a spirit. If it was let out, it wouldn't run away. However, it loved to eat and drink in the kitchen, so Zhao Hui didn't know how many times she told Yu Xiaoxiu to look after it. During the new year, it was not allowed to run around and bite things. I didn't let it out. It was just here. I don't know why, but I heard it chirping nonstop when I got up. I thought it was too noisy, so I asked Ran to take the cage to the west room. When Yushu heard this, she felt a little strange. Jinbao was a peculiar mouse. It was like a mascot that had helped her escape from danger several times. That was why she thought of bringing it with her to increase her luck in this battle with her life on the line. When she heard that Kim Bao was abnormal today, she inevitably thought about it. Was it some kind of omen? Bai Ran, go and bring the cage to me. Bai Ran went. After a while, she heard the familiar sound of a mouse outside the door. Bai Ran came in from the outside and put a square iron cage in front of her. This was a cage that she had specially found a skilled craftsman to make. It was as big as 2 bird cages put together. There was a fake tree carved with roots, a cave dug out of marble, and the bottom was covered with fine pine wood chips. Kim Bao was only the size of a palm, so it could have fun inside. At this moment, Jin Bao was hugging a pocket-sized tree and chirping. When he looked up and saw Yushu, he became even more excited. He jumped down from the small rockery and threw himself onto the milky yellow pine wood shavings. As he rolled around, he made a ruckus. Just as Yu Xiaoxiu had said, he was extremely noisy. Squeak, 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 squeak. What are you doing? Yushu stretched out a finger and poked it. Kim Bao opened its little paws and hugged her fingertips. Its furry little head kept rubbing against her, as if it was playing coquettishly. Yu Xiaoxiu came to the side and said, "I think I want to go out to play. It has been locked up for several days. Why don't we let it go out to play?" Yushu patted its head and said, "No need. It's just that you've spoiled it. It'll be well behaved if it stays with me for 2 days." As she said this, she picked up the cage and was about to leave. Byran saw this and quickly reached out. "The cage is heavy. Miss, let me carry it." Yushu did not refuse his kindness. She handed the cage to him and told Yu Xiaoxiu to memorize it well. Then she turned around and went out. Byran followed her to the north courtyard. Yushu did not ask him to stay and let her go out. She did not let the maid come in. She rummaged through the drawers and found the small bamboo cage that was used to hold Kim Bao. She caught it from the big cage and put it in the small cage. Kim Bao was still moaning. She raised it in front of her eyes and flicked the bamboo cage with her fingers. She threatened it with a fierce face. "Shut up. Don't make a sound." Strangely enough, Jin Bao chirped at her a few more times before quieting down. Yushu nodded her head in satisfaction. She used a sturdy silk belt to tie the small bamboo cage around her waist and tied it into a dead knot. She then put on a loose cloak so that no one could see it from the outside. Kim Bao did not make a sound no matter what she did. Yushu opened the coat and saw that it buried its head in her chest and curled up into a ball. It had actually fallen asleep. In addition to Kim Bao, Yushu also wore several crystals, necklaces, and bracelets. She was fully armed. After confirming that she did not miss anything, she went to the front yard to wait for Jing Chun. At midnight, Jing Chun arrived on time. Yushu got on the carriage of the princess mansion. They left Baochong Street. They did not go straight out of the city. Instead, they first took a big circle in the city to get rid of the stalkers and confuse them. They first went to the fireworks alley in the south of the city. They disguised themselves and got off the carriage. Jing Chun held the sword box and followed Yushu into the narrow street. There was not much business during the day. Unlike when Yushu was here for the first time, there were no coquettish seductresses on both sides of the street. Occasionally, One or two girls would go out to see customers off. When they saw the two strangers with their faces covered, they could not be bothered with them. They yawned and turned back. It was still the Red Flower House. There was no one at the door. There was only an old woman sweeping the floor downstairs. Yushu took Jing Chen upstairs. They knocked on the door and entered Lady Qianqian's room. Zhao Xiaozhu was already there waiting for them. "You're finally here. Wait for me to change my clothes. We'll leave from the back door." Zhao Xiaozhu lifted the hem of his skirt and went into the room. When he came out, he had changed from a prostitute with heavy makeup to an unremarkable young man. "Let's go." Zhao Xiaozhu led them into the bedroom. He pushed open a window and jumped down first. Behind him was a dead end. There were piles of junk everywhere. He landed firmly on a wooden box and turned around to wave at the two people by the window. They were on the second floor, which was at least 20 feet high. Jing Chun carried the heavy sword case and jumped down easily. He then handed the sword case to Zhao Xiaozhu. He raised his hands and said to Yushu, who had just crossed the window with one leg, "Master, I'm going to kill you. Jump. I'll catch you." Recently, Yushu had been jumping over windows and walls, so she had become bolder. She jumped down, and Jing Chun took the opportunity to catch her legs. With one lift and one release, her feet landed on the ground. There was a gray carriage parked in the alley. Zhao Xiaozhu stuffed the sword box back into Jing Chen's arms and sat in the coachman's seat. He wore a straw hat to cover half of his face. After Yushu and Jing Chun got into the carriage, he drove the carriage out of the alley and headed in the direction of the city gate without looking back. After running for a while, he turned around and asked Yushu, "How is it? Are there people following us? Do you want me to run slower? Don't really lose them." Yushu said calmly, "Don't worry. If you run faster, they'll definitely catch up to us." The great tipping point must have given a strict order. The people sent to capture Yunhua would not lose them no matter what. Besides, it was broad daylight now. The sun had not set yet. Their target was so obvious. Even if they lost them for a while, they would soon catch up to them. Jing Chun sat by the window at the back. He flipped up the wooden plank and looked outside. After searching for a while, he turned around and shook his head at Yushu. "There are people everywhere outside. I can't sense their tracks anymore." Chapter 765. The 8 Rising Cloud Temple had always been the most prosperous place within 10 miles of the capital. On the day of the Human Triumph Day, there were countless believers who came to the temple early in the morning to offer incense, and in the afternoon, it was still packed with people. The carriage stopped at the foot of the mountain. Yushu and the others walked up the mountain and did not stand out among the crowd. After entering the mountain gate, they lined up in front of the merit box. Finally, it was their turn. Yushu donated the silver Zhao Hui gave her in exchange for a handful of incense and candles from the Taoist child. Protected by Jing Chun and Zhao Xiaozhu, they squeezed into the 3 Pristine's temple to burn incense. They had to line up to donate money, to burn incense and kowtow, and to line up to pray for blessings. Yushu and the others were like ordinary pilgrims. They did what they had to do. In the end, when the sun was about to set, they passed through the temple and went to the backyard. In such a large Taoist temple, there must be a place for the guests to rest. Many foreigners came to offer incense to the temple despite the long journey. They could not leave at night, so as long as they donated some incense money, they could stay for the night. Before Yunhua went into seclusion, he was once a frequent visitor of Ascending Cloud Temple. According to him, the old temple master was a Taoist expert. He once discussed Taoism with him for 3 days and 3 nights and was convinced by him. Hence, they became friends despite the difference in age. The reason why they chose to meet here was that Yunhua was clear about the secret passage in this Taoist temple, and it was convenient for him to escape. It was a pity that the old temple master passed away many years ago. The current temple master, Taoist Chungyun, was his junior. In Yushu's impression, the new temple master was a black-hearted person. A few months ago, Zhu Qingju asked her to help as a lobbyist. The reason was that old Lady Yao of the Duke Jing's mansion had a nightmare. After that, her precious great-grandson young Master Yao, fell ill. Taoist Cheng Yun came and pointed out a way to prolong his life. It sounded unreliable to use the blood of 6 relatives to make elixirs. One elixir cost 100 taels of gold. Zhao Xiaozhu stopped the Taoist priest who was passing by in a hurry. She gave him an ingot of silver and said a few nice words. The priest took them to the guest room. Jing Chun could not help but frown when he saw the man in the Taoist robe putting the silver into his sleeves, looking as if he had eyes for money. The man was still mumbling, "You're a Taoist. Fortunately, you met me. The guest rooms in the backyard are not for people to enter casually. You should take a rest and leave. Don't spend the night here. If the Abbey Dean finds out, he will be angry. Don't blame me if he drives you out." Zhao Xiaozhu inwardly rolled her eyes. Only the rich were allowed to enter this place. The Taoist priest led them to a guest room and left in a hurry. Zhao Xiaozhu closed the door, turned her head, and spat. Foster father stayed here the day before yesterday and donated 1,000 taels of silver in one go. Isn't it just a place to stay? I think even the most expensive restaurant in the capital can't compare to this place in terms of profit. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Yushu believed that when the old Taoist priest was alive, Rising Cloud Temple would not be like this. Jing Chun carried the sword box and walked around the room. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary and no one eavesdropping, he said to Zhao Xiaozhu, "Which room does my father live in? Bring us to him. In the yard next door. It's not far from here. I'll go scout first. Wait for me." Although Zhao Xiaozhu spoke carelessly, she was very careful in her work. Zhao Xiaozhu left in a flash. Yushu found a soft chair and sat down. Jing Chun paced back and forth in front of her. He looked flustered. She coughed and asked him to stop. "Are you nervous?" Jing Chun looked at her quietly. "Are you not nervous?" "Why should I be nervous? It's not like I'm going to see my father." Yushu teased. Seeing Jing Chun's embarrassed expression, she kindly comforted him. "You and your father haven't met for so many years. You're not the only one who's nervous. Your father must be looking forward to it too." This was not the first time Yushu noticed from Yunhua's tone and expression that he was far more attentive to Jing Chun than he was to Shui Rui. It was probably because he was forced to choose Jing Chun's mother, Princess Liue, while Shui Rui's birth mother, Madame Han, was his beloved first wife. On the contrary, Shui Rui, who was raised by the Shui family, did not have much expectation for Yunhua. Unlike Jing Chun, even though he knew that Yunhua had abandoned him, his admiration for his father did not change. After hearing Yushu's words, Jing Chun stopped pacing around. He stood at the door and waited for Zhao Xiaozhu to return. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he stealthily turned back and beckoned them to follow him. The Taoist priests of Ascending Cloud Temple were receiving the pilgrims at the front. Zhao Xiaozhu led the way in front. They slipped past the wall and quickly walked into the courtyard next door. They did not meet anyone along the way. This courtyard was much bigger. There were more than 10 rooms connected to the corridor. It was clean and tidy. They came to the innermost room and sneaked into the door like thieves. "Godfather, I brought them here." This guest room was not as simple as the previous one. The furnishings in the room were quite exquisite. They walked around the partition screen and parted the curtains. There were 2 people in the room. One was an old man with white hair, and the other was a man with a fierce expression. If Zhao Xiaozhu had not shouted, Yunhua and Jinku would have been the only ones there. Yushu would not have been able to recognize them. Yunhua sat on the low couch, and Jinku stood behind him. When he saw Jing Chun, Yunhua was not very excited. At least, compared to when he recognized Shui Rui, Yushu felt that he was much calmer this time. It was not that Yunhua was cold and heartless. When he looked at Jing Chun, his gaze was filled with gratification and guilt. It was just that he lacked that little bit of excitement, which made him seem uninteresting. Before Jing Chun came, he was uneasy. When he saw Yunhua, he took the initiative. He did not wait for Yunhua to call out to him. He walked forward and knelt in front of Yunhua. He called out softly, "Father." Yunhua reached out to help him up. "Get up. Don't kneel in front of me. I can't bear it." Jing Chun was about to get up, but when he heard what Yinhua said, he refused to move. He said, "You don't want me to kneel because you don't want to recognize me as your son?" Yinhua said, "Your mother died because of me. You also suffer because of me, but you are still willing to recognize me as your father. Don't you hate me?" Jing Chen said, "Without parents, where would I come from? I can hate everyone in the world, but I can't hate my father and mother." When Yushu heard him say this, she suddenly felt bad for him. Jing Chen had changed a lot since he came to the capital. However, his innocent heart had never wavered. Yinhua's gaze loosened. He sighed and raised his hand to put it on his shoulder. He said gently, "When I was young, I was as open-minded as you." "Good child, get up." Yushu nodded secretly. "That's right. This is how a father and son should recognize each other." After that, Yinhua officially introduced Jing Chen to Jin Ku and Zhao Xiaozhu. Jing Chen was much more cooperative than Shui Rui. He obediently recognized Jin Ku as his older brother and Zhao Xiaozhu as his younger brother. "Big brother, third brother." Jin Ku smiled and nodded. Zhao Xiaozhu blurted out, "Wrong, wrong. I am not the third brother. I am a fourth brother." Also ahem. Yushu suddenly coughed and interrupted Zhao Xiaozhu's words. She shifted everyone's attention to her and said in a serious tone, "Let's make a long story short. We still have business to attend to." She thought to herself that Zhao Xiaozhu was too talkative and almost gave up on Shui Rui. Even if he wanted to confess, Shui Rui had to tell Jing Chen personally. That was the right way to go. Yes. Let's talk about business first." Jin Ke came out and interrupted. He pointed at the sword box on Jing Chen's back and said, "Is this the imitation Chunjun sword inside?" Jing Chen untied it and handed it to him. Jin Ku took out the sword and held it in front of Yinhua. "Look." Yinhua took the sword and placed it on his knees. He touched the patterns on the sword's body and slowly shook his head. "I have never seen the real Chunjun sword, but I have heard my master describe it before. It is indeed very similar to the fake sword in my hand." "Jing Chen, you have seen the real sword before, right?" Jing Chen nodded. "When my junior sister, Shui Yun, returned the Chunjun sword, I was watching from the side. After she left, the great Tiao Dian handed the real sword to me." Yinhua hummed and lost interest in the fake sword. He handed it over to Jin Ku and put it in the sword box. Then, he looked back and forth at Yushu and Jing Chen's faces. He calculated with his fingers and had an idea. He said to the two of them, "There are many people who followed you here. They have already arrived at Ascending Cloud Temple. In at most 30 minutes, they will be able to surround this courtyard. As soon as you show your head, they will break in. At that time, I will leave the Book of Xian Nu and escape through the secret passage. Jin and Xiao Zhu will escort me down the mountain. Jing Chen, you will try to delay them." Yu Shu and the others had been up the mountain for an hour. No matter how big Ascending Cloud Temple was, it still had a range. Moreover, they had deliberately left traces in front of the mountain gate. The group of men of sacrifice sent by the great Tiao Dian would sooner or later lock onto the backyard and outflank them. At this time, the sun had just set. Yushu looked at the dusk outside through the window screen and said, "Then we will wait a little longer before going out." Out of nowhere, Zhao Xiaozhu found an incense burner, inserted a stick of incense, and lit it. Yinhua asked Jin Ku to take out the imitation book of Xian Nu and put it on the table. Jing Chen curiously leaned over to take a look. The red crystal, which was similar to the color of glazed crystal, had been carved and purified. Its surface was flowing with light, and its texture was as hard as iron. It showed an unparalleled magnificence. Whether it was the seal characters of the heavenly script on the front or the mysterious diagrams on the back, they were exactly the same as the real thing. If Jing Chen had not known that it was fake in advance, he would definitely have mistaken it for the real book of Xian Nu. "How is it? It looks real, right?" Yushu asked proudly. "Yes." Jing Chen nodded sincerely. He stared at the diagrams on the back and read 10 lines at a glance. When he found the description of Destiny and Taigu, he suddenly pursed his lips. Just like Yushu's reaction when she first heard the truth about Piming, he felt a strong disgust in his heart. He wished he could destroy the Book of Xian Nu right now to get rid of any future troubles. It turned out that Piming wanted to skin his own flesh and blood and make them into a set of tools to protect the imperial power. It was so inhumane that it was no wonder that the Titian had been reluctant to tell him the truth. Jing Chun was so angry that his eyes were red. He stared at the diagram of human bones that exuded a bloody smell, but a hand covered it. "Stop looking. Get ready. We should go out." Jing Chun raised his head. The incense in the incense burner had just burned to the end, and the sky outside had darkened. Yushu walked to the door and looked outside through the crack. Then, she walked back quietly and whispered, "It's already so late, but there's not even a shadow outside. It looks like they're here. Let's go out now." Yinhua nodded slightly and lowered his eyes. Jing Chun looked at him reluctantly and said, "Take care." He then cupped his hands at Jin Ku and Zhao Xiaozhu. "Thank you for protecting my father." Jin Ku and Zhao Xiaozhu looked at each other. There was a slight uneasiness on their faces, but Jing Chun did not notice, and neither did Yushu. She tugged at Jing Chun's sleeves and urged him to leave. The two walked to the door and stopped at the same time. Yushu took a deep breath and was about to push the door open when she suddenly heard someone calling her from behind. "Wait, there's something I forgot to tell you. Little you, come here." Yushu took 2 steps back and saw Yunhua waving at her. She looked confused, but walked over without thinking. Just as she was a few steps away from Yunhua, something strange happened. Jin Ku took a step forward, stretched out his long arm, and grabbed her shoulder. Like an eagle grabbing a chick, he brought her in front of him. Jing Chun was caught off guard. He was a little far away, and when he reacted, Jin Ku had already locked Yushu's throat in a threatening manner. "Don't move." "Huh?" Yushu was dumbfounded. What was going on now? "What are you doing?" Jing Chun looked at this scene in bewilderment. He tentatively took a step forward, and Jin Ku forcefully grabbed Yushu's throat. In an instant, her face turned red, and she struggled with all her might. She did not look like she was joking at all. "Stop!" Jing Chun growled, but he did not dare to move forward. Seeing that Jin Ku had loosened his grip, Yushu gasped and then retched. Jing Chun suppressed his anger and said to Yunhua, "What do you mean by this?" Yunhua raised his eyelids, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes. He looked at him expressionlessly and said, "I will give you 2 hours. Go back to the capital and find Zhu Muzhao. Ask him to bring the real Chun Jun's sword to see me. Otherwise, I will kill the person who broke my life." Jing Chin's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "You want to exchange her for sword?" Yushu coughed and wanted to cry. Who could tell her that Yunhua had taken the wrong medicine? This was not how the script was written. Wait. She held a glimmer of hope and said with a dry throat, "Didn't we agree that when the big tipping point gets the fake book of Mystic Fairy, we will have a chance to get the sword? Why are you in such a hurry?" Yinhua glanced at her, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He said sarcastically, "Do you really think that Zhu Muzhao can't even tell whether the Book of Mystic Fairy is real or fake? I cooperated with your plan to coax you out of the capital so that it would be convenient for me to take action. Otherwise, how could Zhu Muzhao let you go so easily? If I can't get the Chun Jun sword, killing you will be the same." Yushu did not give up and asked, "If you do this, if the big tipping point refuses to give in and he doesn't exchange the Chun Jun sword for my life, are you really going to kill me? Senior brother." She gritted her teeth and said the last 2 words to remind Yunhua of the relationship between them. Yunhua was unmoved. He said, "Destroying the Book of Mystic Fairy is the master's lifelong wish. You're also his disciple. Even if you die because of this, it will be a worthy death." "A worthy death, my ass." Yushu almost cursed it out loud. She was fighting so hard just to save her life. Okay. Although Jing Chun did not understand what they were talking about, he knew that Yunhua had made up his mind. His face immediately darkened. This time, he did not hesitate, but decisively said to Yunhua, "Don't hurt her. I will rush back and bring the big tipping point and the Chun Jun sword here. Go and come back quickly." Yunhua reminded him, "I will only wait for 2 hours." Jing Chun did not say any more nonsense. He took a deep look at Yu Shu and strode away. He was so fast that Yu Shu did not even have the chance to stop him. Yu Shu turned her head and said to Yunhua, "You don't care about Jing Chun. Don't you care about my big brother? If he knows that you want to kill me, he will definitely not forgive you." Yunhua closed his eyes again and did not answer. Outside the door, as soon as Jing Chun appeared, more than a dozen black shadows jumped down for the top of the wall and the roof. They rushed towards him agilely. In the blink of an eye, half of the people surrounded him, and the other half broke into the room. Chapter 766. Celestial Commissioner Zhong Zhengxi. After a day of trial, the case of Ning Wang plotting to kill 10th Princess had just come to an end. First, Kong Qi came out to testify against Ning Wang, saying that 3 years ago, he had been threatened by Ning Wang to seduce the 10th princess and marry her. Later, the emperor had intentions of marrying the 10th princess to Shui Rui. Ning Wang had schemed behind the scenes and had Kong Qi incite the 10th princess to destroy this marriage. The 10th princess didn't know the truth and first tricked the young miss of the Shui family to the crime scene. Then she jumped into the lake from upstairs to frame the young miss of the Shui family. In the end, the 10th princess suddenly died. The emperor was furious and vented his anger on the Shui family, causing Empress Rui and Shui Guifei to turn against each other. Ning Wang refused to admit his guilt and couldn't be tortured. The Chief Justice of the Judicial Office, Guo Huaiyan, could only call in a second witness. It was a palace maid that served the 10th princess when she was alive. This palace maid revealed that the 10th princess and Kong Qi had exchanged private letters. They had all been passed on by a little Tai Jian next to Ning Wang. Otherwise, Kong Qi, a foreign official, wouldn't have been able to deceive people and secretly communicate with the 10th princess who lived in the imperial temple. She then confessed that on the day of the crime, it was she who had taken the young miss of the Shui family to Guan High Tower to be alone with the 10th princess. Then, Shui Rui and Shui Jinxuan were brought to the court for questioning. They once again proved that on the day of the crime, the 10th princess had jumped down from upstairs herself and had nothing to do with Shui Jinxuan. Originally, it wasn't enough to convict Ning Wang based on the empty words of these people. But at the crucial moment, the palace sent in another piece of evidence. It was a handwritten note that Empress Rui had found among the belongings of the 10th princess. After verification, it was confirmed that it was written by the 10th princess herself. It clearly recorded how she and Kong Qi met and mentioned that Ning Wang had secretly played matchmaker. This contradicted Ning Wang's previous confession that he didn't know of the affair between Kong Qi and the 10th princess. Guo Huaiyan questioned Ning Wang mercilessly. "Didn't Wang Yi say that you didn't know? Then how do you explain 10th princess notes?" Ning Wang's expression did not change as he said, "Even if 10th sister really wrote this, it only shows that Ben Wang knew of their affair and does not prove that Ben Wang incited Kong Qi to coax her to commit suicide. The dead are the most important. Ben Wang did not want to smear Imperial Sister's face, so he helped her conceal it. But who would have thought that Kong Qi would make such a big mistake?" Not only did he not repent, he used it to frame Ben Wang, completely disregarding Imperial Sister's reputation after death. "I want to ask, Kong Qi, who incited you to not let go of Ben Wang?" Kong Qi did not fall for his provocation. Guo Huaiyan was aggressive. "So you admit that you know about the secret affair between the 10th princess and Kong Qi?" Prince Ning could only nod in silence. Guo Huaiyan seemed to be waiting for him to say this. He slammed the gavel in his hand and loudly called for the witness. "Come, summon the former Grand Hospital Medicine, Judge Su Shiliang." Even though Ning Wang looked calm on the surface, his suddenly tightened jaw revealed a trace of panic. Shui Rui stood not far from him and watched coldly. Very quickly, Medicine Judge Su, who should have died on the way back to his hometown 3 years ago, was limping as he was helped into the courtroom. He knelt on the ground and confessed his crimes. It turned out that he had been incited by Ning Wang to secretly tamper with 10th Princess prescription and add a strong medicine, causing 10th Princess, who should have been saved to die. Not long after that, he left the Imperial Hospital. He did not expect to encounter bandits on his way back to his hometown. His boat sank to the bottom of the river. Fortunately, he was rescued by fishermen on the shore. He lost a leg, but kept his old life. Su Shiroyang's voice was full of tears. I was blinded by greed and accepted a large sum of money from Ning Wang. After that, it was too late for regrets. I thought that I had done such a sinister thing for Ning Wang. How could he let me live? It was a pity that my entire family was brutally murdered. That group of bandits was obviously sent by Ning Wang in disguise. Even if I have to risk this old man's life, I will expose his true colors. This is a load of nonsense. Ning Wang scolded harshly. I have never had any contact with you. When did I order you to poison the 10th princess? Your entire family was killed on the way. What does that have to do with me? Su Shiroyang looked like he was ready to risk everything. He stared at Ning Wang and took out something from his bosom. Your Highness, do you think that I am not the least bit on guard? Open your eyes and see what this is. He was holding a piece of strangely shaped amber in his palm. He screamed, That day, I was afraid that you would kill me after the deed was done. So before I poisoned the 10th princess, I asked for a personal item from your Highness to protect yourself. You just thought that it sank to the bottom of the river with me. You didn't expect me to come back alive. When Ning Wang saw this item, his expression changed. Guo Huaiyan asked someone to present the item. At first, he only thought that it looked familiar, but Shui Rui revealed the origin of this jade pendant. If I am not mistaken, this is an item bestowed by the Emperor. A few years ago, when His Majesty was traveling to the south, someone offered him a piece of amber in the shape of a dragon. There was a strange insect in the amber. It had the body of a snake, antlers, scales, and claws. It looked very much like a dragon. His Majesty liked it very much. But because the dragon was missing one claw and only had 4, he bestowed it to Ning Wang. With his reminder, many people at the scene recalled this incident. They passed the amber to each other and confirmed that it was an item bestowed by the Emperor. Even Titian, who had always been protecting Ning Wang, had to admit that this was indeed something bestowed by Emperor Zhao Qing to Ning Wang. Guo Huaiyan looked at the bewildered Ning Wang and sneered. Your Highness, can you clear up my confusion? How did this item bestowed by the Emperor fall into the hands of an imperial physician who had no contact with you? Ning Wang gritted his teeth. This is a frame-up. I lost this piece of golden amber years ago. I only found out today that it was stolen. Zhongyong Bo said sarcastically. You can even lose an item bestowed by the Emperor. Your Highness is too narrow-minded. Ning Wang's face was ashen, but he was powerless to defend himself. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at Titian, who was sitting on a main judge's seat, hoping that he could exonerate him. But he was destined to be disappointed. Faced with such detailed witness and material evidence, all the evidence pointed to Ning Wang. Even Titian could not distort the truth and blindly side with him. Ning Wang is indeed suspected of plotting to harm 10th Princess. Titian turned to discuss with Guo Huaiyan, but there is some evidence in this that needs to be carefully verified before we can convict him. I think that we should temporarily imprison Ning Wang in the imperial household. After you and I have verified it, we can report to His Majesty in Huajin Garden and ask for a judgment. While Guo Huaiyan wanted to punish Ning Wang on the spot, he knew that it was impossible. Seeing that Titian was making a concession, he nodded in agreement. The supervisors did not have any objections. This meant that Ning Wang was going to face an unprecedented imprisonment. He resisted the urge to turn hostile on the spot and allowed Titian to give the order. He was invited away. When he passed by Shui Rui, he paused in his steps and smiled coldly. He lowered his voice and said, Prime Minister Shui has good tactics. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Shui Rui lowered his eyes and did not speak. He was not surprised by this result. Ning Wang thought that he had done everything flawlessly in the past. How could he have known that he had been exposed so early on? Shui Lingnan had dominated the imperial court for more than a decade. How could he be suppressed by a fledgling imperial prince to the point of being unable to fight back? It was only because of the emperor's indulgence that Shui Lingnan lowered his head and showed weakness. This moment of forbearance caused Ning Wang to become arrogant and condescending. There was a saying that the higher one stood, the harder one fell. After the court was dismissed, Kong Qi and the other witnesses were taken away by Guo Huaiyan. The judicial office and Zhong Zheng each kept a statement. The Tidian returned to Tai. Shi Lu Ren Qiming followed closely behind. After the miscellaneous people left, Ren Qiming smiled coldly. I didn't expect that the Empress would not care about 10th Princess reputation in order to deal with Ning Wang. Right now, it is Prime Minister Shui and Count Zhongyong who have joined hands to eliminate Ning Wang. Grand Secretary, if you continue to offend Ning Wang, they will turn around and target you next. Zhu Muzhao paced in front of the warm stove. Spreading his palms, he said as he warmed himself, even if I don't care about Ning Wang, they will make trouble for me sooner or later. No matter which one of them wants that position, they must first get through me. Ren Qiming walked closer to him and said in a low voice, Ning Wang cannot defeat Prime Minister Shui, and Prime Minister Yin is still not willing to show up. It is impossible to keep the peace. Isn't it time for you to make a move and deal with the Shui family first? Otherwise, when Ning Wang falls, it will be too late for them to take over the imperial court in one go. Zhu Muzhao muttered to himself as he flipped his palm over. The charcoal fire had turned his palm red. The palm lines that ran across his palm were very rare. However, if a master palmistry saw this palm line, he would definitely recognize that it was a 1-in-a-million fatal palm. According to legend, the person who had this palm reading was either a talented general who could bring peace and stability to a country, or an ambitious and ruthless person who could bring chaos to the world. Zhu Muzhao stared at the dancing flames in the stove and did not answer for a long time. Just as Ren Qiming was about to persuade him again, there was a sudden commotion outside the building. Then, the curtain was lifted up. Someone had beaten off the guards and barged in. It was Jing Chun, who had just rushed back from Rising Cloud Monastery outside the city to the Celestial Commissioner. Stop! Ren Qiming shouted in a low voice and dismissed the guards. He turned around and said to Jing Chun with a straight face, Do you have any rules? This is Taishi Tower. How dare you barge in? Jing Chun ignored him and rushed to the front of Zhu Muzhao. He said to him coldly, My father has taken you Shu hostage. He wants you to bring the Chun Jun sword to exchange with him within 2 hours. Otherwise, he will kill her. Zhu Muzhao turned around without changing his expression. He stared at Jing Chun. His eyes were like torches, making it impossible for people to hide. It seemed that he was judging whether Jing Chun was telling the truth or not. Seeing this, Jing Chun took off the zhugetong from the secret pocket on his waist without saying anything and stuffed it into Zhu Muzhao's hand. He faced him and repeated what he just said. Zhu Muzhao naturally recognized Yun Hua's personal belongings. He knew that Jing Chun did not lie this time. He turned over the zhugetong in his hand and frowned. After a while, he said, Wait here for a moment. I will go get the sword. No. Ren Qiming stopped him. How can the Chun Jun sword fall into the hands of such a traitor? Please think twice. Jing Chun looked at Zhu Muzhao, who had turned around to look at him. His expression hardened, and he said fiercely, If you are not willing to exchange the Chun Jun sword for her life, once my father kills her, I will kill myself to apologize to her. Zhu Muzhao's face suddenly darkened. He turned around and went upstairs without hesitation. Qiming, come with me. Ren Qiming angrily glanced at Jing Chun and followed Zhu Muzhao upstairs. After a while, he came down alone. He ignored Jing Chun and hurried out of the door. If the commissioner wanted to take the Chun Jun sword out of the capital, he must send more people to guard it, just in case. In less than half an hour, a large number of soldiers and horses gathered in front of the Celestial Commissioner's gate. Hundreds of torches lit up the night sky. The 5 carriages of the commissioner were surrounded in the middle. As soon as the driver gave the order, they drove to the city gate in a mighty manner. Such a big movement naturally could not be hidden. Before tomorrow morning, the news would reach some people's ears. Jing Chun sat in the carriage with Zhu Muzhao, listening to the heavy hoofbeats outside the carriage. The rumbling sounded like muffled thunder pounding on his chest. He looked at the unfamiliar man opposite him who was holding the sword box, and in his heart, he was weighing the possibility of snatching the sword from the man's hand and escaping. But the man raised his head and glanced at him lazily, saying softly, "I advise you to get rid of the idea in your mind. Don't do stupid things." Jing Chun involuntarily clenched his fists. Although he had never seen this man, he had felt this man's breath more than once in the Taishi Tower. Sometimes it was long, and sometimes it was mighty. That was the performance of the perfection of inner strength, so he was very clear that he was no match for this man. He looked at Zhu Muzhao in frustration. How could Zhu Muzhao not know what he was thinking? Zhu Muzhao shook his head and said, "Jing Chun, there is no perfect solution in this world. If you don't want me to catch your father, you shouldn't have asked me to save her." Jing Chun was speechless. The carriage sped along, and not long after, they were out of the city gate. During this time, someone approached the carriage, knocked on the window, and said a few words to the carriage. Zhu Muzhao only responded with a and did not give any further instructions. Jing Chun was suffering at this time, so he did not pay attention to this detail. He did not know that not far behind them, a carriage quietly followed. When it was almost 9 o'clock, the noisy rising cloud temple was shrouded in a strange silence. It was supposed to be the time to turn off the lights and sleep, but there was a ball of light in the backyard. In the small courtyard near the cliff, outside the door of a guest room, there were layers of shadows, firmly trapping the people inside the room. Yushu sat next to Yinhua. Although Jean did not strangle her again, he did not let her leave his grasp. She had no doubt that if she dared to stand up and run outside, he could smash her skull with a raise of his hand. So she did not try to escape from the devil's clutches. Instead, she sat there obediently and waited for Jing Chun to come and save her. This situation made her want to cry, but she could not. It was not that she did not try to communicate with Yinhua, to move him with emotion and reason, but no matter how many flowery words she said, Yinhua just ignored her, as if she was a mass of air. Seeing that the time limit of 2 hours was almost up, but Yinhua had not arrived yet, she was secretly anxious. She was afraid that Yinhua would really be ruthless and kill her. So, she persisted, licked her dry lips, and continued to persuade him. "I say, why are you so muddle-headed? When the Great Enlightenment comes later, even if you get the Chunjun sword, it will be difficult for you to escape. If he catches you, even the Book of Fantasy Fairies' 6 Rens can't be kept. While they haven't arrived yet, you'd better run for your life. Where there is life, there is hope. What's the use of killing me? In another 100 years, who knows who will be the ruler of the world?" Hearing her rebellious words, Yinhua was finally willing to turn his head to look at her, but his eyes were cold. "If I can't escape, then I won't. Once I get the Chunjun sword, I will immediately destroy the Book of Fantasy Fairy. In short, I will have no regrets in this life." From his words, Yushu heard the will to die. Her heart trembled, and she suddenly forgot to save herself. She lowered her voice and shouted at him, "Are you crazy?" Chapter 767. When Yushu learned that Yinhua had the idea of perishing together with his enemies, she was immediately overwhelmed with shock. She originally thought that after Yinhua had gone through so many hardships and met Shui Rue, he would regret his stubbornness that caused his family to be torn apart. Who knew that after 20 years, destroying the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens was still the most important thing in his mind. This matter had already become a demon in Yunhua's heart. Compared to this, whether it was Jing Chen's, Shui Rue's, or his own life, all of them seemed insignificant. This realization made her feel a chill run down her spine, because if she got the Chunjun sword, it meant that Yinhua would die. If she did not get the Chunjun sword, she would be the one who would die. She was greedy for life and afraid of death. But if Yinhua died because of this, how could she face Shui Rue in the future? Yushu suddenly fell silent. There was no longer any sound inside or outside the room. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. She looked outside and saw that the screen in the living room had been pushed to the ground. The door was wide open, and cold wind kept pouring into the room. Two masked men of sacrifice were guarding the door, staring at their every move without blinking. Yinhua and Zhao Xiaozhu sat on the horizontal couch, separated by a tea table. Jean stood behind them, while Zhao Xiaozhu swayed by the door. She did not clash with the men of sacrifice. Both parties were in a stalemate until the sound of nervous and orderly footsteps came from the backyard. It was mixed with the sound of armor rubbing against each other. Foster father. Zhao Xiaozhu turned around and said to Yinhua with a solemn expression, "There are many people outside. They are armed, and they have surrounded the entire courtyard." Yinhua raised his head and looked outside the door calmly. After a while, he saw the courtyard suddenly lit up with a fire that reached the sky. A group of people hurriedly walked past the window. The first person to appear at the door was Jing Chun, who had left and returned. Yushu smiled bitterly without making a sound. "I brought him here." When Jing Chun saw that Yushu was sitting next to Yunhua unscathed, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He glanced at Yunhua with a complicated expression and moved sideways. The person standing behind him was exposed to Yunhua's field of vision. Zhu Muzhao, who was wearing embroidered clothes and a light fur coat, was surrounded by several armed guards. He was already in his 50s, but his hair was still black, and he did not look old at all. He looked calm and composed, as if he was not here for a meeting, but to meet a friend that he had not seen for many years. Their gazes intersected in the air. It was just a meeting, but it had evoked 20 years of grievances and entanglements. Once upon a time, one of them was a famous young talent in the capital, while the other was a proud son of heaven from an illustrious family. They had once appreciated each other's talents, and they had also drank and chatted merrily. Who would have thought that when they met again many years later, things would be the same, but the people would be different? Zhu Muzhao, Yin Mufeng. Zhu Muzhao raised his hand and gestured for the guards to stay outside the door. He only brought the sword-carrying man into the room. Jing Chun was the last to enter. He silently stood in the middle of the two parties, intentionally or unintentionally preventing a conflict that might occur at any time. Jing stared at the sword-carrying man and took half a step forward without batting an eyelid. He pressed one hand on Yushu's shoulder. Zhao Xiaozhu also retreated to Yunhua's side and formed a protective posture. "Yin Mufeng, you have been hiding for so many years. You are finally willing to show yourself," Zhu Muzhao said with a sigh as he sat down on a chair at random. Yinhua looked at him coldly and said, "It's useless to say more. Did you bring the thing I wanted?" Zhu Muzhao nodded and glanced at Yushu, who was under the control of the sword-carrying man. He said, "I didn't expect you to use such despicable means. You can even use your own son so easily. You have really changed a lot." When Jing Chen heard this, he looked embarrassed. Yushu, on the other hand, had a sullen face and did not say a word. Hearing his provocation, Yinhua said coldly, "Aren't you also using them to lure me out? I'm just doing what you want. The Life Destroyer is in my hands. You can use the Chun Jun sword to exchange for it. You can also try to see if I will kill her." Zhu Muzhao looked at him inquiringly. "As far as I know, the Chun Jun sword only has one use. It can destroy the Book of Mystery Fairy Lu Run. This is a secret left behind by the Saint Ancestor and Empress Ningzhen to prevent the Book of Mystery Fairy from falling into the hands of treacherous officials. Only the rulers of the past and the Celestial Commissioner in power know about it. You want the Chun Jun sword for no other reason than to destroy the book. I have always been curious about your origin. Where did you learn so many secrets of our dynasty?" Yunhua said, "The Imperial Court has been investigating me for so many years. If they can't even find out my origin, they're all a bunch of useless people." In the face of his mockery, Zhu Muzhao was not ashamed or annoyed. He retorted, "In your eyes, how many people in this world are not useless? Even I am not as good as you, so it is more and more difficult for me to understand. Back then, you gave up glory, splendor, wealth, and the power and status that could be easily obtained. Was it to go against the imperial court? Do you know how much trouble you have caused by burning the Celestial Commissioner to steal the Book of Mystery Fairy for your own selfishness? Perhaps one day, the world will be in chaos, and the common people will suffer. You will be the sinner for all eternity. These words could not be said to be without criticism. Yunhua frowned and smiled angrily. I dare not bear this crime, and I can't bear it. The general trend of the world, after being separated for a long time, must be united for a long time, and, after being united for a long time, must be separated. At the beginning of the founding of the country, Empress Ningzhen held the Book of Mystery Fairy in her hand. It was to support the right path and benefit the people. She knew that taking the bones for divination was against the harmony of heaven. So before she died, she ordered the 6 founding instruments to be buried with her. Unexpectedly, the later generations were unfilial and opened the coffin to take the book after her death. In order to use the Book of Mystery Fairy to control the general situation of the world, they forged the so-called Sacred Ancestors' teachings and compiled it into a key techniques of governing a state. They engraved it on the back of the Book of Mystery Fairy together with the Taigu deity lesson. They thought that this could cover up their treason and heresy. From Emperor Shizong to the present day, in order to obtain a set of Taigu, how many shameful things have been done secretly, and how many innocent people have died tragically. Behind this peace and prosperity, it is built by piling up white bones and casting blood. How many innocent people have died tragically instead of being ashamed? Her words shocked everyone. The truth revealed between Yunhua's words was simply shocking. Yu Shu and Jing Chun looked at each other. No matter what, they did not expect that there was such a hidden story behind the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens. According to Yunhua's words, Empress Ningzhen clearly forbade the future generations from using the Book of Mystery Fairy, but the later emperor actually dug up her grave in order to consolidate the imperial power. Yushu could not help but look at Zhu Muzhao's face. She saw that he was frowning and was no longer indifferent. Obviously, it was also the first time he heard such a story. A bunch of nonsense. The Imperial Ancestral Temple has the whole holy teaching. It is clearly written by Emperor Anwu. How can it be forged? I saw it with my own eyes. How can I believe that you are inverting right and wrong? It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I'm not saying these words for you to hear. Yunhua glanced at Yushu, who was sitting next to him, and sneered, In the eyes of the world, I am already a dead person. Even if I become the eternal sinner in your words, so what? It is better than letting my future grandson be skinned and broken into pieces to be used by the incompetent emperor and treacherous officials. Instead of that, it is better for me to kill her first. Hearing him insult the emperor and himself, Zhu Muzhao's temper was about to explode. He immediately said with a cold face, Since you are so stubborn, it is useless for me to persuade you. Well, you let her go, and I will give you the Chun Jun sword. As he said this, he signaled the person holding the sword to come forward. At this moment, the Tijian became the bodhisattva who saved Yushu's life. Seeing that he was willing to exchange the sword for her, Yushu did not feel happy. Instead, she was anxious. The Chun Jun sword was Yunhua's life-threatening talisman. Both the Tijian and Jing Chun did not know that the real Book of Mystery Fairy was tied to Yunhua. Once he got the sword, she was afraid that he would immediately kill himself. How could she watch him die? No, Yushu suddenly spoke. Everyone in the room looked at her. She could only pretend to be afraid of death and said to Zhu Muzhao, What if he still wants my life after he gets a sword? Let me go first. Shut up. Jing Ku pinched her shoulder heavily. Yushu shrank her neck in pain. She did not know where he pinched. She opened her mouth again, but she could not make a sound. She was so anxious that her forehead was sweating profusely. Yushu wholeheartedly thought that she could not let Yunhua get the Chun Jun sword. She did not know what her appearance had exposed. Zhu Muzhao looked at her thoughtfully. Suddenly, he laughed as if he had discovered something interesting. He turned around and said to Yunhua, It seems that she doesn't want the Chun Jun sword to fall into your hands. This is strange. If you can destroy the Book of Mystic Nyu Lurin, shouldn't she be happy to see it happen? Yunhua said expressionlessly. It is she who is afraid of death. No. Zhu Muzhao slowly shook his head. He looked at Yunhua and said, she is not afraid of death. She is afraid that you will die. Let me guess, the Mystic Maiden's 6 Rens book is with you, right? Yunhua asked him in reply, do you think that I will bring it with me? Yushu listened to their questions and answers. She only felt that she was extremely stupid. In a battle of wits and courage at this level, one careless move would cause the whole game to be lost. It was not something that she could participate in at all. She could only be a bystander. She kept her mouth shut and widened her eyes to watch the outcome of the battle. I think you will. As he said this, the calm and composed expression returned to Zhu Muzhao's face again. Yunhua said coldly, even if I bring the Book of Mystery Fairy with me, what can you do to me? I killed the Life Destroyer. Even if you can capture me and obtain the Book of Mystery Fairy, it will be useless without the Destiny Tie Bone. Now, I will ask you one last time. Do you want to exchange a sword for her? Or do you want me to kill her? Jinka moved his hand to Yushu's throat. His 5 fingers form a hook. He was waiting for Yunhua's order to instantly break her neck. Seeing this, Jing Chun was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Zhu Muzhao looked back and forth at them. He calmly raised his hands and clapped his palms. Someone outside the door asked in a low voice, Sir, what are your orders? Go and bring the person over. After a while, the sound of footsteps approached the door. The door was half closed and was pushed open by someone. Yinhua looked up and saw 2 men of sacrifice walking in with a person tied up. The person's eyes were covered with a black cloth. When the men of sacrifice took off the black cloth and Yunhua saw the person's face clearly, his expression changed instantly. At the same time, when Yushu saw the person, she was so shocked that her hair stood on end. Among the people present, only Jing Chun was kept in the dark. He called out in confusion, Brother Shui? Shui squinted his eyes and adapted to the light in front of him. He looked around the room, and his gaze first fell on Yushu. When he saw that her neck was being strangled by Jin Ku, and when he saw the person holding the sword beside Zhu Muzhao, he immediately understood the situation. Like Yushu, he had become a hostage. Now let me ask you, Zhu Muzhao said to Yunhua calmly, do you want the Chunjun sword, or do you want your son's life? Yunhua came back to his senses and looked at Zhu Muzhao with gloomy eyes. What if I say that I want the Chunjun sword? Zhu Muzhao snorted coldly, and a sharp blade was placed horizontally on Shui Rui's neck. When Yushu saw this, she opened her mouth in panic, but she could not make a sound. Yinhua closed his eyes. Anyone could see that he was struggling at this moment. How did you know? He asked. Zhu Muzhao was confident that he would win, so he did not mind answering his doubts. Before Shui Zhao died, he told me personally. Yinhua opened his eyes abruptly, and a cold light shone in them. Shui Zhao's death is related to you? He naturally did not believe that Shui Zhao would betray him. More than 10 years ago, Shui Zhao suddenly died, and his death was strange. When he heard the news, he suspected that Shui Zhao had died an unnatural death, and he was most likely implicated by him. When Shui Rui heard this, he turned to look at Zhu Muzhao. The sharp blade scratched his neck, leaving a bloody mark, but he did not feel any pain. Zhu Muzhao said with an indifferent expression, after you went missing, the late emperor learned that the Book of Mystery Fairy was lost. In a fit of rage, he issued an order to silence all witnesses. Later, the Celestial Commissioner's report was passed to me. Now that I have succeeded to the throne, recovering the Book of Mystery Fairy became the most important task. I knew that apart from Jing Chun, you have another son who is still alive. So, I followed this clue and investigated further. In the end, I suspected Shui Zhao. After several tests, I used the Great Cave Illumination technique and found out that his only son was not his biological son. At that time, Shui Lingnan was already the prime minister, and Shui Zhao had a good reputation among the literati. Emperor Zhao Qing had just ascended the throne, and his foundation was not stable. So, Zhu Muzhao secretly captured Xue Zhao and brought him to the Celestial Commissioner for interrogation. Unexpectedly, Xue Zhao, who was a literati, was so stubborn that he refused to confess under heavy torture. If Zhu Muzhao had not learned the Great Cave Illumination technique, he would not have been able to determine that Xue Rui was Yunhua's son. Jing Qin stared at Xue Rui in a daze. You and I are biological brothers. Zhu Muzhao continued. Xue Zhao was a smart man. He knew that he would not be able to escape death after he was tortured. To prevent the entire Xue family from being harmed and to protect his adopted son, he bit his 10 fingers and committed suicide by touching the wall in prison. He bit his 10 fingers because he was afraid that someone would forge a false confession after his death and commit suicide by touching the wall. He wanted to leave his body intact so that his family could recognize it. After Xue Zhao's death, I sent someone to dump his corpse in the suburbs and made it look like he was robbed. When the Xue family received the news, they went to identify the corpse and secretly brought it back. They announced to the public that Xue Zhao had died a sudden death. After listening to Zhu Muzhao's account, Xue Rui felt as if his liver was about to explode. His eyes were red with hatred, and he glared at Zhu Muzhao. So, it was you who killed my father. Yushu was terrified. She was afraid that Xue Rui would throw caution to the wind and fight to the death. Yunhua knew that Zhu Muzhao was deliberately provoking him, but he could not help but feel angry. He pounded his chest and said, Jingbai, you did not betray me. I am the one who betrayed you. He coughed violently, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Godfather, Zhao Xiaozhu quickly supported him. She patted his back to calm him down and glared at Zhu Muzhao. Seeing this, Zhu Muzhao seemed to feel that it was not enough. He added fuel to the fire by saying something else. During the battle for the crown prince, you became Prince Xiang's guest. The Zhu family supported the current emperor, but the former emperor wanted you to be the next great advisor. After that, I was the one who spread the news that you had a wife in your hometown. That was why they were killed. Yinhua coughed up another mouthful of blood. He pointed at Zhu Muzhao and said with a trembling voice, I should have known that it was you. That year, in order to make him marry Princess Liue, the former emperor used both carrot and stick. In order to refuse the marriage, he confessed that he already had a family. There were only a few people who knew about this, and Zhu Muzhao was one of them. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Zhu Muzhao looked askance at Yinhua. There was pity in his eyes. From the beginning, you should not have appeared in the capital. If Yin Mufeng did not exist in this world, the things that happened later would not have happened. Your first wife would not have died, Princess Liue would not have died, and Shuezwa would not have died. These are all sins that you have committed. You reap what you sow today. The blood drained from Yunhua's face. He was on the verge of collapsing. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at Xue Rui's expression. He was afraid that he would see Xue Rui's look of deep hatred. Zhu Muzhao curled up the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. He made one last attack. Now that things have come to this, are you going to let your own son die for the righteous path that you have been defending? Yinhua took a deep breath and swallowed the stench that surged up his throat. He said in a hoarse voice, Don't say any more. Take the sword back. We will exchange a life for a life. In the end, he could not bring himself to sacrifice Xue Rui's life in exchange for the Chunjun sword. No, it's not exchanging a life for a life. Zhu Muzhao shook his head and pointed at Yushu. He then pointed at Yunhua and said, It's using your son's life in exchange for the person who broke your life and the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens in your possession. Zhu Muzhao, don't push your luck. You can choose not to give it to me. Whether they live or die, it all depends on you. When she saw the two of them opposing each other, Yushu was extremely nervous. She had to admit that she hoped that Yunhua would agree to it, so that they could both survive. If Yunhua refused, once Xue Rui died, Yunhua would also die even if he obtained the Chunjun sword. In the end, she would be the only one left alive. She might as well die. Promise him. Xue Rui suddenly spoke. He stared at Yunhua with his red eyes until Yunhua raised his head and looked him in the eye. Let her go. Give him the book, and I will go with you. Yunhua was defeated at this moment. He sighed and nodded. I promise you. Zhu Muzhao smiled with satisfaction. That's right. As long as I get the book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens, and the person who broke my life is safe and sound, I can let you live. Even so, Yunhua found it hard to believe him. He proposed to exchange the person first. When they safely descended the mountain, he would give him the book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens. Zhu Muzhao naturally would not agree. He said, if I give the person to you, what if you just run away? Why don't you give me the book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens first, and I will let you take the person who broke my life down the mountain. When you feel safe, you can let her go. How about that? Yunhua sneered. Aren't you afraid that I will go back on my word and kill her? Will your son be willing to kill her? Zhu Muzhao stood up and walked to Shui Rui's side. He pressed on one of his shoulders. His meaning was self-evident. Shui Rui suppressed his hatred and said in a deep voice, I will live and die with her. It was originally words of love that were moving, yet because of the current situation, it only caused Yu Shu to feel sorrow. After this departure, could it be that she and Shui Rui are going to part forever? From then on, Shui Rui would have to follow Yunhua to the ends of the world. Would they be able to see each other again in their lifetime? Okay, I will give you the book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens first, but not here. Let's go down the mountain. Yunhua was not confused by his anger. The entire Taoist temple was surrounded. If he handed over his last trump card here, they would only become turtles in a jar. Zhu Muzhao agreed, but he made a request. I want to take a look at the book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens to make sure that it is real. Yunhua knew that he was being paranoid, so he asked Zhao Xiaozhu to take out the red crystal book that they had forged beforehand and tossed it to him. This is fake. As he said this, he untied the layers of his robe and revealed the ring of the mysterious crystal book on his waist. This is the real one. Zhu Muzhao held the fake book that Yu Shu and the others forged and looked at it again and again. He clicked his tongue and sighed. It is really fake. Then, he handed it to the person holding the sword. The person clenched the red crystal hard in Yu Shu's eyes with one hand and shattered it to the ground. Only then did she know how naive their seemingly perfect plan was. Zhu Muzhao saw the ring of strange red light on Yunhua's waist and could not help but walk towards him. When he approached, he was blocked by Zhao Xiaozhu with a guarded look. Yunhua was not afraid of the cold. He untied his entire robe and turned around to let him take a closer look. When he saw Zhu Muzhao's infatuated gaze, he could not help but sneer. How is it? Did you see it clearly? Zhu Muzhao retracted his gaze and first asked Yu Shu, is the real book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens on Yunhua? Yu Shu nodded reluctantly. Then, he asked Shui Rui and Jing Chen the same question. After getting the same answer, he was finally convinced that the book on Yunhua was real and did not make things difficult for Yunhua. All right, you can put on your clothes. The two reached an agreement and left Rising Cloud Temple, descending the mountain together. Jin Ku held Yu Shu hostage and walked in front. Zhao Xiaozhu brought up the rear and protected Yunhua in the middle. Jing Chen followed closely behind. Zhu Muzhao publicly ordered that no one was allowed to chase after them. He held Shui Rui and followed them to the foot of the mountain. Yunhua first asked someone to unload Zhu Muzhao's carriage and asked for 3 fast horses. Then, he asked Zhu Muzhao and his men to retreat 100 feet and only allowed Shui Rui to go forward. Only then did he untie the book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens and let Jin Ku throw it far away. While they were trying to snatch the book, Jin Ku quickly went forward and took Shui Rui away. The person holding the sword flew several feet away and steadily caught the book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens. He returned to Zhu Muzhao's side and handed it to him. Zhu Muzhao held the book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens in his hand as if he had obtained a treasure. He could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart. He looked up at the sky and laughed. He said to Yunhua and his men in the distance, I said that I would let you live. Run for your lives." The other party did not answer. Yunhua and Zhao Xiaozhu rode on one horse. Jinke rode on the other, and Shui Rue and Yushu rode on the other. They ran away without looking back and disappeared into the night. Jing Chen moved and was about to chase after them, but he was stopped by Zhu Mu Zhao. "Don't chase after them. Let them go." Jing Chen turned around and looked at him with a struggling expression. "I am afraid that once she leaves, she will not come back." Zhu Mu Zhao wrapped the book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens in his cloak and looked into the darkness in the distance. He said with certainty, "Don't worry. She will come back. After all, her home is in the capital." Chapter 768. The cold wind howled, and the road was bumpy at night. Yushu did not know how far they had run. She sat behind Shui Rue, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Her fingers were numb from the cold. Not only was she cold, but she was also full of hesitation. "We're almost there." Jean led the way in front. They had already prepared an escape route. Close to the riverbank, there was a small boat hidden in the weeds. It was just big enough for the 5 of them. Shui Rue got off the horse and carried the frozen Yushu down. He held her hands together and took a few deep breaths of warm air. Then he pulled her to a shelter place and ran to help Jin Ku and Zhao Xiaozhu lift the boat out. Cough, cough. Yunhua walked to Yushu's side. A wine pouch appeared in his hand. He handed it to Yushu and gestured to her. "Drink, drink more." Yushu gritted her chattering teeth and took the wine pouch without another word. She gulped it down. The hot liquid burned her throat, and her body finally felt warm. On the riverbank, Shui Rue and the others had just pushed the boat into the water. The wide river surface was covered in a layer of cold blue. The rich hue made people feel danger for no reason. Traveling by water in this weather, they would be frozen to death if they were not careful. However, they had no other choice. Only by traveling by water could they escape from the imperial court soldiers. Yushu and Yunhua were the same. They did not believe that the great Tidian would let them live. However, because she was still in Yunhua's hands, they had no choice but to let them escape a distance first. Once they lost the protective talisman that was Yushu, the great Tidian would definitely order for them to be killed. "You can leave with us." Yunhua seemed to have seen through her thoughts. There was a hidden temptation in his broken voice. "I already know about the matter between you and Shining. After we escape to the border town and settle down, I will make the decision to let the 2 of you get married." This was a very tempting proposal. After obtaining the Book of Mystic Fairies' 6 Rens, she would no longer have any misgivings. The next step would be to obtain the Heavens Will Tie Bone. It was easy to imagine what Yushu would face when she returned to the capital. Going far away with Shui Rue had become her only way out. However, did the great teacher not consider this point? He dared to let her go because he was confident that she would eventually return to the capital and back into the palm of his hand. Going back would mean parting with him, and parting would be their last farewell. Yushu clutched the wineskin tightly. She knew that she was in a desperate situation, and her heart was filled with sorrow. She looked at Shui Rue's busy figure, and her eyes suddenly felt a little sore. She was a person who never cried, but at this moment, she could not help but want to cry. Senior Marshal Brother. She suppressed her nasal voice and forced a smile. She said to Yunhua, "You lied to me once, and you want to lie to me a second time? Do you think I don't know what you were thinking? You can't kill me because of my big brother, but you don't want me to go back and be used by the great teacher. So you want to coax me to go with you, right?" Hearing a trace of resentment in her words, Yunhua said, "You are right. I don't want Zhu Mu Zhao to obtain the Heavens Will Tie Bone because your child with Jingchun is my grandson. If you don't go with us, are you going back to the capital to die for Jingchun?" Yushu said coldly, "If I don't go back to the capital, am I going to be like you, a heartless person who abandons his family and son?" In the darkness, they could not see each other's expressions clearly. Her words seemed to have poked at Yunhua's scar, and he fell silent. Yushu did not regret saying those harsh words. Yunhua wanted to kill her earlier, and it was impossible for her not to bear a grudge. If it were not for Shui Rui's vow to live and die with her, if Yinhua really wanted to fight the great teacher head-on, she would have been a dead person by now. In this short period of time, Shui Rui and the others had already packed up. They called for Yinhua and her to board the boat first. Jin Ku drove the horses far away, and Zhao Xiaozhu and Shui Rui cleaned up the traces on the shore. Only then did they work together to escape from this place. Jin Ku wore a straw cape and was rowing the boat at the bow. Yinhua, Zhao Xiaozhu, Shui Rui, and Yu Shu were all hiding in the cabin. The cabin was small and narrow, and if they stood up, they would have to bump into each other. The roof could block the wind, but it could not block the cold. The few of them were so cold that their lips turned blue. Fortunately, there was a stove to keep them warm, and it was better than nothing. Zhao Xiaozhu squatted by the stove to boil water. He was fiddling with the stove, planning to make tea to drink. As he busied himself, he peeked at the two people who were huddled together on the opposite side. Shui Rui wrapped Yu Shu in a quilt and hugged her tightly in his arms. She rested her head on his shoulder, and his chest pressed against her face. It was a gentle and loving scene. This kind of intimacy was not something that a brother and sister could have. Yinhua was covered with another quilt. His eyes were closed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Zhao Xiaozhu looked at his adoptive father's pale face and coughed. He pretended to be relaxed and said to Shui Rui and Yu Shu, "Neither of you have been to the border town, right? Let me tell you, that place is much more interesting than the capital city. Even the food and clothes are different. Have you seen camels? Have you seen the Gobi Desert? Later on, I will bring you to the Gobi Desert to ride on camels to watch the sunset. At night, we will set up our tents and drink around the fire for the whole night. The emperor is far away, and no one will be able to stop us. I will roast a tender lamb for you. That tastes TSK, TSK. Once Zhao Xiaozhu started talking, he could not shut up. Yu Shu and Shui Rui listened quietly. No one interrupted him. Under the quilt, the two pairs of hands were tightly held together. Gradually, there was warmth. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Xiaozhu suddenly stopped talking. Yinhua opened his eyes and saw that the two of them had fallen asleep in each other's arms. He sighed silently. There was a moment of hesitation in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down. Just like this, the ship sailed for an entire night, and it docked once before daybreak. Jin Ke ran to a nearby village to buy a few inconspicuous clothes, and he asked Yu Shu and Shui Rui to change into them. After that, they disguised themselves and sank the ship, and then they hitched a carriage to continue their journey. They traveled for 2 days and 2 nights, bypassing the area around Taiyuan. On the evening of the 3rd day, they arrived at a small town. Yinhua was helped down from the carriage by Jin Ke. He looked up at the sky and said after a while, "Let's stay for the night. It's snowing at night." So they found an inn in the town to stay. It was only the 10th day of the 1st lunar month. The commoners had not come out from the new year. There was only a shopkeeper and a waiter in the inn. The cook had gone home for the new year, so the backyard was empty. They simply asked for 4 rooms in one go. Other than Zhao Xiaozhu, who shared a room with Yinhua so that it would be convenient to take care of him, the others had their own rooms. The carriage was pulled into the backyard. Jin Ke unloaded the carriage and asked the waiter to feed the horses. He called Zhao Xiaozhu to make the bed, and he went to chop firewood to boil water. Yu Shu saw that they were busy, so she wanted to go up and help, but who knew that Shui Rui would pull her back and bring her into the room. He pressed her down on the bed, took off her boots, and wrapped her tightly in a blanket. "Lie down and don't move. I'll go look for something to eat." Along the way, Yu Shu's lips were full of dry skin. The men were fine, but she was a girl with delicate skin and tender flesh. Her hands and feet had long been frozen and cracked. Her feet were swollen, painful, and itchy. She endured it and did not make sound. It did not mean that Shui Rui did not know. He asked the shopkeeper in front of him. Before the sky turned dark, he found a medicine shop and made some frostbite medicine. He also bought a few ounces of red dates and cloud ginger. When he returned to the inn, he went into the kitchen. Jin Ke came in with a pile of firewood. When he saw Shui Rui squatting by the stove, he quickly put down the things and went forward to help him. "Let me do it. You can go and rest." After all, he was simple and honest. He knew that it was their fault for deceiving Shui Rui this time. Shui Rui did not even look at him during the whole journey. Jean secretly complained. He was afraid that Shui Rui would bear a grudge against him. How could he not please him when he had the chance? Shui Rui didn't argue with him. He stood up and let him add firewood to the fire. He took 2 bowls and first soaked the medicinal ingredients in vinegar. Jean often traveled to Jianghu and was experienced and knowledgeable. When he saw the vinegar medicine, he knew that it was a faux prescription for frostbite. Seeing that the other's hands were clean, he guessed that the other's feet were frozen. So he fawned and said, "When the water boils, I will soak your feet first." Shui Rui looked at him coldly. Jean didn't dare to say anything else and obediently boiled the water. Shui Rui turned around and went to the room to find a teapot. When the water boiled, he first boiled a pot of red dates and cloud ginger tea. Then he poured a large basin of hot water and brought it into Yushu's room. Zhao Xiaozhu hid on the side and only squeezed into the kitchen when she saw him go out. She stood next to Jean and bumped his shoulder. She whispered, "Eldest brother, did you see it?" Jean frowned. "What?" Zhao Xiaozhu stuck out 2 thumbs up and winked at him. "Second brother and monsieur like this." Jean had a bitter expression on his face. Of course he could see it. Otherwise, why would he be worried? It had to be known that he had almost killed Yushu in front of Shui Rui. How could Shui Rui not be angry at him? "Get lost, you know a lot. If you have a time to gossip, don't you want to eat? Hurry up and find some rice and noodles." Zhao Xiaozhu was scolded for no reason and dejectedly went to find the innkeeper to ask for ingredients. Inside the room, Shui Rui sat at the head of Yushu's bed. He used hot water to wash a handkerchief and was about to wipe her face. Yushu's face was scraped, and she didn't want him to look at her ugly appearance. So she stretched out her hand and said, "I'll wash it myself." Shui Rui took the opportunity to pull her hand. When he looked down, he saw that her knuckles were red and swollen. Some of them had small cracks and blood scabs. He didn't say a word as he gently wiped her palm and the back of her hand clean and stuffed them back into the quilt. Yushu couldn't dissuade him and could only let him serve her once. However, after washing her hands and face, she saw that he brought a wooden basin over and rolled up her sleeves to test the water temperature. He wanted her to stretch out her feet, but she refused to do so no matter what. "How can I ask you to wash my feet?" No. Yushu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she pushed him. "Go out. I'll soak myself." Shui squatted by her bed and raised his head to look at her. A daughter's feet can only be seen and touched by her husband. "In my heart, you're my wife. I won't marry anyone but you." Yushu was a little absent-minded. His tone was too serious, and his gaze was too sincere. So much so that his words didn't sound like a confession to her, but more like a vow. She should have replied with, "I won't marry anyone but you," but her mouth felt like it was glued to paste. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open her mouth. However, when she saw his gaze gradually darkening, she couldn't bear it. Although she didn't speak, she stretched out her feet and placed them on his knees. His pair of dark and bright eyes instantly lit up. After washing her feet, Shui Rui applied chilblain medicine on her hands and feet. He watched her drink a big bowl of red date cloud ginger tea before he closed the door and left. Jean and Zhao Xiaozhu were still cooking in the kitchen. Shui Rui went to the guest room opposite. Yunhua had changed into a clean set of cotton-padded clothes and was sitting on the bed. He held a cup of steaming hot tea in his hands and covered himself with half a blanket. It was obvious that his 2 foster sons had taken good care of him. Shui Rui did not beat around the bush. He went straight to the point and asked him, "What are your plans?" He did not believe that Yunhua would leave everything behind and live in seclusion in border town. Yunhua patted the side of the bed. Shui Rui walked to his side and sat down. There was an oil lamp at the head of the bed. Yunhua relied on the few inches of light to scrutinize Shui Rui. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Let's go to border town first and hide for 2 or 3 years." Shui Rui sneered and said, "First, There's the hatred of killing my father. Now, there's the hatred of stealing my wife. You want me to hide and be a coward? The hatred of killing my father. The hatred of stealing my wife. Yanhua muttered. In this world, if there was anything that one could not tolerate, it would be nothing more than these two things. The accusation of killing his father was because of Shui Zhao. Zhu Muzhao had personally admitted that he was the one who killed him. The accusation of stealing his wife was because of Yushu. She and Shui Rue had promised to marry each other, but they could not live together. It was also because of Zhu Muzhao's coercion. With such a deep hatred, as a man of indomitable spirit, how could Shui Rui be willing to hide and drag out an ignoble existence? Yanhua did not know what to do. He was afraid that Shui Rue had the idea of risking his life to return to the capital. So, he became serious. If you want to take revenge, I will naturally not stop you. But if you want to throw an egg against a rock and die, I will never agree to it. With your current situation, if you want to seek revenge from Zhu Muzhao, it is no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. I know that you are reluctant to part with Yushu and do not want to be separated from her. But if you follow her back to the capital, she can keep her life, but you will only have a dead end. It is better for both of you to go your separate ways and live your own lives. You can rest assured that I will not return to the capital at this time. Shui Rue furrowed his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, when I return to the capital, it will be the time for me to take my revenge. When Yanhua saw him like this, he felt both gratified and guilty. He reached out and patted his shoulder. He said, no matter what, I will help you. Shui Rue did not dodge. After he was comforted, he got up and refilled a cup of hot tea for him. Yanhua was a little overwhelmed by the favor. Then, he saw his son tuck the corner of the blanket for him with an expressionless face. He bent over and got closer to him. He asked in a low voice, did you really get the Book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Rens? Yanhua was stunned. Before he could answer, Shui Rue retreated. A pair of intelligent eyes fell on his face. After a while, he turned around and left with his master. There was meat and vegetables for dinner. After being hungry for a few days, Yushu finally had a hot meal. Shui Rue kept putting food into her bowl and adding soup. Jinke's cooking skills were really good. They caught a pheasant on the road. He stewed it into a pot of chicken soup, and most of it went into her stomach. After the meal, a waiter cleaned up the dishes, and they went back to their rooms to rest. Yushu extinguished the oil lamp and lay on the bed. She listened to the movements next door and distinguished the sound of Shui Rue pouring tea. When it was completely quiet on the other side of the wall, she slowly closed her eyes. The wind outside the window sounded like crying. In the darkness, Yushu suddenly opened her eyes and sat up from the bed. She fumbled to put on her shoes and put a blanket on her body. She walked step by step to the door, opened and closed it, and then walked step by step to the door next door. She bent 2 fingers and gently knocked on the door. Big brother, are you asleep? In the room, Shui Rue heard her calling at the door, so he hurriedly turned on the light. He didn't even bother to put on his clothes as he took large strides to open the door for her. The cold wind gushed in, and she hugged the blanket with disheveled hair as she stood pitifully outside the door. Without saying a word, he pulled her in and shut the door tightly. It's so cold outside. Why did you come out? Shui Rue took her to his bed and sat down. It was not because he was impulsive, but because the guest room was simple and small. There was only such a place in the small room for people to sit. Yushu blinked her eyes and whispered, I can't sleep alone. Alone, can't sleep. Shui Rue was stunned when he heard this. At any rate, he'd live a romantic life. So how could he be unable to understand the meaning behind these words? But the person who spoke these words was Yushu, and it caused him to be at a loss for what to do. Seeing him in a daze, Yushu secretly clenched her teeth. She pretended that he did not understand, so she thickened her face and said, It's cold at night. Let's squeeze together. When she finished speaking, she felt her face burning. In her 2 lives, this was the first time she was so shameless. She even brought the blanket over, determined to sleep with him tonight. When Shui Rue saw her like this, how could he bear to refuse her? He laughed and sighed, then rubbed her hair before bending over to remove her shoes. Then you lie on the inside, I'll lie on the outside. Yushu curled up her blanket and shyly climbed inside to lie down. Shui checked the door and window before he also went to bed. He shook off his blanket and covered her with one layer before he lay down. This way, although they were lying on the same bed, there was a blanket between them. There was only one pillow, so he gave it to Yushu. He used his arm as a pillow and looked at her softly. Sleep, I'll watch over you. The lamp on the bedside was lit, but the light was not as bright as his eyes. Yushu stretched out a finger and moved it from his forehead to the bridge of his nose. She copied the outline of his face and wanted to remember this face in her heart. Shui indulged her every move. He resisted the urge to pull her into his arms and knead her into his bones. He allowed her fingers to caress his lips and lift his chin. Yushu leaned over and quickly kissed him. Shui chuckled and caught her finger to his lips. He also pecked it. The slightly sour medicine on her hand did not smell good, but he was reluctant to let go. Does your hand still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. What about your feet? It doesn't hurt anymore. Are you cold? Such a simple answer, even though it didn't mean anything, made Yushu's heart beat faster and faster. It invisibly gave her courage and made her let go of her reservations. She just wanted to be closer to him, even closer. Cold. She lifted the inner layer of the blanket and crawled into his bed. Before he could react, she reached out and hugged his waist, burying her face in his chest. She only had a layer of clothing on her body. Under the thin material, it was clear that her body was burning hot. Sticking to him like this, it was simply burning him. Big brother, we are husband and wife when we share the same bed. I only have you in my heart. Her voice was bitter. Shui's heart fiercely pounded. He was still able to act like a gentleman earlier, yet at this moment, he'd forgotten all propriety, and his ears droned. When he returned to his senses, he'd already tightly embraced her. He held on her back with one hand and held up her head with the other. Then he impatiently bit her lips and covered the heavens and the earth as they intertwined, and they kissed to the point both of them were unable to catch their breaths. Ashu! He buried his head in her neck. His breathing was uneven and he was trembling slightly, as if he was trying his best to restrain himself. His moist breath drilled into her ears. Wait for me. After I finish, I will come to pick you up and let you marry me. Yushu's heart trembled and her eyes became wet. On the way to escape, he did not ask her to stay, nor did he ask her to make a choice between him and her family. It was not because he did not want her to go with him, but because he understood her too well. So, he could not even ask her to stay. He was not afraid that she would refuse, but he was afraid that she would be put in a difficult position. This kind of care, how could she not love him? She wanted to give her life to him, but she had a large family behind her. There were more than a dozen lives, so she could not do as she pleased. She could only bear the pain and part with him. She also understood him. How could he let go of his father's death? This time, he left to make a comeback in the future. If he wanted her to wait, then she would go back and wait for him, whether it was 3 or 5 years or 10 or 20 years. With this hope, she believed that they would meet again one day. Okay. She wrapped her arms around his neck and fiercely bit his shoulder. Her tears silently fell. Don't lie to me. I will wait for you to marry me. With this promise, it was better than 1,000 words. Both of their hearts were at ease. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.